Today's matchup. Everate winners. JAG GreenWings. MVP. Afreeca Freecs. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Good evening, OG and Legion, and welcome. We are in the final week of the summer split here in LCK. I'm Achilles, that's Papa Smith. You're going to start things off with a match that doesn't hold that much as far as the implications are considered outside of for JAG. Everate going up against JAG. Everate's already in the promotion tournament, guaranteed. They're going to have to try to earn their spot back into LCK a little bit later on, but JAG trying to hold on to that potential playoff spot they might be able to earn.
Yeah, if this was in North America, it would actually be a really important week for Everate just because they play the promotion tournament straight after the regular season ends. Yep. But in Korea, we wait till after the grand final is played. So the team, Everate, will not be playing after this week for about 3 weeks to a month, I think, given how the Worlds qualifiers have to happen. So much has to happen till they get their chance to stay in the LCK. On the other side, though, as you say, JAG, they lost to MVP. That's the big thing to talk about. Since we last cast them, they lost to MVP. That means they are a long shot and then some to make it to 5th spot and to make it to the playoffs. The big thing for them is they desperately need to win, and they have to watch Afreeca Freecs lose in our second set. Now, MVP, on a 3-match winning streak, do have a chance to upset Afreeca, but it's all muddy. It's all about game score, and largely, it's out of the JAG GreenWings' hands.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 matches that are all just entirely important for JAG, but they have to rely on Afreeca Freecs suffering a loss, so it's now, a bit of a coin toss for them.
And relying on the Afreeca Freecs is always something that's definitely been not something to do, but relying on them to lose is kind of amusing when it comes to what that will potentially mean for our second match. Looking here, JAG, 2 match wins behind. Game score will be relevant as well, even if they're able to match the 9 match wins that Afreeca Freecs have picked up. So it is very muddy. It is a long shot, but they need to begin with a win over Everate. Now, whether it's 2-1 or 2-0 doesn't really matter, but a 2-0 will help their game score.
Yeah, be a lot cleaner for them to move forward with. Everate, however, again, going to be locked into that promotion tournament. They would like to walk away with a victory, with a few wins to kind of round out their summer split and have that momentum to kind of carry forward into the promotion tournament about, I don't know, say a month or so from now. Not exactly certain what those dates are going to be. But, they want something. They've only had 2 wins so far. Their second match that they played was their first victory versus MVP. Was a 2-0. That's when MVP was a complete and utter mess. But they've gotten back on the horse, and we'll be able to see them in our second set. But Everate, it's been rough stuff for these guys. We're able to get a 2-0 over the Rocks Tigers recently, but outside of that, they have just been getting smashed.
Yeah, they moved to patch 7.14, and honestly, they're still trying to play 7.13 League of Legends. They played Jungle Jace on 7.14. They're largely still playing carries and no tank lineups, and they just don't have the skill to be able to pull them off against better teams. So a very uphill battle, but not impossible against a JAG team that was 1-0 up and in control against MVP and then watched it all slip away, watched their real fate go away from being in their own hands to being really largely at the hands of Afreeca Freecs messing up in the second series today. Everate winners, though, to focus on them. We'll still be fielding the same roster. No sign of Hachani, or Comeback as he's named this year. No sign of Helper either, as Keen has kept his spot ever since he came in roughly a month ago. Expect them to run carries. They may also try to innovate the meta. Malrung was the first to run Jungle Jarvan. That is now a much more popular pick with other junglers in Korea. So there's never a 100% certainty about what Everate want to do.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to try to surprise us here today. There's also not usually 100% certainty about what top lane we're going to be getting on the side of JAG, but starting things off, it will in fact be so on. There's been putting up some decent numbers here and there for them, but of course Umpty in the jungle as well. have not really seen raise whatsoever for this squad because MT has just been doing so very well for them.
And surprisingly, haven't seen Ixu in about 5 matches either. He was the one who got the Akali pentakill. He's the one with more experience. When they lost that series against MVP, it went 3 games. You would have thought they would play at least a single game with Ixu, but they're relying on So1, who's been around the roster for a very long time, since summer of 2015, in and out, much more of a starter this season than he has been previously. Known for his carries largely, although he can flex into the tanks. Not quite as convincing there. Jin GreenWings need to rely, like you say, on UMT. He's been really their big star in the second round robin, and Kuzan and Teddy have certainly had their moments as well.
Well, here you go. Take a nice little look here at the breakdown of the past matches. Everate, just a hell of a lot of gray. Jin are not without theirs, however. They do have quite a considerable amount as right now their overall game score is sitting at 0. It's going to be 19-19 as far as their maps are concerned.
They've been doing some sick Jin Air plays. Remember their nickname. They are, of course, known as the Robin Hood of Korea, and they honestly have been that once again this season. It started so promisingly. Even in the middle of the season, we thought maybe it would be Jin Air getting back to the playoffs for the first time since spring last year. But predictably, they rob from the rich, and they give to the poor.
I mean, they need Afreeca Freecs to rob themselves, basically, if they want to make their way in. But, yeah, KDA's going to be a bit low here on both sides, but you saw on the previous screen, the last time that these guys played, it was Jin Air absolutely smashing Everate winners. We'll see if they can put up a stronger fight this time around, but either way, all of these KDA's kind of wavering here.
Yeah, and even on the side of Jin Air, their carries, like Kuzan, for example, haven't necessarily been firing as much as you'd hope for in recent weeks. Kuzan's LeBlanc, definitely a champion pick I've underlined on my stats sheet here. He's had it banned a lot. He's probably played the most LeBlanc of any player, at least in the LCK in Korea this season. 6 games, 4-2. A lot of bans towards FLICKR, you'll remember, in the last recent weeks. LeBlanc has pressure on a lot of mid lane options. The permaban, or at least perma-pick and ban contested pick in North America and some other regions. It's situational in Korea, and Kuzan is one of our very best LeBlanc players.
Yeah, really loves to bring that one out when he can, so if it's not banned away, always have to worry about that one coming through out of that mid lane. Accepted, however, he's pretty good. So maybe he's confident enough to go ahead and go toe-to-toe with that LeBlanc. We'll see what he wants to bring out. You see that perfect game there on the Syndra for Kuzan. I want him to get his hands onto that again, so maybe Septid will bring out his Aurelion Soul.
I mean, the LeBlanc is 400 MVP points altogether for Kuzan and 300 of it from the LeBlanc. I agree, the Septid, Aurelion Soul, even his Jace are kind of my hopes for Everate. It's not their last match of the season. They will play again on Saturday, so maybe it's not time yet for the traditional picks or the fan service, because they do have a chance to hit 9th. And while that's not necessarily the most consequential thing, not being last in the LCK is something they would have shot for. You remember preseason they said, at the end of the day, we haven't shown anything. For now, we're last. And right now, all the way at the end of the season, they are also last. Now, they're not cemented there. It's all about confidence for the side of Everate winners. And crushing some dreams would also be a backup there. SKT on dream crushing duty tomorrow. Today, it's all about Everate winners who can deny Jin Air the postseason if they win today.
Yeah, you know, just feed off that sorrow and have that energize them until the promotion tournament, sustain their motivation until then. But it's still going to be a bit of a daunting task despite some of the shortcomings of Jin Air as of late, most notably going to be that loss to MVP, who have been on that uptick, and then also that 0-2 loss that they suffered at the hands of BBQ just a few games ago. So they certainly do have their drawbacks, but this is also the team that was able to go ahead and take down SK Telecom with the 2-0 to stay a bit competitive alongside Longzhu, take a game off of them. So this should be Jin Air favored, but Everate would like to change that.
Yeah, opening things up on the blue side so we can get a bit more creative with the bans. Fell to Marin's Malphite last time out. That was an amusing game to watch. But it wasn't about the Malphite. That was more about Everate's big struggles as a team to close out games, even if they can get leads with some of their carry champions. They struggle in that regard, and we just highlighted the LeBlanc for Kuzan, and it's also highlighted by Everate for a ban.
Take that one off the board. The red side shouldn't be too shocking here, as the Caitlyn does get taken away. See if they want to use the third to try to target something out against one of the members of Everate, but for now seems like might just be standard moving forward. We'll see if they want to take that Kalista off the board next.
Yeah, leaving Kalista up has been a little bit more of a trend recently as teams are happy to take Tristana into it and largely profit from a good laning matchup. So there's always the chance Kalista goes unbanned. Duel has had some success on the Kalista. 2 match wins on that already, so may just want to go standard and ban out the Zac and Kalista with the final bans. Everate's focused onto Jin Air. Big question to me is if they just want Malrung to jump on Elise, because Umti's best performing champion of the season is the Elise. It certainly will be taken on the red side, but when we do see Zac, Caitlyn, and Kalista red side bans, invariably it's been a first pick Elise.
Well, final here from the side of Everate is going to be the Galio, so taking that one off the board. Don't want to have to deal with that in the mid lane, or even in top, as we've recently seen it.
There you go, Jin Air will ban away the Elise, so happy to give up Kalista, and they don't even accept it as a pick for Umti. That's a bit surprising to me, showing very low priority on Kalista, not wanting to trade it for the Elise. So just will be a Kalista first pick, almost certainly for the side of Everate.
Go ahead, lock that one in there for Duel in the bottom lane. Pressure's banned away, so we'll see what they want to pair it with. Maybe something like
Braum would be pretty tanky front line you could select in the first round here with almost no cost.
Yeah, that would be pretty good. Also have the Braum take away from the bottom lane. Get rid of a bit of protection there for that Kalista if Ella wants to run it. But for now, it's just going to be the Gragas. Very standard lock-in here for the side of Jin Air. And maybe just the top and jungle coming through here as the Kled is being hovered for so on.
Be a very early Kled pick.
Yeah.
And it's also against Keen, who largely opts into carries, so unlikely to be the choice. And they'll also look like they're going to move past Teddy's Tristana that he looked great on, actually, in recent times in their last series as well. So just going to jump on the Xayah, who for sure is a high-priority AD carry, but specifically into the Kalista, a surprise, and the Gragas paired with it. Gragas is really good to potentially disengage the hard engage Everate's likely to select with the Kalista. So honestly, interesting to see such high Gragas priority in this particular series, but against Kalista comps that largely do go 3-4 tanks and a Kalista, not a bad choice by any means.
Well, Maokai will be locked up. We saw the hover over it, but just goes right through here for Everate. Could be top lane, probably going to be jungle. See what they want to bring out.
And do they just go Rakan for the famous Korean duo of Kalista Rakan that's oh so popular? Now, when you see Gragas, you do think Orianna as a potential ball carrier available. And speaking of ball carrier and jungle or top duos, Maokai Orianna, a blast from the past in its own. Not necessarily a denial pick away from Kuzan, who's played 5 games of the Ori. We've seen higher and higher Orianna priority recently. Samsung first picking it over many other available champions, largely as a denial. Kuzan could just go Corki into it and be pretty comfortable. But these double AD comps they've been running frequently in recent times have largely been up and down for Jin Air. Now, there isn't going to be a very strong backline AD carry like a Kog'Maw that MVP ran against double AD when those two teams faced last week, but double AD seems to be the recent identity of Jin Air.
Well, then we'll go back over to that 1/5 game on the Corki here for Kuzan. And Accepted looking to have his 10th on that Orianna. As we shift our focus back over to the top lane, where Jax is going to be the first ban away here from the side of Jin Air. Want to take that out of the hands of Keen in the top lane.
You have to expect he'll be going carries. This also opens up the flexibility of Gragas top as an option. We've seen Gragas kind of deal with Jax pretty poorly in that lane.
One of the ones that we have open at the moment is actually the Jace, which has made it quite a ways through the draft so far.
So our most famous resident Jace, Khan, pull off an amazing escape, but also lose his undefeated streak on the Jace when Longzhu lost yesterday.
I mean, I feel like if this makes it through the draft, if it's not banned away by Everate, we could just see it locked in for Jin Air and then have the Gragas go into the jungle for Umti.
It'd be a bit of a worry, though, because while I can see it, and you look at the comp, okay, double AD and the Jace, so almost triple AD, Jin Air has struggled with their early to mid-game win condition following, and it's the sort of comp that does fall apart as a game goes on longer and longer. So certainly a real chance of it Trundle taken away actually by Everate is interesting, but may suggest that Maokai top is going to be a thing. Be Keen moving away from what we know and love him for, and with Everate especially, you like to wait till the last possible second because they're willing to play Jace jungle. Anything can happen.
That's very true. Already saw that from Malrong there in the promotion tournament. But it's going to be the Rakan locked in for Jin Air. So Lover's bot lane going over to them. Braum has made it all the way through. And seems like the most likely snatch up here to have maximum lockdown and knock-ups with the Fate's Call and that Glacial Fissure.
Very low priority placed on the Braum by Jin Air. Happy to take the Rakan for a bit of engage on their own. Do have Rakan and Gragas for that particular side. Won't be locked in just yet.
Okay.
And we now have two fantastic ball carriers and basically a knock-up party for Orianna and Kalista to do their thing. Very duel-focused draft, though. Sure, Orianna can do work as well. But given Duel's struggles as an AD carry in a very stacked AD carry league, and I have to see Duel actually be able to pull off the 2v2 with Ella and not just fall down to Teddy and Snowflower in lane.
All right, well, the Braum will be locked in. So J4, Maokai. We'll see where those are going to go. Like he said, the J4 in the jungle has been rising in priority. Started by Malrong. So we could just see that flipped around and have that Maokai go to the top lane. The bans suggest that that is going to be the case. And Jin Air looking to go for a bit of a safer pick here. Something with some range that can survive the matchup either which way it goes. So looking at the Gnar for so on. We'll be locked in.
Not 100% clear what he'll be facing, though, with the Trundle ban. You do think Maokai may be a top laner, but with Keen especially, you would expect it to be Jarvan top. So very intriguing to see what they go with. Gnar is a famous lane counter to the Maokai. Has a bit more of a struggle with Jarvan just because of the extra damage, meaning he can be taken down if ganked while exhausted, not being able to go over to his Mega Gnar. So we'll find out that information at 20 seconds. Likely for it to be Maokai top. And at the end of the day, very solid draft from Everett. If this was KT Rolster, you'd be really happy with what they put together. But actually being able to pull it off for Everett has been a struggle. It is a move from them. They're no longer running 4 carries, basically, and a support. They do have initiation. They do have scaling. They do have a tanky front line. So it is more of an adaptation to 7-14 than we've seen so far by the side of Everett winners.
Yeah, just unfortunately coming a little bit too late into this split. But, you know, this would be a nice time to go ahead, pick up a victory, shut down Jin Air's hopes, drag somebody down with them, I suppose, is kind of how that one would go. But they have to pull off the initiation. Everybody has to be working cohesively on the side of Everett if they want to have that big wombo potential with the dive-in from the Maokai and the J4 with that shockwave on top.
Yeah, cohesion definitely not something we'd level too much at Everett, so it'd be a movement forward if they can do it. Jin Air, this series is so important to them. They want to win comfortably, and it all starts here.
Yeah, they want to win with the 2-0, but let's go ahead and see who's going to be winning Game 1 as we dive onto the Rift for the first time today. Everett versus Jin Air GreenWings. Jin Air fans definitely making up for it with their volume. Bit of a slow day here, Wednesday afternoon in Korea, as the fans come drizzling into the audience.
And we are sandwiched between 2 massive match days. Yesterday's very big Longzhu versus KT series, and then the Telecom War tomorrow. So if you want a day away from League of Legends, it seems like some fans may have taken today to be that day because you're not missing tomorrow, and you certainly didn't want to miss yesterday.
You know, it started off so well, but it's kind of hard to call that match yesterday a series.
What are Teddy and Snowflower doing?
Just spamming.
Where's my cowbell?
They're ruffling their feathers.
Where's my cowbell?
Owlstar was banned away, my friend.
Today was a day where cowbell will be helpful.
See, that's why I don't own birds. I feel like they're just way too noisy.
Is that the only reason, Achilles?
You have to throw that. Well, they're also messy, but I also own a cat.
Yes. I was thinking there was actually stacking reasons. It was a bit of a 3-hit passive there of reasons.
I mean, there's an outside chance that they would get along, but I'm not willing to take that risk.
I'd actually love to see how your cat would interact with a bird.
She'd probably be scared of it, honestly.
Yeah, she'd just ignore it, probably.
If she sees a bug, she'll chase after it, but she won't try to catch it.
Maybe she's trying to make friends. Very deep freeze enacted by Teddy here, trying to pull the lane. It's one of the reasons why we saw lots of lane wars, especially around Worlds last year, was to deny lanes being pulled in that way and stopping slow pushes from happening. So getting away with a lane pull like that is actually something we don't see very commonly in 2v2 lanes, so just wanted to point it out there.
Well, you have to go ahead. Peel back as the wave gets shoved forward here by Duel and Ella. Should be slow going for quite some time, at least until we see a couple levels coming through from those bot lane pairings.
They kind of have to overcommit to the lane when they see the freeze, and then it ends up being in a very safe spot for the side of Jin Air. So Jin Air do win out there, even if it's going to be quite the same mechanics. Watch for Morung, because, of course, from level 2 onwards has gank pressure. Put a lot of his mana into farming, so we'll need the blue buff before he goes for his first gank.
At least has CC in 2 of his lanes. Mid lane going to be a bit harder, given that Corki's going to have that Valkyrie, but Keen probably going to be the easiest one that he can try to gank for, what with the Twisted Advance going in, locking down, so on, especially when it's in that mini Gnar form. So maybe we see an earlier visitation up to this top lane once they start clearing through the jungle.
Probably be some damage queries, even in mini Gnar form, given that Maokai does even less damage than he ever did before at level 2.
I guess it's about the timing, because if he can get the if he can get the double hop, then he's pretty much out of there. And then you don't even force the flash.
Minion wave, kind of have to ensure that it's not arriving, otherwise, as you say, it gives him a very large range escape without even having to use flash. When it comes to lanes to gank, really mid lane is the happy one from a Jin Air perspective. Damage from Corki and the Orianna. One of the more gankable people in what is a frustrating game to gank.
Well, right now, Duel and Ella are going to be surrounded as MT's on the backside clearing out the Krugs, but you can see that they don't have any interest, no way to really get in underneath this turret, so just going to be going back over to his side of the jungle. They had a nice little invade. Jin Air continues shoving in these waves.
The Deadly Plumage getting a lot of value for lane control, specifically when you have the Rakan support. Ability to get so much value out of the W does mean you get a bit more lane control than other Xayah lanes, where largely you're happy to be pushed in and then try to turn around with an all-in when the Blade Caller when you get a gank. No defensive wards to spot out. Actually was spotted out just around the wrap just there was Jarvan.
Yeah. River as well. Gonna have that ward that expires. You can see the question mark ping from MT just in case that Malrong was pushing into the jungle. I'll just scout out that he has gone back. And maybe poke his head out here into the mid lane, but no real setup for a gank onto this Orianna or onto the Corki yet.
For a week of hot fire, we are starting off with a little bit of a whimper here. Achilles, just a bit of a quiet start here.
You know, something told me that that was going to happen when I looked at the match today. The second one could be much more interesting for sure early on in the game.
I mean, MVP could go 4 matches undefeated and beat Afreeca in the second match.
That'd be
Jin Air
absolutely
fans
crazy.
certainly want to hear that news.
Paid by Jin Air.
I don't think Jin Air has Steve money.
They definitely don't.
They're backed by Korean Air, yet somehow they don't have Steve money. Mickey's in North America.
Yeah, just arrived recently, so I can't wait to see him play in NALCS this weekend.
Literally one of the things I wanted most when I was casting Rebels Anarchy when I just got to Korea was to see Mickey at an international event against some of the members of the NALCS and work out where he stood. And I don't really get dissuaded by some of his struggles in the first round robin. He was, of course, just runner-up to Crown in our overall regular season MVP in spring season. So to see him actually line up, of course there's lots of other variables. He really doesn't speak much English. That's going to be a query on him. But neither did Piglet.
Yeah, that's
true. I guess they can speak Korean to each other. We'll see how the mid lane and AD carry synergy is for them.
They definitely spoke pretty comparable English, I guess, when they first got to North America. But having spoken to both of them very shortly upon their arrival, I would say that Piglet spoke a little bit more. Trying to speak to Mickey while he was here in Korea was difficult, to say the least.
And realistically, it'll be interesting to see if they play him just to kind of vindicate the purchase or whether they just leave him for next season. Kind of 2 ways you can approach it, given that Liquid doesn't have much to play for. But we can afford to talk about that series because so far this one is not delivering too much action. You look at the comps and decide who that favor is. It's worth knowing that Everate does have the easier to execute draft. They have very, very reliable initiation for the Orianna and undeniable power at 2 items on Callista. So when you look at Jin, sure, there's things they do well. 2-item Gnar running down a short lane against Maokai absolutely is powerful. Very big spike when it comes to sieging when Xayah and Corki get their item spikes. They have good dive as well, but the reliable comp usually does win out when there's equal power levels mid lane.
Yeah, nice flash away there by Septon, keep himself safe. Thought maybe we'd see Umti try to chase in with a flash of his own. But they just get a little bit of damage down onto the Orianna. Level 6 for the Gragas, so no explosive cast to try to knock him back in. So he'll just stay alive for the moment, but now that Umti is very close to hitting that level 6 point, could just see him return very swiftly into that mid lane.
That's where the reliability of the ganks will certainly go up. Keen definitely wants a Bramble Vest as fast as possible in this game, as 3 auto attackers, including the Gnar, want to wail away on him. Cutting down healing can be very powerful. Malrang spotted out, but level 6 now. Doesn't have lane priority in mid, so invading is quite risky, and Umti certainly knows where he is.
Just going to be having a bit of a vision war here around the mid lane. Kuzan just continues to push in the waves. Snowflower going on a little bit of a roam. So on the back from Duel, and Ella feels that freedom to go ahead and establish some vision in this lower half of the jungle. So we'll be able to spot out Malrang as he makes his way around.
Blue buff donations and all that jazz happening in this particular game.
Yep. Just the most excitement.
You need a couple of palette cleansers for what's going to be a fun week, and then we roll straight into playoffs.
That's true. I mean, there's also that that sort of effect where it's like we have all these great games happening this week, so everything else just seems like it's a bit duller. But in reality, maybe it's not. Any other week, maybe it would be a more exciting matchup. I mean, because it doesn't hold to that standard.
If you ask me if I'd prefer a Fiesta or a game like this where both teams are kind of doing the right thing, but it's not necessarily easy on the ice, I'd probably prefer the latter. Maybe why I left China and came to Korea. But so far, no big mistakes are made. No team really needs to be acting on 0 items. The lanes are not the easiest to gank. Return gank to mid lane will happen eventually, although this time it's actually about Malrang.
Flag and drag comes through, but Kuzan still has that package available, so doesn't even have to use it. Doesn't have to use the flash either. It's a little bit of damage. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, a bit of a back and forth coming through here as Teddy goes low, jumps up with the Feather Storm to keep himself alive. Doesn't quite get the feathers in onto Duel, but they take Ella dangerously low. Fate's Call coming through, as is the teleports from both sides. Someone arriving with the Meganar. Knocks him into the wall, now looking for Keen. Will get popped back with that explosive cast, and he's going to go down. The Kitty's going through. Will not be able to do enough to lock somebody down here for Ella to get back in. So or for Duel to get back in, rather. So going to be a 2 for 0 here for Jin Air to start off the game. 10 minutes in, and they'll go ahead and transition this into a Cloud Drake.
The awareness from Keen in terms of his teleport, and also understanding that Umti was right behind him, was certainly not the best. This is what happens when you see carry-oriented top lane players. What was it? 2 weeks ago, we were seeing Keen solo kill down Shy's Trundle and look great with his mechanics, but Maokai is much less about mechanics and much more about teleport awareness, about map calls, about macro play. Not necessarily things that Everate have been well known for this season, and even with the Maokai, even with the reliability of the ganks, Everate actually put them further behind with a Maokai teleport.
Yeah, I gotta say, Soan TPing in, had the Meganar ready to go, already playing better than Marin the last time out.
Marin's Gnar games, the funniest things.
I would say that the most depressing games, actually.
I just am amused endlessly by how many things happen around him locking in Gnar, because he's really good at left-clicking the enemy tank. Not a high skill cap thing to do, but very often weird things like Spirit donating double buffs will happen, and just becomes a weirder game than he would have intended at pick ban.
It's like the buffs get donated, and then Marin just sort of starts inting into the enemy team.
I mean, there was the time his duo lane just kept dying 2v2, so he had to go 1v2 and get turret dive doing that as well by the fed 2v2 lane. Oh, Marin games on Gnar. We get Marin in our second series, so who knows? Maybe we'll get some more Marin Gnar.
You know, Marin, he thought that he escaped from hell. He got back from China, but every now and then he slips back in. The portal opens. Good God.
LGD Marin. Jin following the plan, following the checklist. No mistakes so far. I am starting to roll in. The Essence Reaver already complete from Teddy. We got the extra kill involved. Then just 2v2 against a Kalista lane might actually just take the turret, which is not a trivial thing for a Xayah lane to pick up against a Kalista lane.
Going pretty well. As a Balrog will be coming over the wall here, going to match Umti in the bottom lane, but Ella has already been chunked out yet again. Muzan's on the roam, doesn't have the package, but has the faster push down, but seems like that's just going to shove them back away from the turret, so Jin can pick up the first brick.
Teddy able to be disrespectful at level 1 by walking up and setting up the slow push, and then basically push in the face of Kalista and Braum the entire laning phase with no penalty. One time something happened, it ended up being a team-wide play that went the way of Jin GreenWings, and picking up the 2v2 solo turret gold accelerates the build from Xayah, gets her online, and it also means that when we hit the so often discussed 2-item mark for Kalista, there's going to be not necessarily parity in power level, but a very decent power level from the Xayah, and also the threat of even more power coming earlier than expected.
We'll see that rotation up towards the top side. Teddy and Snowflower just going to be on that rotation. Push up that way. Ella and Balrog moving up to try to match this one, as Keen is going to be stuck there for a little while. Doesn't have the TP, doesn't have an opportunity to back, so the turret is quite low and needs to be sticking around for the moment as he waits for the rest of the squad to arrive.
Keen was laning against a physical damage dealer, so at least he is equipped to deal with what is now...
He does have a Glacial Shroud and a Hit Tabby ready to go.
Probably going to be working towards the Righteous Glory. That's been by far the big pick for top lane tanks and helps Maokai initiate, which is what he's all about. No surprise there, and the duo lane is matched in top side. The Drake off the board. No reason for Jin to stick around bot side with no safety and the ability to push. Double control ward is good to see from the side of Everate and their red side jungle, which means that even Nara doesn't want to overextend too far on the bot side. Now all about 4 or 5 members threatening around the top lane turret, so smart from Jin to accelerate their lead. They can fall back to a bonus objective because they're playing the top side, which would represent the Rift Herald. That would be just the best thing possible for Jin as so far so good.
They'll just go ahead, they'll start this one up. He comes over the back wall, will show himself, I do believe, onto that Scuttle Crab, but even then, Everate, what can they really do to try to stop this one?
I would have leveled a lot of the same commentary to the MVP series, and then it all kind of changed on a dime when the preferential initiation was found in Game 2, and then Game 3 ended up also being a bit of a nerve-wracker where Jin were ahead for part of it. So far, so good on the side of Jin. They haven't really opened up any opportunities for Everate, but Jin aren't quite as clinical as some of our other teams in the league. So even though so far it has been what they've needed to do, it has been playing to their win conditions, with the reliability of Everate's comp, if they can maintain item parity, which already 4,000 gold at 15 minutes, that's not necessarily something to assume easily, but if they can continue to pull it late, there's always a chance for Everate to turn around the game.
I mean, what they need is they need a Jin Air-esque style draw out on the game, try to delay as long as humanly possible, 35, 40 plus minutes, perhaps to get themselves into this one, but the towers are going to be accelerated here. Rift Herald will be called out. A wave for a little while, so this is actually a bit of an odd one here for Jin Air. Just want to get as much damage as possible onto this turret, I suppose, but they will not be able to follow up for the finish on the tier 1 yet.
Trinity Force Corki and the Rift Herald meant they had to invest multiple members around mid-side.
Just odd timing.
Wasn't ideal, like you say, and didn't have advanced vision to get information on rotations. Ideally, you have top lane pushing in at the same time into an inner turret, so there's a cost for them to defend with 4 members, but no cost means the Rift Herald does the minimum you'd expect in that scenario.
I almost feel like they should have just rotated to the bottom side, because, I mean, Umti by himself could have just gone down there alongside Soan, had the wave moved up, could have got quite a bit of damage down onto the tier 2, and Keen would not really be able to take out that Rift Herald very swiftly by himself.
I mean, my read on it was that the moment they realized the duo lane was there, keep Corki mid lane, and at minimum, contest the control wards or invade for vision on the red side jungle just because even having 3 extra members, you weren't realistically going to be able to kill the turret through the solid wave clear of Orianna, and all the flashes being up meant no dive was going to happen. So looking for a bonus objective, like you say, whether it was damage on an inner turret or vision, was the percentage play to make, but not there.
Shockwave connects in onto Kuzan, but not going to be any follow-up.
So Delayal Shockwave, just trying to get rid of the minion wave. Obviously no kill pressure. Delayal, that's not a word.
It's, you know what? You can just make up however many words you want, Papa Smithy, because...
I mean, I already have on this 2.5-year stint I've had on this broadcast. Irregardless was one of them.
Well, that one's an improper, I believe.
I can't remember the other one. It'll come to me eventually, but it was really offensively bad, actually. When you talk a lot for a living, turns out sometimes you mishmash words and it comes out really bad.
Yep. Start mixing them together. Mine's still equivalate. That's still.
Oh, equivalate.
That's still the one that I invented.
Monty really didn't like that one.
No, he didn't. Until I referred to it as a Harry Potter spell.
Wasn't that also one of your first broadcasts?
It was. Yeah, that was maybe one of the first times that I cast with Monte Cristo last season in spring.
And
when Jin Air made it to playoffs.
Yes, that's true. I had to actually look over those standings and remember that Samsung just missed out on playoffs to the Afreeca Freecs.
6th place.
6th, 4th, then 2nd at Worlds, then 2nd in the regular season. I don't know if you follow those trends. Maybe Samsung ends up somehow winning the regular season. That would actually follow their recent trend. Could still happen. KT win the telecom war. Sorry, if SKT win the telecom war tomorrow and Samsung beat Longzhou on the last day, very real chance Samsung's first.
Yeah. The whole top 3 is pretty interchangeable at the moment.
Which is so high.
SKT are locked.
It's so high because we've had so many summer seasons where it really was decided. 2 years ago, SKT only lost a single series in summer to CJ Entus. And we're dominating first place. We had so many seasons where Rox was already locked in weeks before. True story, true story. That was with Trick and Max playing, you'll remember as well. But then we get seasons like this where literally the last day may decide everything. The last series of the last day. Super high.
It's going to be a crazy finish, and then we just have to wait an additional week to start off the playoffs. And 4th versus 5th place match going to be taking place on the 12th.
Has the playoff schedule been announced?
It has.
Nice.
It's been for quite some time, and I believe I don't think the tickets are on sale yet, but they should be rather soon.
You guys are wondering, OGN will be doing the wild card match, the semi-final, and the grand final. So the effective quarterfinal does go decided at the Gangnam Stadium, but will be 3 Saturdays in a row starting from, not this Saturday, but next Saturday will be the playoffs. So 26th will be the grand final, 26th of August.
Yeah, so week-long break for us from the finish before that wild card starts. It'll be on Saturday, then the first quarterfinal on Tuesday, actually. So it's only going to be a few days later, then Saturday, and then Saturday again. So week difference between those goes.
Kind of surreal.
Nice evenly spread for the OGN days.
Kind of surreal when we come in, get our makeup on, do rehearsal, and then it's a best of 3, and that's the only thing that happens. But that's how the wild card match day goes. Most likely to be SKT versus Afreeca, although today could rewrite that story. To kind of lose the fact that Jin Air really are still in with a chance, even if it is a remote one. So far, way ahead in gold of Everett, who really haven't done a proactive thing in 21 minutes. Whereas Jin Air have largely done what they need to do, and yet, because of the draft, because of where the meta is at, you can never really fully count out Everett.
Have that surprise potential, but unfortunately hasn't been working out so well for them here today, as it's just been slow goings and they're falling a little bit further behind. I mean, it's not the worst at the moment. Getting ready for, well, 6K. Okay, it's a little bit worse than I thought, but it's not growing rapidly. It's been pretty steady from the side of Jin Air, so it hasn't been surges forward.
It hasn't really been, the tempo of how the game is being played isn't really matching the gold. Sometimes we see the tempo be really high, but the gold lead be smaller than expected. And this is one of the games where the gold lead is quite massive, but Jin aren't turning it into, say, Gragas and Corki invading the blue side jungle, taking out control wards, and forcing Everate to react to things like Baron forces. When it comes to vision control, when it comes to control ward lines, and let's say Jin do have a lot of control wards in their inventory. Everyone has one. Right now, there's not a control ward plan. That means that Everate could breathe. Maybe this will be the choke moment where the breathing will stop, and they'll actually be able to force a face check from the side of Everate.
Fighting around, something like the Baron could be very deadly for Jin Air, so they have to be very careful when approaching those objectives. Malrong going forward. Not going to be finding anything with the flag and drag.
That's actually Fate's Call used.
Yeah, Fate's Call coming through. Teddy will dodge the knock up there with that Feather Storm, keeping himself safe. Snowflower looks for the grand entrance. Doesn't have to pop up, however, so they will just go their separate ways. No summoner spells blown on either side.
So a lot of initiation available. Someone's losing trades with double laning items off the map on the bot side. May have taken some turret shots, couldn't tell. Nara ultimate was used in all of it. But when it comes to a potential play around Baron, Jin will have to get the Mega Nara up, and that's one of the little factors that makes it a bit harder, with the less reliability we spoke about in regards to Jin plays, is that pushing into an inner turret and starting Baron is about as cut and dry as can be. But when you have such a difference in impact, okay,
it's coming through, looking for Septon. He's going to flash to the side, keeps himself alive with that heal, but now Malrong might be on a spot of bother. Just have the flash. He'll get popped back, and he is going to go down. Like a drag through. Maybe gets it. Actually, the flash at the last second. The rocket not going to connect, but Kuzan, he does have that empowered auto attack. Does take down the J4. So Septon out with his life, but Malrong falls.
They do have control wards down, so let's see if Jin will back off to Baron. You see the pings on it. So one right now is exhausted, so it won't be that much of a factor if he teleports in, but the smite is down for Everate. The control wards are down. Everate seems to admit that this is going to happen. Spotted out by a vision trinket, but that's all, and Baron down to 4,000.
Well, it's going to be the TP coming through here from Soan. Has peeled back away from the turret. We're not seeing it from Keen. He's not going to join in. And actually, Soan, he'll just cancel it. Got the call from his squad. They say, you know what, we have it. They're not pushing in. So goes ahead, gets the refund. The lower cooldown on that TP. Still be wreaking havoc in the bottom lane, and now he's got Baron-empowered minions.
And this is the part where you say, okay, Jin, you've hit exactly what you needed to do at 24 minutes. The lull in the game is gone. Twitch chat, I know what you're going to do now. But they're just going to return to wave clear. It's another game where Everate seem to kind of admit defeat, accept the hand they've been dealt, a very lean hand, only 2 match victories. But Everate go back to wave clear, and Jin have the prize they were looking for, which is the Baron buff.
Now they can actually use this to go ahead and accelerate the game. Oh boy! Just noticed that it's been 3 Cloud Drakes in a row. They'll go ahead, snatch that one up. We'll see what we get after that. So.
We get super fast rotations, Achilles.
All right. I'm going to bet it's probably an Ocean Drake. Let's see. No, Mountain. Okay, well that's something a little bit more useful at this point in the game.
They can run really fast to kill turrets faster.
This is true.
Synergy.
This is very true. Good luck catching Kuzan. Look at him.
He doesn't have the package for the ultimate. Just don't even bother trying to gank him. Now they have Baron buff minions, the laning items we talked about. Someone's like, screw it, I guess I'm a carry. I'm building Blade the Ruin King.
Yeah.
To be fair, we did have Cuvee building rapid fire cannon and full carry Nar, so this is actually quite meta in Korea, all things considered.
Somehow, it's hit that point. I am curious as to how Soan was losing those trades a bit earlier on. At least now he does have the sustain, but I wonder how much of it had to do with the Bramble Vest.
Certainly more than 0. Bramble Vest so powerful against auto attackers like Nar, who's ignoring Maokai.
Okay, well, that's just going to be the whiff. Snowflower a bit too fast. Will not get locked down. Thanks, Cloud Drake.
Very preferential trade there for the side of Jin. Just a threat. Wasn't even the quickness used. Just take that turret.
So what is actually the deal that we've been having lately? So many of our Orianna players have been whiffing these shockwaves. BDD, Pawn,
FLICKR
coming through, FLICKR as well. Like all of these guys that have been usually very much on point with the Orianna, maybe something excluded from that regard, have been really suffering as far as those shockwaves go. Was there like a ninja like nerf or something?
It's interesting you bring it up because at MSI, FLICKR was getting people with the width, and you're like, that's just a FLICKR shockwave. It's got greater width, and then this season it's been different. So if Riot does release a patch note with a stealth change, then wouldn't be that surprised. Like you say, it's been conspicuous how wide they've been going. So teleports in with the package, so we will see Turbo Corki when he gets out of combat. I saw 510 movement speed. I think he even goes faster than that. 590 for a second there.
Yeah, I saw that just spike up.
590 was with Cloud Jake, 510 was the Phage prop.
564 right there. So it's, yeah, it's spiking.
We got to find our excitement where we can get it, OGN Legion.
Yeah, getting excited about that Corki movement speed. Because he'll probably never use the package. Maybe a bit too risky. Oh, maybe we'll find the opening here. Yeah, just go in. Cuts off. Septic gets popped to the side. And that's going to be a massive shockwave coming through here for Septic. Cataclysm thrown down as Teddy's trying to fire away, trying to trade back some kills. But they're all just going to go down. So on. The only one still alive, but even then, it's just for the moment. The final Rend comes through. An ace completed by Everate, only losing the Orianna, and Jin Air completely go way overboard, and now Everate have a way back into the game.
And it's just like we said, the reliability for Everate is there. Sure, they didn't get the start, but Jin Air just open up and offer themselves as tribute to Everate winners. Please, please, kill us all. Exactly what happens there. Very clean kill. No threat onto Duel, and Duel had the 2 items, and even with a gold disadvantage, Kalista Rend sets are a thing.
It's like they were suddenly overtaken by that weird pollen-carried disease thing that was in the happening that makes everybody just kill themselves. Jin Air just suddenly had that, and they just dove in.
They didn't need to dive the turret, but then 3 of them get into the shockwave, and Duel never has any threat onto him at all. The only skill shot that hits him is the flag from his own team as the Jarvan comes in, laps it up, and then by the end, sure, they dump a little bit of damage into him, but almost no threat onto Duel the entire time. And Everate winners, they're still way behind. They probably will still lose, but Jin Air GreenWings gave them a chance they did not need to.
Oh, God. I shouldn't have said that Kuzan wasn't going to use the package. That's what ruined it, because then I cursed him. Oh, dear.
Confirmed Seth knows nothing about packages.
Nope. But unfortunately, I've seen The Happening. It's awful. It's actually one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
It's quite a big assertion. I haven't seen the movie myself.
It's quite terrible. Oh. So I'm going to get found. Jumps to the side. Phase call will come through. They'll pop him up and get the concussive blows rolling through. And, well, he built for lane. So sustain is not going to do a damn thing. Takes Duel down to half HP, but he's going to get rendered to death.
The MVP losses for Jin Air were not quite as stark as this one, but the gold lead has certainly constricted from what was over around 12,000, I believe, at maximum, maybe even more, to just 8,000 at this point, which is still massive given the 30 minutes, as you use some inverted commas from Generation Y stuff going there off broadcast. But still, Jin Air in a great spot, and yet you see the weaknesses that mean that maybe they don't deserve the 5th spot that for now is still very difficult for them to claim.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing is like Jin Air, you know, maybe they do win their way in. Maybe they do take that 5th place spot. They have to play against SK Telecom. Sure, they got the 2-0 the last time, but SKT was really struggling on the new patch.
Why does Teddy have 2 rapid-fire cannons?
Why did Deft have 2 rapid-fire cannons?
Well, we confirmed that was a mistake.
We thought that we understood. And
you
then
don't get double energized. It's not the same as if you chug 2 Red Bulls. It seems like it doesn't work the way that people reported. The Reddit detectives were wrong on that one, so really don't get why he hasn't just gone for a static Shiv in this particular situation.
Chugging 2 Red Bulls is how you get your heart-skipping beats.
I wouldn't do it if I didn't need my heart-skipping beats, so it's a situational thing.
Well, Baron's back up, and Everate want to make a play for it.
They got good confirmation of Baron with the Ren, so there's still a chance they can take this. In the face of the enemy is hard, and so on is around 75% Narbar.
He's going to be TPing through here. Balrog going forward. Has
that
flag and drag, but doesn't find anything. He goes low. Teddy firing away, forces out the flash. Grand entrance from Snowflower on the backside of the fight. Pops up too, and Keen is just getting junked out by the Corki here on the front lines. He will go down, trying to wrap around. That'll be a halt on the Baron attempt here by Everate. Maybe Jin Air looking for a little bit more. Snowflower pushing forward, looking for another entrance. Find it here in Balrog, and the Spotted Bother will be able to flag and drag over the wall to safety, but now Jin Air getting rid of the Maokai. Do they go for the Baron? Looks like the answer is going to be yes.
The turn starts now. Balrog is super low and will complete his recall, so won't even chance a Smite Sword down. Look at this damage to Baron.
Yeah, they're shredding it. They haven't even picked up the Mountain Drake yet, so that will be the Baron going over Jin Air. So going to be in the driver's seat. Featherstorm coming through. Dissonance hits for quite a bit of damage there from Septon over the wall, but doesn't have much more than that, so has to go ahead and peel back. Now with another Baron, Jin Air. Can they get the inhibitors this time, or will they get themselves aced?
They can sell their second rapid-fire cannon, so good job there. Well spotted by Teddy. Don't know what's going on. Something's happening. It's the equivalent of all our Teemo lock-ins we had last year.
Yeah.
It's the double rapid-fire cannon build, so definitely less egregious and match-changing.
Unfortunately, you can't sell the Teemo back, however, so this is a better spot to be in for
You
Jin
actually
Air.
can, but the value is not very high, so no point.
Is it worth more or less than a free Tyler one?
I don't know. It still seems very expensive.
I just know that you're going to take that joke every time you're presented with it.
Some people are still getting it for the first time and appreciating it, Killian.
That's true. Back to the front page again.
That's what I go for. I shoot for Reddit front page with every comment.
It's like they say, you know, shoot for the moon or whatever, and even if you miss, you land among the stars. But in reality, you're actually just dead.
Shoot for the Panther, and worst comes to worst, you end up on front page Reddit.
Nice. Get that embroidered on a pillow.
A body pillow?
Sure. With your face on it.
That could make some money. Could be a quiet little owner.
You know, I think we have a new business venture here, Papa Smithy.
Well, Jin Air's business is breaking Baron with this. Sorry, breaking Baron. Breaking the enemy base with their second Baron buff.
Breaking Baron is a TV show about Baron
going bad.
Illicit materials.
What is Baron producing in this story?
I don't know. Something weird that he could sell in Zaun or one of the other kingdoms.
Well, 3 inhibitor turrets went down at the same time, so that's pretty happy news for Jin Air. They've messed up around this scenario before, so they're trying to largely stay out of the base. Seems like cursed territory for them.
Just poking in where they can. But, yeah, this is going to be 3 inhibs going down, and the hopes of Ever 8 winning game 1 pretty much stomped out unless Jin Air comes up with a magnificent throw, unlike one that we've ever seen before.
It was magnificent if you think about it. It's not actually the size of the throw, it's just the execution. Flawless execution.
Everybody go now!
I mean, everyone, like, it was, no one was guilt-free in that one. Everyone was guilty.
Oh, Kuzan, he's going to get caught. Flash forward.
Interrupt by Umti, nice stuff there.
Body slam will go ahead, knock him back. Featherstorm down by Teddy as the Glacial Fissure comes through.
Here comes the kiddies.
Concussive blows in onto Umti. He might fall. He will as Duel finds the kill, and he's still very healthy, just firing away. And yet again, they might have done a double kill going over to the Callista. TP will be coming back in here from Kuzan. Stun thrown down, connects in onto Keen, and he will fall. As Kuzan finds the kill. Teddy going forward, finds one, pops Ella. Now looking for a little bit more here. Septon sidestepping on the boomerang, keeping himself safe from being slowed up as Balrog goes forward. And the Rend and the Dissonance will come down. They find another kill, but they're still losing out on the Nexus turrets. And this could just be one of the sloppiest ends of a game that I think I've really ever seen in LCK as Jin Air look to finish this one off, but it's just so on and Kuzan and so on. Maybe if he could change, maybe if he could get into that Mega Gnar form, they'd go for it, but instead they will peel back.
And the base defense for Ever 8's actually pretty decent, so it will delay the game for another 5 minutes, you'd have to think. You can see Teddy's just desperate for a front line to stand in front of him so he can do his damage. Uses both summoners greedily to try and clean up the fight, then it's killed. So far it's been his tank line diving too far and out of position. The peel for the carries hasn't been there. The Gnar ultimates in the base, admittedly, a lot more difficult to pull off. And in the end, it is another one of those Jin Air throws over to Ever 8, who accept it, but are still 14,000 gold behind. 3 inhibitors down, just a single Nexus turret to their name. It still will probably be a Jin Air victory, but you can't help feeling like no one leaves this game without a blemish.
Probably would have won if he just, you know, kept that second rapid fire cannon.
It's true.
That was the reason.
The
has nothing to do with placement or decision making.
Energizer Bunny seems to do fine with lots of energy, so.
Do they still run those?
I don't know.
I mean, I haven't watched American television in a very long time.
I'm so old, Achilles. It's a very old reference. Atlas is watching this at home and is stoked about this reference.
The Energizer Bunny?
You remember that tennis ad, Atlas? You know which one I'm talking about. I am just talking to Atlas, by the way.
Yeah. No one else. Sorry, everybody in the chat.
All right, Jinair, you can find a way to bring in 3 waves of super minions and end the games. I believe in you.
That's a really bold statement.
There's only 2 at the moment.
I would like to believe in them, but I just can't. It's being cleared out here. Duel doing his damnedest. We'll be rending away these super creeps so far. Are doing a pretty decent job, but there's going to be that third wave coming in. Engage coming through as Malrong jumps in onto Teddy Featherstorm. Keeps him alive inside the Cataclysm for now, but he's going to get jumped on. Shield coming down to try to keep him in the fight, and so far it is working out, but Duel does have the Ren stacks coming through, does take him down, and now is looking for Kuzan, jumps to the side, around Snowflower, finds the double kill. Can he get the triple? The answer is gonna be yes, looking for a bit more as Malrong desperately tries to defend the turret, but he's gonna die because Soan has the double kill, but it's another near ace for Ever8 on the defense, but their nexus is now exposed.
Jinair's reward for their solid early game is that they can throw themselves into the hands of Ever8 multiple times, and yet the nexus is exposed. The super minions slaying Malrong after his initiation onto the no flash, no heal Teddy was the right way for Ever8 to start a fight. And I see you over there cringing, Achilleos. This match must go on.
Oh dear. 38 minutes in. We'll be able to hold on to this one.
Good decision by Malrong. Flash ult, no ability, no frames to react there. But Teddy, who doesn't have summoners, was guilty of being greedy to slap up kills. Shockwave is smart. Teddy lives longer than they would have expected. But if you notice, the big story here is Duel hopping his little heart out in the backline. Very nice flash to stop the CC from Snowflower coming in. Gets the maximum out of the Kalista that was donated to him by Jinair for a first pick. And after laning phase, Duel is legendary, 8-0-5. He's certainly the one who you can say is doing his damn best, but Jinair continue to get free objectives, and they just need a couple of kills to end the game. Not even an ace should end the game.
That's going to be double buffs coming through. Ever8 seems like they will be pushing forward to try to get prepped to contest this Baron, but they should be expecting it to come through any moment now. But absolutely insane from Duel. He's the one that has had some of the greatest struggles here on this squad and is definitely performing here in game number 1 despite the run of play overall, since they are still very considerably behind in gold. But Ever8 going for a bit of a last-ditch effort tactic here, waiting around the wall for somebody to poke their head forward.
I mean, all their inhibitors are up, so this is the one time in the game where if they can actually force a fight, an even 5v5 with no one taking down inhibitors, the game can actually change. Now, Jinair do not want to group up, have no incentive to play a 5v5. So right now, Jinair just want to focus on playing the side lanes, trying to get ahead in that fashion, because a 5v5 could actually lead to a sea change in the game.
All right, now Soan just going to go ahead and get some free time. On at the stop inhibitor, Ever8 a bit more interested in defending the rest of them, but now they have to be concerned about the minions. They're going to be pushing forward and onto that exposed nexus. Second one getting ready to fall. Kuzan just does too much damage with the Trinity Force.
This is well played by Soan, who's just walking up, just auto-attacking down the Nexus for free.
Twisted Advance goes down onto him. He's getting ready to transform. Nature's Grasp coming through, and Kuzan's on the backside, just backdooring this. They will all in on the Corki. They pump him back into the fountain, but Snowflower is here, and he'll go ahead and get those final auto attacks through, and Jinair, 40 minutes, 45 seconds, will win game 1. There's a big smile on Snowflower's face, but honestly, no one should feel good about this game, other than Duel.
That's true, and Rakan ending the game with an auto attack, just like Rakan stole away a Baron against Jinair in their last series, is so fitting for a game that was really the quintessential Jinair GreenWings versus Ever8 experience. He ends the game legendary. He doesn't die once, does Duel, and yet Teddy was similar positions last season, you'll remember, in a struggling Jinair team. We have to wait and see if Ever8 can be strong enough to take down the likes of CJ Entus and Kongdu, who do seem to be the 2 teams that will join them from the Challenger Series in that relegation tournament. When the games actually devolved into 5v5 fights, Ever8 looked very comfortable, but unfortunately, so much of the game had been surrendered, and that's really the only appropriate adjective, surrendered, to the side of Jinair, who was very smart in their macro early. They were able to make mistake after mistake, hand over advantage after advantage, and yet still win the game.
Well, a bit of a anticlimactic finish there, you'd have to say, given all of the team fights that preceded the closing of that first game. But it was, in fact, just game one. We have at least one more on the way, maybe even two, because by the end of that, Everate were looking competitive, so very well could fight back and take game two for themselves.
Yeah, recreating that draft, but adjusting some of their early rotation, getting some more aggression out of their jungler. The game could have gone very different, as those late fights suggested.
Well, one thing I think we can be certain of is that Kalista will not be making its way back into the hands of Jewel. Was just too good, went unkilled throughout the entirety of that game and had 100% kill participation by the end of it. So honestly, I think he kind of deserves the MVP, even though Everate didn't come up with the victory. But we'll see what happens. We'll have game two coming up. We'll see who our game one MVP is going to be, as well as the damage charts, because they should have been pretty absurd that late on into the match.
Jeanette desperate for that 2-0. Let's see if they can get it when we come back.
Yep, we're going to go to a break. We'll see you guys in just a few.
Shake these boots. We're taking This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thornmail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world comes tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Topping the damage charts is Teddy at the end of the day. Duel, considering the Callista, doing a pretty good job for himself there, but 40 minutes, 48 seconds. If you guys missed game 1, don't go back and watch it. Just dive straight into game number 2, because Jin Air, all you need to know is that they came up with a win.
Sad thing about games like this, we have a rule, you cannot vote MVP for a player on the losing side, so Duel will not be able to pick up the MVP for game 1. It will be someone from Jin Air who jumped in and died and donated some gold over in one fell swoop.
It could be anyone.
It'll be Snowflower.
Okay, Snowflower will come up with the MVP. He had 90% kill contribution at the end of the day, so I guess that counts for something there with the 1-3-9 scoreline there for himself. But, yeah, I mean, I had some decent setups throughout the duration of the game here, but now he's just sprinting around with quickness.
And much earlier in the fact, remember that against expectations, Zion Rakan hard won bot lane. 2v2 largely, apart from this fight that we'll see a replay of. They had already done significant damage to the outer bot lane turret, took it, rotated, and that was the way that Jin Air picked up what looked like an unassailable victory. We thought 25-minute victory incoming for the side of Jin Air. Sure, they made mistakes afterwards, but reward for a very solid laning phase from the Rakan. There aren't many replays after the laning phase, it turns out, Achilles.
That was one of the shortest highlight reels that I've seen.
Our replay computer was working, there just was nothing nice to show.
All right, well, Snowflower, he earns it for himself. But can Everate earn themselves a Game 2 victory here? They came pretty close, considering how everything had gone up until 30 minutes, as far as holding out is concerned.
Pretty close to winning, I can't agree with, but pretty close to
getting themselves back into the game.
I'm skeptical they could ever get back into the game, and yet they made it competitive, which was the kind of strange thing about Game 1. Game 1 was a bit of a time vortex. Let's leave the vortex in the past, close up the black hole, and go on to Game 2.
Yep. All right, well, here we go. Into the draft. Syndra going to be the first ban over here onto the blue side, so don't want that in the hands of Septed.
And now Everate are on the red side with the decreased flexibility of bans. Jin Air had to deal with some of their big picks like LeBlanc being banned in Game 1, so seeing where Everate goes in the bans on red side will be interesting. Callista being open for Teddy is a possibility, but I can't see it being left open for Duel to return to it. Red side Callista's a dream too far.
I think that you have to just take that if it is somehow available. Thresh banned away by Jin Air. Seen a lot of Thresh bans here on the blue side.
Thresh is a really interesting one when it comes to bans because he's so strong in laning phase. Before all the wards go down, before the map is bereft of turrets, Thresh I think is super powerful. In the late game, he really doesn't do very much given that he can't initiate alone and largely relies on map control macro plays. So it's just an anti-snowball measure, I would say, from the side of Jin Air to slow down the pace, and one of the most played champions by Ella. This is the ban that we've seen the most originality. Is the final ban on red side, where Callista's been banned a bit less recently. But Callista would make sense against Teddy, and teams are just prioritizing the Elise first pick
over
the Kalista first pick.
This has to be Kalista. There we go. All right. Didn't take too much time to figure that one out.
I mean, Teddy is a wonderful Kalista player, but Tristana is available for duel if he wants to go there. His Trist has not been as impressive as some other Tristanas, but the matchup is a powerful one. It could be something like Alistar Tristana actually taken on the red side.
Have we seen Tristana? I don't think we've seen Tristana from duel so far, actually.
Seen a bit. I actually watched one of his replays in solo queue, and he looked decent on it, but
hasn't brought it out in LCK yet.
One of the ones that was the most surprising when it came to weakness was Ruler had a really bad series on Tristana, a couple back, but got a bit better subsequently. You have to think that Tristana will come out. It's just the best toe-to-toe champion with the Kalista. And yeah, it is
with my favorite as well.
The Season 1 special. I remember watching professional games of Chaos and Special playing Tristana Alistar way, way back when. And it's still good now, which is fun to see.
Name that's not heard in quite some time.
He was streaming the other week.
He's getting ready to play in the special event they're having, the NA versus EU Legends returning thing in Hong Kong.
Yellow Pete's there as well, I believe. Some other Legends. I know Peke was tweeting about it. That was all put together by Dexter, I believe.
I think he just got married recently, Yellow Pete.
Yes, he did. Dexter, a friend of the OGN cast, was actually on the analyst desk for the Season 4 Summer Final. KT rolls to Arrows Final against Samsung Blue. So going back to the draft here, Morgana taken early for the side of Jin Air is interesting. I really like Morgana as a last pick support on the red side or taken late rotation because she counters the tank meta in some ways just because tanks have a lot of CC and low burst magic damage. So you don't get a lot of ability power on Morgana support. You put down the Black Shield level 5 and the tanks don't have enough damage to actually burst through it and you really are CC immune for a long time. When you draft it earlier, you can just load up a bit more magic damage. For example, the Orianna, maybe even a secondary magic damage dealer, and then suddenly the Black Shield has lower value. So a bit surprised to see it taken so early. I guess a chance that it's going to be a lane Morgana, but most likely going to be duo.
Orianna going to be the final lock-in here for Ever 8 as we move into the next phase. So LeBlanc will be banned away yet again. Just don't want Kuzan over onto that pick. Corki is available, so do we see that banned away by Ever 8? Or do they leave it available for Kuzan yet again? Because I think that he would be perfectly happy to go ahead and pick that up for the 6th time this split.
It's an interesting, intriguing question. The LeBlanc ban makes a lot of sense. The Corki ban follows logic, but I don't feel that the Corki was in any way the reason that they were able to pick up a victory in Game 1. They're interestingly going to ban Rumble, of all things, against Jin Air. So1 plays a decent Rumble for not being one of the gods of Rumble we have in Korea, but seeing it banned in this scenario makes you start to wonder. But what we'll see from the top lane, Maokai is still available, the side of Ever 8, but that would mean a Trundle possibility from So1. So maybe they'll just last pick their tank on the red side, or maybe we'll see Keen go to carries. A lot of potential ramifications of the Rumble ban.
Yet again, the J4. This time not going to be playable. We'll see it highlighted as it gets banned away here by Jin Air. So don't want Malrong or Keen to be able to pick that up. And yet again, Jace has made it down to the bottom of the draft. So we could see this come through perhaps from either side. Malrong here looking for a jungler so they can get that last pick in onto the top lane. Hovers over the Kha'Zix and will just lock it in.
Now we have seen him play Kha'Zix on 714. And you'll remember, Kilios, that it was the R-Evolve first Kha'Zix. Taking advantage of all the Dusk Blade changes and the ability to pull off some innovative ganks out of Brush. Now, evaluating how strong our R-Evolve Kha'Zix is actually something I still struggle to do, but it is really cool. So I can appreciate that, and it does have some nuance that teams aren't necessarily as practiced in facing. Rek'Sai will spot him, though, even through the invisibility, so that interaction will be interesting to track. And the Corki comes in, and you ask him for a Jace, might just be on blue side.
All right. Would be for the top lane here. Corki locked in yet again for Kuzan. They will lock up the Jace as well, so finally made it through the first draft. Didn't see it at all. We see
Maokai
it here in game
would
number
be
2.
really powerful, but potentially just like Game 1, you could get snowballed on if you can't have a better early game. So you could understand wanting a Maokai here, but maybe they feel like they have to take a fighter to be able to fight back against the Jace and have something a bit more of a chance to fight on its own, a different win condition than just late game team fighting. They will go for the Camille. And my quandary with working this out, because judging whether it's the right pick, is that for Keen it's the right pick. He is a carry top lane player. His teleports let him down, but if they had gone for a more of a role player tank, like for example the Maokai, then the Kha'Zix could jungle around bot lane, you could take advantage of Tristana pressure. That's when we've seen Tristana's deal best. Now the Kha'Zix, who already is a situational ganker at best, doesn't necessarily have a obvious lane to gank. He wants to try and help the Camille get ahead because it is melee versus range, and it could all fall apart. So extra balls thrown in the air. The juggling act for Everate is more tricky, but it does fit their core style better. So we'll wait to see what that actually means for a Game 2 performance.
Yeah, Keen needs to get the ball rolling very early on. Get ahead of this Jace so we can have that split pushing potential there. Draw the attention of Jin-Air, and then have the rest of the team wreak havoc and take objectives around him. We'll see if he can hit that point. We'll see if Septed is going to have a better time in that mid lane. Had some pretty nice shockwaves by the end of the game there in game number 1. But overall, Everate, they need to step up to the plate if they're going to find a victory here, if they're going to take us to game number 3.
And Jin-Air, with their slim hopes of playoffs, want to win 2-0, throw the gauntlet to Afreeca. Their spot in playoffs may be decided by the end of today.
All right, well, let's see what happens as we load up for game number 2. Everate looking to turn things around. Jin-Air looking for the closeout to keep those playoffs hopes alive. Let's dive onto the Rift. Jin-Air versus Everate. Here we are. Their fans still holding in there. You know, every time I see that that little bumper, the intro that we have, I would love for OGN to just make one and then rotoscope over it and make it like an anime-style intro.
Can't disagree with you. We've had some cool anime-style intros in esports history. The famous StarCraft intro in 2007. There was one done in the early Champions days that wasn't my favorite, but did have that same flair there.
Caught off guard.
Caught some fans. Always good. Speaking of getting caught.
Well, that's going to be a Dark Binding coming down on the Malrong. And he will have to take the leap. Jumps out, keeps his flash, but certainly not the ability start that he would have liked.
Happy that he didn't give up his life and kept his flash up as well. May not stop the invades coming through, as now you can kind of factor in that his clear speed is going to be significantly slower. And if you get a super leash against a jungler that started jump, in the case of the Kha'Zix in particular, your clear speed is going to be lightning fast. And looks like we're going to get at least a good leash on the side of Jin-Air.
Yep. It's going to be kicking things off here over at the Raptors.
Morgana did start binding, so her ability to start the leash with the puddle is not available. No tormented soil.
Won't be having that, but still, you know, I think it's worth it in the end to slow up Malrong just a little bit.
Is this our first Morgana of the OGN season? I feel like it's been a SPO TV exclusive champion.
It's definitely the first time that I've seen it. So,
there you go.
Or cast it, I should say.
We got a Morgana.
Yeah.
Add it to the list.
It's been a very long time.
Write that one down, Achilles.
All right. I already did. Morgana.
Nice.
Got it. I mean, I'm trying to think the last time that I really saw Morgana in competitive play outside of the few games that we've had. And it was probably when top lane Morgana was a bit of a thing.
Trace was playing it in spring last year when Jin-Air made it to the playoffs.
That is true.
He was always a top lane Morgana player, but he was messing around with it.
But as far as popularity goes, I feel like Season 4 was probably the last time.
Even then, it was a little bit out of meta. I remember the good old days of NY Jackie, again, names that haven't been in competitive play for a long time. But Season 3, a lot of Morgana mid before Erasures were taken down and just was a bit too burst-centric. Yeah, the support Morgana was a big thing for a while, of course. We get it again here. Gorilla's played it this season. One other player's played it now. We see Snowflower play it, and they did not take much magic damage, Achilles. So if you avoid the shockwave and you get the black shield, if you're Teddy, you're hopping happy.
Well, red buff going to be taken away here. Kuzan and so on are in the vicinity to go ahead and ensure that this gets picked up by MT. So he'll just snatch that up. Takes the blast cone for a ride over the Krug, so he's just getting a nice big counter invade here on that top side of the jungle. Malrong is going to push down. He can find Krugs of his own as well as the Raptors.
Potentially a nice angle bot lane, but he's not going to be there for this.
That's Eddie trying to jump away here. Takes a bit of damage from that satchel charge. The sun comes through in onto Snowflower. He's got that last second rend. Try to equalize a bit of the damage there onto Duel.
Snowflower was just level 2. Didn't have access to all Morgana's abilities. We mentioned Kha'Zix potentially visiting bot lane, and he's here now.
He's in the vicinity, but going for something like the dive be a bit too risky. As even Ella, he's not that tanky. Doesn't have the exhaust anymore.
Lane pressure around bot side is what you want with a Tristana, was something that Everett weren't able to get in game 1, as largely just in the 2v2, the turret help kept falling for the side of Duel and Ella. So already a better result, even if it was largely due to Umti having the alpha male positioning in the top side of the map.
Bit of damage down onto the turret there from Duel, getting the maximum damage off from the satchel charge. And also just helping to chunk down Teddy where possible. But seems like things might have stabilized a little bit here as the waves are just going to keep crashing in. And Teddy should have plenty of ways to confirm these minion kills coming through, what with the rend.
Bit of a risk for Duel to go Doran's Blade in this matchup. Doran's Shield is almost solely the reason we see so many engaged supports, given that no longer did harassed supports have basically a free laning phase to win. You can go Doran's Shield, and the proc every time you take damage negates all the plant damage you take from Zyra and other things. But going Doran's Blade against a Morgana, it is double-ranged auto attack. She does have a bit of harass, even if she's more about the hard engage. So it still is a risk, because Marang Fang's Umti.
Doesn't even want to try to go in for the fight. Sees that So On is not in the top lane, so has a sneaking suspicion that he would be nearby. So good restraint there by Malrong. They're not trying to go aggressively in onto that Rek'Sai. Just go back to base, picks up an extra long sword.
It's definitely not the way he likes to play League of Legends. If you meet him in person, he's a very small human being, for sure. A very slight person, but young as well. But in-game, from the moment we saw him on this stage, has been one of our most aggressive players, and I think he's had to learn to play a lot more passively. Ella doesn't have as good options when he gets bound, because going with Headbutt Pulverized, the Black Shield will just answer it, and he'll still be able to get damage off, so won't even use the Headbutt.
Yeah, Duel was decently far away with the binding connected. Now Keen getting jumped on here. So On, the damage coming through is just immense. He'll flash in. He'll just finish him off right underneath the turret in the solo kill. So On, first blood.
Yeah, we commanded the Jace and the solo kill from a very high health bar. Everything hits from the side of So On, and even autos in after the flash. Very nice play coming through from the side of Jin Air.
That was clean.
Definitely a different side of the map to bot lane, where they've been struggling a lot more, and they may even go for the wraparound gank.
I mean, Keen, he does have the ultimatum ready to go. They will be looking for the dive in perhaps. TP coming through here as well from Kuzan. Ultimatum gets dropped in onto Umti, but he immediately exits. Void rush forward, just trying to finish off this Camille. Gets the pop-up shock blast coming down. Rocket will hit one more. Auto will finish him off. Has to get the flash in as Teddy goes dangerously low. Duel flashing in underneath the turret in the bottom lane. Comes up with the kill, but the Dark Binding is there in the end from Snowflower to go ahead and make it a 1-for-1.
He would have got a reset on his jump, but I think he didn't have enough mana to get out, so ends up just trading. Not ideal. They will be able to deny CS to the turret. Speaking of turrets, the teleport is down from Keen. He knows that Malrong is on the bot side of the map, so Jinna get a very fast first sprint.
Yeah, very nicely done here from the side of Jin Air, accelerating the game at a faster pace than we saw even remotely from them in game 1. Malrong playing with fire here. Does finish off that red buff, but he is still very far behind the Rek'Sai.
We will focus on the action top side. This is a face check from Snowflower. You don't want to black shield yourself when you go into that brush, because then the Headbutt Pulverize will come onto your carry. Teddy falls so densely low, but have to imagine Duel didn't have the mana for the rocket jump, so just dies in the end. Awkward trade from Everett, especially with how much Jin Air got on the top side of the map.
Not looking good here for Everett. Wanted to see them, kind of hold firmly after those heroic defenses we saw from them at the end of game number 1, but it seems like it might have worn them out a little bit here. Always the chance that they try to turn things around, but 8 minutes in, already nearly 3,000 gold behind. They lose out on that first brick, and they're not really in a position to take any of these turrets, because even with the Tristana in the bottom lane, where we've seen turrets go down, you know, in a matter of minutes, they haven't gotten that much in with the explosive charges.
And the silver lining that you're looking for as an Ever8 fan isn't quite there, because they did jungle around the lane they wanted to win. They got the Tristana, a bit of an advantage in bot lane, but not in terms of CS. The moment that they went for this top lane pick, the Camille, we mentioned that Camille needs help. Gonna get Malrung jungler around top, but she's behind in CS by a lot. 23 CS at 9 minutes is a massive lead for So1. The amount of time and babying that the Camille will need to get relevant in this game already represents more time than Ever8 might have.
So1 able to apply so much pressure here, even just clipping with the damage on that to the skies.
They got double control ward in the enemy red side jungle at 9 minutes. Apparently there is no risk for him to play up to the inner turret. He might just kill him again.
I mean, he's looking for it. One more shock blast would have done the trick, as he will come over the wall. They'll just get some damage down onto this tier 2 turret. Gonna have quite a lot of it to offer up. All wrong will jump forward, trying to dissuade them with the void spikes, but they have another wave pushing through, so we'll see how long they want to stick in here, because Keen has to TP back. He now needs to run into the lane.
And Malrung's Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix can do so little for a Camille, even in the best case now, and this is so far away from that they're just getting cheeky, and they might even die.
I mean, they're looking for it here. Yeah, one final auto attack going through onto MT, but still very much in the fight. Not afraid of going down there.
Max range.
In. Get a little bit of damage in, but Teddy is taking a couple of those turret shots. A few more spears in with the Rend. Might have found a kill in on the duel. Snowflower is having sniper precision with these Dark Bindings.
And So1 has a very, very early Duskblade, so that's very frightening.
10-minute Duskblade. This is what Malrung wishes that he had, but, well, he hasn't even finished the jungle item yet.
You know, just going towards Krug. So she might be doing the team thing to try and put down a ward around the Rift Herald, but I don't know what she would have done even if they knew the exact timing of this Rift Herald coming through. They have so little power on the top side of the map that free objective upon free objective is available for the side of Jinner, and you also get the preferential back for Teddy and Snowflower and bot lane. You want to know what winning on every part of the map looks like? This basically resembles that for Jinner GreenWings.
Yep. Rough stuff. Kuzan as well, making some decent pace as far as that Trinity Force is concerned. Makes a little bit of a pit stop to pick up the Sork boots.
Kind of the thing about Jace is he's so far ahead, and the jungler provides so little from Ever8 that awkwardly Achilleos, he can freeze the lane, he can push it exactly when he wants, and he comes in and he's basically the Terminator with his Duskblade. He can kill people. He's the most threatening Jace teleport we've seen in the longest time. So the options here for So1 are endless, really, about what he wants to do in this game. He pushes up a minion wave, and wherever he goes, he's a one-man army.
Yeah, this is oppressive as far as the Jace is concerned here. So1 having quite the day out. Only just, 1-0-1, but that doesn't really represent how much power is backing him at the moment, because, I mean, Keen, forced to go for the Ninja Tabi first, just has the Phage. He is in such a great spot. And the Shock Blast.
Oh, dear.
Oh. The Shock Wave. Not going to connect, but it clears out the minions.
Right choice coming through for Sept. Did in game 1. Needs to do it here as well to try to delay the game. It's already a delay game from Ever8. They already don't want this game to be accelerated any faster, but 5 members and the Rift Herald popped in mid lane.
Yep, that's going to be the turret going down for sure. And might even get a decent enough charge off onto that tier 2. Another Shock Blast connecting onto Septed in the back. You can see him dropping down to about a 3rd HP. Just tugging up on those potions, trying to keep himself alive. Final charge coming through here.
I mean, Keen has to group just to stop a turret dive or 2 turrets going down, and she desperately, the Camille, wants to be in a side lane, picking up farm while this is all happening. When you make as big a rotation as Jinner do, don't have any good options on the side of Ever8.
I mean, Malrung's wrapping down here towards the bottom side, but Teddy's still going to be in a decent spot. Morgana's on the way, so maybe they just try to cut off. Nope, seems like Malrung did get himself out of there.
Talk about the tank ARAM meta, but this is the carry ARAM meta being enacted by Jinner, just trying to power down turrets before Orianna can really get any ability to react.
It's just,
I love watching
it's just dirty.
someone right now because I already called him the Terminator. Now I just imagine him being like, send more bad guys. He's up there having the time of his life.
I remember in the Terminator movies where he killed people with the Dusk Blade of Drakthar.
I mean, you didn't watch Terminator 4.5?
I gave up.
My YouTube series?
I gave up after, I think, the third one that came out.
Here's a question.
Yes.
Who would you cast as the Terminator today? If we made a new Terminator movie, you weren't trying necessarily to be an homage, but it had the same basic brief. Who would would it just be The Rock like every other action movie?
Like, he would have the overall look decently well, I guess. But that's actually a really tough one.
It feels like we don't have the like silent badasses that we once did, you know?
Yeah.
I guess maybe like a Tom Hardy.
That's actually a good pick.
Is he too old?
No. I don't think, no, I think he could get away with it. That's actually a really good one that I wasn't considering in my head.
Do you just cast a wrestler? Brock Lesnar, for example?
No. I mean, if you were going to cast a wrestler, I guess you would have to go for...
I mean, The Rock is a wrestler, I guess.
Well, I was going to say Dave Bautista would maybe be one.
He's surprisingly charismatic.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's actually pretty decent at acting compared to some of the other ones that have come out of wrestling.
That's fair.
He's also in the new Blade Runner movie.
Yes, you're right.
Which I do look forward to seeing, actually.
Well, Jin look forward to getting a 4th turret of the game as Everate really can't go wherever the Jace is.
No one can really go wherever the Jace is. Already saw how much damage he deals to Septon.
I think it's a bit weird that Riot made the Duskblade build path the Youmuu's build path. I mean, I guess, you know, the Zeal items build pretty similarly, but something about it is weird. Snowfall misses the binding on the Rift Scuttler. About the only bad thing that's happened for Jin this game.
Well, things have slowed down, but the gold has still been surging forward here for Jin Air. Just keeping that nice big lead at 16 minutes in. Everate going for a bit of an invade, but they're not going to find anybody. So just kind of wasting the time of 3 of their members.
Items in a good spot for the side of Jin Air, predictably. The ward line has been cleared out a little bit. They don't necessarily have the control of the enemy red side jungle they did for the majority of the game. They'd love Baron to spawn to have something to fight over, but no Baron on the map for another 4 minutes. This is kind of the awkward phase where it's hard to win more. You've kind of taken every free, easy objective. The win more part is harder. And you'll notice that Keen has been able to catch up in CS while So1 was rotating.
Yeah, has been able to bring it back a little bit, but still is a ways away from where he wants to be. But if you give him more alone time like that, then maybe we'll be seeing that Camille hit a nice point. And could actually be competitive. But likely going to be needing something like the Trinity Force before he can really try to go toe-to-toe against So1. In the meantime, Jin Air do have the way pushing forward in the bottom lane, but Teddy is not going to be that good at taking those structures down, so only gets a couple hits in.
Do love the double control wards in the area. Triple, actually, triangle of control wards. And the blue side as Snowflower takes far too much free damage. Almost shares it with Teddy. 4 control wards in one side of the map while they try to push up and take the inner turret in bot lane. Corki can cut so aggressively between mid lane and bot that he will be there to assist. Right now, just poking around Keen. Now finding ways to try to increase the speed of the game, but as we mentioned, difficult to do when all the outer turrets were down so early in the game. It feels like they've been raining terror for a long time, but the game's been short.
Well, it's going to be Keen going forward here with the hook shot. TP immediately coming down from the side of Kuzan, but Malrong's wrapping around the back with the ultimatum coming through. Almost finds that 1v1
Interrupt
kill.
on the teleport as well.
So1, yeah. Interrupts that. Kuzan getting shockwave, goes low, has to kite back. So a nice little win here for Everate to come up with a kill.
Yeah, we mentioned that there was no longer the same jungle control on the red side jungle for Jin Air, and yet So1 was playing as if he had it. to his credit, didn't use any summoners, but good for Everate to actually identify there was a time for them to fight back after having been dictated to for the first 17 minutes.
Slight little reprieve here for Everate, but what is going to be the next move? Will not be set up or have really the damage to try to take out that Baron initially as it's getting ready to spawn in a minute and a half.
Definitely don't have the same queries for Jinair, although Umti not the most tanky as he has a Phage and a Tiamat. Pretty greedy to have that, but he's so far ahead with Cinderhulk and 2 damage items that he wants to be more of a pick champion than necessarily someone that can tank Baron. Baron's their fastest way to end the game, so there's at least something that Everate will be a little bit less respectful of a Baron take.
Infernal Drake might just be where we see our next fight. It's going to be coming up in just a few minutes here. Second Drake of the game as the Mountain had gone over to the side of Jinair initially. So on, forces a flash into the pit, keeps himself alive.
They hadn't been moving, so Umti with the Tremor Sense wasn't able to spot. But they do get the flash out of So1, and maybe even more pressure relief from Keen, who is doing better than expected given all the early game problems he had. When you do take 2 turrets so quickly in a lane, there very often will be scenarios like this where the catch-up gold will be available with all the minion waves that So1 can't safely guide into the inhibitor turrets so early in the game.
Jinair have definitely hit a bit of a wall as they look for an opportunity to keep pushing themselves forward here in this game. Just keep wrapping back and forth between the lanes. Finally do find a little bit of alone time here, or near alone time in the mid lane. As Kuzan will be able to chunk things out with that Trinity Force. Gets a couple good hits in, but is still unable to take it down.
I mean, Jinair at this point is kind of like a child actor that found too much success too young, because they've gotten to the point where the hard objectives really are difficult for them to pull off. Growing this lead is difficult, so some of this is just the nature of Summoner's Rift being so much harder, the bottleneck's so much more real when you're trying to push in, that they need this game to go a bit longer before they have things to actually force Everate to fight them.
Who would be your biggest choice for child actor that got too big too early?
Let's just keep on the Terminator train, the one from Terminator 2.
Okay.
John Connor.
I don't remember his name.
Exactly.
The actor's name.
Isn't that the whole point? If you remembered his name, it wouldn't have fit the category, Achilles.
Very true. I was going to say, maybe almost, I don't know what he did past Home Alone, but maybe Macaulay Culkin a little bit.
He's popped up here, and then his brother obviously is doing quite well.
I mean, I know he was dating Mila Kunis for a very long time.
Look,
which is just bizarre to me.
This is the Papa and Achilles podcast, but it will not be a damn TMZ podcast. Let's keep it clean.
Okay. Have you seen his band?
No.
He just has a band and they sing about pizza, playing instruments made out of pizza boxes.
Was it his brother or him that was in Scott Pilgrim? One of the Culkins was in that movie at the start. He was the roommate.
That would be his brother.
Okay. I wasn't 100%.
Yeah, that was not Macaulay Culkin.
Kieran
excellent,
Culkin, I believe.
Excellent movie.
Yes, agreed.
Love me some Edgar Wright. I still haven't seen Baby Driver. Hasn't come out in Korea yet. I'm very sad. Doesn't come out until the 11th, I think. Something around there. So quite sad. One of my favorite directors, and I can't watch this movie yet.
I would love to see Jinair direct us to some action. Well, after 22 minutes, so now we can finally start wiggling our fingers at them and say start taking some of the bigger objectives. Speaking of, there's a Infernal Drake. Happy spawn for Jinair.
Looking to take that one away. Black Shield a little bit too late to stop the slow, but going to be too much chase forward here onto the Morgana, it seems. As the Infernal does go over to Jinair, so now have a decent amount of power to help bump them up as far as taking the Baron is concerned, but they still have been hesitant in their rotation, so they would definitely need some picks.
They can't argue. When you go for a Jace comp and you get Mountain Inferno as the first 2 spawns and another Mountain coming, they're definitely happy with the RNG that's been dealt to you.
Trust me, I'm perfectly happy as a spectator as well.
Youmuu's and the Drusk Blade complete for Jace. He's ready to do some killing.
Yep. And maybe that killing involves the Baron as well. Vision clear coming through here from the side of Jinair, getting the Scuttle Crab as well. So maybe we'll see them go for this objective. For now, though, Teddy and Snowflower will be bringing up the top lane. They already got that tier 2 turret.
Once again, Everett not moving. Only now do they adjust.
Still not in a position to get the catch onto Umti, so he stays safe.
Jin have to overwhelm Baron with damage because they don't have the tankiness like we mentioned. They're more built for turn, they're more built for pick. They don't have enough control wards down in the enemy red side jungle to force those picks.
Clearing them out, but everybody is, well, they're standing on one right now.
I feel like Kuzan should be going for a sweeper this game. He doesn't need the vision coverage. They have already control wards, map control, and a Rek'Sai. They know exactly where the 3 members are, so Everett are just basically buying time for extra items.
They kill it in the end. They threw down the control ward to try to bait them in, perhaps. Kuzan going to be starting up the red buff. There's plenty of members here from the side of Everett to try to control this one. I think the smite...
Mara.
Yeah, did get it in the end.
Teddy on that skin has the red AoE to symbolize the connection with his support. That's a bit troll sometimes.
Thank you, Riot. That's all right. We just have to take a closer glance. But this is just going to be the buffs getting taken away. It seems like Keen might try to do something to stop this one.
Sounds pretty low on mana, so they want to watch how they play this scenario out.
All right, well, looks like they'll just give it to Septed in the end.
Remember that they are a team with no tank. Sure, Rek'Sai is decently tanky, but hasn't built tank. They don't really have the ability to teleport flank at all. So catches, which are so common in this meta, are much more hard for Jin to pull off. And we again get back to what we talked about before, where they kind of had a bigger lead than this, especially relative to where the game time was at 10, 15 minutes ago, but have been slowed down at taking harder objectives because of the way the map works. Jin need to play smart because for now, Everett are stabilizing even if they are comfortably behind.
Walking in, does get spotted. Septed flashes in to try to get the pick. Shockwave gonna whiff as Umti will answer with his own flash, so 1 for 1 in that regard. He gets out safely. So one pushing forward into the bottom lane, pops at Yomu's, but doesn't really have the wave to back him up to try to get in onto the turret. The shock blast only connects onto 1 minion.
Dodges enough damage and never quite sure how Camille can do in the 1v1, so I'm being relatively respectful of the fact that Keen is competitive even if behind. Jin keep pushing up minions in bot lane, in top lane. The other part where Rek'Sai and Morgana invade and have sweepers in control, it's still just a warding totem for Kuzan. They start the Baron, but they don't have the tankiness to do this.
Nope, so they just stop immediately.
That might have been an auto attack mistake there onto one of the wards, because there was never going to be a Baron force there.
Okay, I see. They had wards stacked, so that was actually kind of confusing me. I saw the control ward and then saw the icon saying that there was no vision. I was like, well, how was that working out then? It's a bit perplexed, but Umti just going to jump over as Jin clears out the vision on this side of the wall. Perhaps they go right back over toward that Baron. Someone does have the TP in the bottom lane.
Vision getting a lot more appropriate, and they can go and push up the top lane, then return to Barons, getting better from the side of Jin. One mistake, even a single pick, like Kuzan face checking that brush. All the wards return, all the control wards are swept. This advantage goes away, so see what Jin will do here.
Well, it seems like patience is going to be the answer. They're just going to wait in the brush for somebody to push forward, try to get a pick, and then rotate back over to the Baron while So-On just occupies the bottom lane. Oh, I say that. They surprised me yet again.
Kuzan going to be on information gathering duty. Baron down to 6,000. So far behind here, Everett. Might have to be a last-second contest. Malrong walks up, 3,000 health now.
He's going at dangerously low. Teddy will have that rend. Can they get a miraculous steal? The answer is going to be no. Now Elo is in the front of the pit. Pops the ultimate to keep himself alive, but still has the flash. But the shockwave clips in onto So-On, finds the kill, and now they're looking for more because Jin is stuck into the pit. Even with the tactical speed, tries to get a little bit of damage. Kuzan's forced away with the flash, but Malrong pursues over the wall with the leap, takes him down. Now ultimate him down onto Teddy. Satchel charge there as well. The explosive charge, rather, will finish him off. And Jin have to scramble. It's Umti and Snowflower, the only 2 remaining members left alive, to try to carry out these Baron buffs. Dark Binding will connect in. And Snowflower tries to make it out of here with that Baron-powered recall. Will he do it? Yes, he can, but Umti on the other side is still struggling. Void Spike's connecting in, Malrong looking for the kill. Does have that flash if he wants to go for the wall, but Umti maybe looking for the fight. Malrong just buying a little bit of time here for the rest of his squad to arrive, but doesn't even need it. Comes up with a solo kill, and it's only going to be one Baron buff going over to Jin-Air.
I mean, Jin-Air GreenWings didn't have a Baron confirm and turn comp. They could really only do one. That's why it was the killing fields for Everett on the back end. Feels reminiscent what we got in the late stages of game one. The objective is off the map. The gold is still there, but the gold lead is pretty slight by the standards of this series. 6,500 gold only. I mean, that's where Keen's going to be able to take this top lane out of turret as well if he wants to stay. He will not as Jace comes up, but it's pretty small.
I mean, the gold, this is where it was at 15 minutes. So it hasn't really been growing. I mean, Jin-Air, they pull the trigger on it toward they get the Baron, but they suffer so heavily for this.
So one has all the gold, has to flash away from the first command attack. The second one catches him, playing with fire too much, and I guess you have to say the same is the story of Jin-Air in general. They don't have control wards in this area, so they're actually losing out on auto attacks as they weave in and out. Feeling they can commit to a fight, Kuzan poking around the backside. If they could see every member for an entire time, they had a lot of damage to try to turn on them. But the moment that Jace went down for free, and they didn't have that vision, Jin-Air were actually up against it.
So Everett, and again, winning a fight, keeping themselves in this game as much as possible, but Snowflower not going down. Doesn't mean that they have these Baron-empowered minions to try to push in to finish off some of these structures. Just those two, or the one outer turret rather, still remaining in the bot lane. But for now, we'll be pushing up into the mid side of the map.
Look at the side waves in order. Complete this plays so much better. Sideways in order is Malrong looking for assassination.
Just pokes out, but has to go ahead and eject himself from the potential fight. Too many members of Jin-Air in the vicinity.
Biggest surprise this game. Remember that there was no-go zones for Everett for the majority. We saw Keen grouped up with his mid laner watching his turrets went down around him. Is that there's actually equal levels in every lane between the sides of Jin-Air and Everett. The fact that they were able to get the experience that should have been denied from a lot of the play here lets you know that Jin-Air found it hard to grow a lead that was so big so early. The end result has been that in most ways Everett are within the realms of possibility when it comes to taking down Jin-Air. Again, somehow, we're getting the aftershocks of MVP, being able to do that in game 2 of that series. Back away here, still a lot of gold on Teddy, still some great options for Jin-Air, but they don't force well Achilles, they don't really have initiation.
Kuzan gonna get jumped on, taking so much damage while isolated. Malrong might just have the solo kill. Kuzan does fire back a little bit, almost takes him low enough for the kill, but does go down in the end. Except that it was nearby, but doesn't get the assist. And that is going to be a nice major pick coming through here for the side of Everett, who can now knock down that outer turret in bot.
And the moment a member goes down like that, any aggressive move from Jin-Air will be tempered aggression. It will mean that Everett can take turrets in the bot side. It means they'll get free farm in the top side. This is where the gold lead will once again start to creep away from the side of Jin-Air. And while both teams are very low on true tankiness, remember that Everett has Orianna, has great ball carriers with the Alistair and also the guaranteed ball carrier, at least onto one member of the Hextech Ultimatum. So while there is overlap in identity, the reliability of Everett is higher in a true 5v5. At the end of the day, Jin-Air want to 5v5, but they don't have a comp that allows them to force anything, and thus we enter this sort of territory where Jin-Air will wonder how it could be, given how big their early gold lead was.
Things starting to feel a bit like game 1 here for Everett, still fighting an uphill battle, but they're keeping it very close in these exchanges. But this time around, the inhibitors haven't fallen yet, so it's a much better time for them to start turning the game on its head.
Gotta say, not convinced by Jin-Air's double AD comps, which they're running a lot. This, I guess, is a triple AD comp, but while Kuzan on the Corki has been fine, the decision-making around winning games with double AD has been letting them down compared to some of the LeBlanc comps we were mentioning and some of the other comps that Jin-Air have run in summer.
Yep. And this, yet again begs the question that if Jin-Air somehow do make it to playoffs, if Afreeca Freecs lose both of their games, Their second one going to be against Jinair. Will they be able to perform in the wildcard match against SK Telecom? Because right now the answer seems like no, even with SKT's recent struggles.
You want to be optimistic and say yes, because they beat SK Telecom, right? But very different patch on 7.13 to 7.14. Very different SKT with their improved performance recently. And even if they somehow shocked SKT, which would be a story in itself, could they win a best of 5 against Samsung, KG Rolster, or Longzhu? The easy answer is no. So it would require certainly a big upward trajectory or a difference in style from what they're playing recently for Jinair to actually make a dent on playoffs. But top 5 for a team that was in the relegation tournament would be a godsend. That would really be a big reward. The Korean Air organization that, of course, is the granddaddy of Jinair and thus sponsors the Jinair GreenWings would be very happy with it on a simple level. It's just about Jinair's struggle. Likely to win this series still. Up against it to make it to the playoffs. But if you're asking me, can they be a contender? I think the clear answer is no.
Well, they're trying to be a contender in this game. Trying to take us to game number 3 and spare us from, something like an hour-long break in between our second set.
I mean, up for it. Honestly, Ever8 played surprisingly well on the late game of game 1. In this game, they do have great options. I'm happy for a game 3 to occur. Jinair right now, they're gank brushing from ahead, which lets you know they really don't know how to win Achilles. If you're 7,000 gold ahead in gank brushing, that's bad.
Yeah. Well, Mountain Dragon gets started up for a second there, but both junglers just going to be passing each other like ships in the night. Not going to be engaging, and no one's going to be engaging onto the Baron either. So it's just going to be slow and steady as we continue this snail-like pace. As I say that, Snowflower takes quite a bit of damage from Duel.
I mean, Duel's getting free items. He's close to a Bloodthirster, it looks like, as a 4th item to shake off any of the poke coming through from the Jace. Ever8 also have enough map pressure. Insane to think at 35 minutes they can actually take the second Mountain Drake. This could have been 3 as Dark Binding hits.
Yeah, connects in onto Duel, but he gets a leap off in time. So he keeps himself alive and ready for the fight.
As Vamp Scepter, so can just wait for the minion wave to be pushed in, and we'll be able to contest onto a play around the Baron. Play here for Jinair that we're not seeing is for Umti to lead the charge with a black shield, and they should be able to put down wards. They're going to skip that step.
Starting this one up, and Keen's TPing in from the bottom lane. They would have to confirm yet again from Teddy on that Callista. Now flash away, not going to be finding anything with that Pulverizes Ella, nor the slow from the Righteous Glory. Big shock blast connects into the backside, taking Duel and Septon down to about half HP each. Do they go back in for the Baron is going to be the question. However, it looks like the answer is going to be yes. Malrong stealthing his way in from behind, looking for an opportunity in. Except that it takes another shock blast in the face. Dark Binding not going to connect, and the Baron will reset a second time.
This sort of play is correct for Jinair because they are winning the poke battle, Achilles, but trying to force would definitely be the wrong decision. So this is a very polarizing moment here. Control ward once again on the Baron. Kuzan poking.
Oh,
look at that damage.
Takes so much damage. Kuzan just firing away with the shock blast offered up as well from
Joe can just auto attack the Rift Scuttler.
Except that he's got to answer the wave in the top lane. He's not going to be here for the fight. Should one break out, that will be the Baron going over to Jinair, and it seems like this time all 5 members can exit with a buff. So they finally win out that war of attrition. They come up with a victory. Umti, he's checking Malrong, who's very far forward, but Kuzan is here. Blast Code taking Umti out to safety. Can they follow up with a kill? He flashes away from the leap, will keep himself alive, will keep that Baron buff.
And Malrong gets very aggressive. Interesting to see Septon back away there. Sure, massive minion wave, but you saw a team fight there that Ever8 could win. In the end, they accepted that with all the poke, it was not the right move. If you do lose Baron to Jinair, it's much easier for them to close the game. It's much easier for them to break the base with the insane poke and siege they have. Baron buff should be the way that actually gets them into the base. Interesting passage of play. Ever8 in general. Wave the white flag, give up the Baron, and now it's on Jinair to break the base in this Baron buff power play.
All right, so still, we have not distanced ourselves from the game 1, pace of the game. Jinair get a couple more Baron buffs this time around, able to retain all of them as opposed to just Snowflower having one. We'll see how much they can get done with this.
They have to be so respectful of the Shockwave. This is a big Orianna, 2-0-0, 20 CS lead on a Corki. And magic resist, there's a Locket, there's a little bit of magic resist elsewise, but the Void Staff is already complete on the side of Scepted. So the moment you start grouping up, trying to take down those inhibitor turrets, the Shockwave can answer very swiftly.
You can see though, right now, Jin kind of struggling to figure out what lane they can push in. Moving their way all the way up from the bottom now into the top. Still a decent amount of wave clear here from Duel. Big crit goes through onto Kuzan. Umpty is just sitting underground, looking for that tremor sense to try to spot out as many members around the rest of his squad as he possibly can to keep them safe.
131 is the correct identity here on the side of Jin Air, specifically Jace on the bot side with teleport. There is no teleport on Keen, and Jace has an embarrassment of riches in terms of items, so it's the way they want to play. No one knows that Malrong's in the area, but Malrong, while being formidable, is not as strong as Jace.
Duel could be getting jumped on here, almost goes down, will
Going
be chased
hard.
forward here. Teddy just going ham right in underneath the turret, will come up with the kill and keeps himself alive. Now looking for Ella, finds the double kill. Teddy just pressing the go button, dives straight in. That could just lead to the end of the game now. Scepted needs a monstrous shockwave if he's gonna stop this push. Dark Blast connects, doesn't take too much damage, but the turrets under fire are just falling so very swiftly. Dark blinding in on the Malrong, he goes low. Keen dashing forward, tanking up in the front lines. Take a little bit of damage here from Kuzan as a response.
Aim
But now
exposed
just
into
one more
life.
Nexus turret.
Yeah, right, the minion waves are crashing. They're turning
Getting
Scepted.
jumped on. Shockwave comes through his head. He goes low, but he still keeps himself alive. Just able to kite back. Nexus now exposed, should be going down. And off the backside of Teddy saying go in, Jin Air will finally be able to finish off that game. 40 minutes in, they come up with a victory.
Teddy was the star of spring season when Jin Air didn't get many match wins. He's had much more of a backup this season. But in the end, when the game needed to be won, he decided that even as Kalista, he was going to initiate it. He was going to end the game. We could have been in for another 10 to 15 minutes for Jin Air to find a way to break the base. They had such a big lead. 8 to 10 minutes in, the game started to fall away from them. Teddy straps on, he starts off the fight, he goes for the turret dive, and from there, Jin Air win in one passage of play.
It all ended in the blink of an eye. Jin Air finally able to close that one out. They keep their hopes of making it into the playoffs alive with this victory, but now they have to rely on their future enemies that we will be seeing in our next game. Afreeca Freecs need to suffer a loss against MVP if Jin Air is going to be able to make it into the playoffs. We'll go ahead and get a replay of this because we didn't have time and the game just ended so quickly after.
Yeah, the Rend was already down, so you might think the action was over, but with Duel's low health bar, it takes a long time to actually clear him up, but the CC keeps him involved, and then the Alistair is turned on as well. But Teddy sees the damage, knows the teleport's available. Jace didn't have an interrupt near him, as Camille could not be near the Jace with no teleport herself. And the game ends in one passage. But when we do see the Jin Air players face Achilles, it is going to be so different to what they would have expected when they went into that series against MVP last week. If they had won that series as predicted, they would have come in and they would have been a match ahead. They would have actually been the same match score as Afreeca, and then it's a clean option. Whatever Afreeca's result, beat Afreeca Freecs later this week and qualify for the playoffs. That's not the way it is. They need Afreeca to lose today against MVP. That's certainly a lot to ask for, but not out of the realms of possibility, given MVP's recent improvement.
Well, 2-0 victory for Jin Air, but it was certainly one they had to struggle through. 6th place against current 10th, and it seems like they're going to be staying that way here with this loss. Ever 8 winners already locked into the promotion tournament. Later on, after the Worlds qualifiers, after the grand final, will have to try to retain their spot in LCK, and unfortunately they do not have a win at the moment to kind of ride a wave of momentum off of into that series. But topping the charts is going to be Kuzan there with the Corki. Very closely behind is Teddy, who just had that monstrous Kalista at the end.
I believe Everett are not mathematically ruled out of finishing 9th. Again, 9th is still the relegation tournament. So on, after his early laning phase, just like a bit of the laning phase award in Game 1, will go to the side of So1. Solo kill on the top side was really allowed Jin Air to get the pressure. And just like Game 1, They had it till it started to fall away. It felt like the sand was going through their fingers. They were able to recreate. This was really clean from So-Won, who has been a great carry player in the summer season. Less clean in the next moves, but there was only one strategy from Jin Air. Camp the Jace lane, get the Jace ahead. And when we had a Kha'Zix jungle who already is not the best to camp, had to choose between helping a Camille who was hopelessly behind or visiting the Tristana, couldn't get the Tristana far enough ahead, and the end result was that an inner turret fell so early in the game.
Yeah. Just able to take that one down. I mean, things slowed down very much after that, but here we have one of those fights that ended up transitioning into that Baron at the end. Shock Blast just rips right through them.
He was so far ahead in terms of straight Dirk items. They were completed so early in the piece. The Baron decisions here were very interesting. After Scepter got poked that time, felt that the Orianna couldn't commit to the fight. The Baron went over. Teddy initiated. From there, this was the passage of play that would end the game for Jin Air GreenWings.
Well, nicely done by Jin Air. Definitely a lot to talk about as far as the VOD review is concerned, though. But, well, they have some time to worry about that and then get prepped for the Afreeca Freecs. But for now, we will have our MVP interview. Let's go ahead, throw it over to Joel and hear from Snowflower and So-Won.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview translations for today, and we are here with Jin Air GreenWings. We pick up a 2-0 victory. Not might be the cleanest one they've had in the season, but they are still the winners in the end. And now we are here with the MVPs for today, Snowflower and So-Won, for the interview. Congratulations on the win, guys. How do you feel?
일단 저희가 MVP전을 지게 되면서 이제 자력 진출은 불가능하게 되었는데
Yeah, after losing the game to MVP, we kind of lost our hopes for the playoffs, but I think we were really just trying to do our best to get the best result possible by the end of the season.
예, 폭포신이 가 있습니다. 아 그리고 소환 선수도 이제 7월 중간부터 계속해서 연달아 출전하고 계시잖아요.
And So-Won, it just seems that ever since that some time, you've been really starting in that top lane more often than not.
잘 맞는 것 같아요. 도움되는 쪽으로.
Yeah, I think right now it's the current meta is fitting me really well, and it's really forming a good chemistry with my teammates.
오늘 경기 운영이 굉장히 깔끔했어요.
We thought the first game with game 1 was a rather clean finish by you guys, and we thought that it would be a very easy win for you guys in the series, but what happened after that? Yeah, I thought in game 1 we thought that we were going to get the clean win as well, but when we started working on our macros, I think our weaknesses really showed, and we really didn't know how to finish as nicely as we would. We want to look at some of the highlights from game 1. I'm sure So-Won would have been very surprised, startled here by how this happened. Yeah, all we had to really was destroy the turret and get that win, the team fight. We probably would have finished the game, but that was really a surprise play for us. Wouldn't it be nicer if you guys went defensive instead of going so aggressively? Yeah, but I think going too defensive was not the best option, so you needed to get more advantages to get the victory. But I think the most decisive moment I think we're going to see in the highlight is at the bot lane. And what did it feel like? They went pretty aggressively at you guys at the bot lane. I had no idea what they were trusting, you know, to come so aggressively at us. We had the advantage definitely going our way, so it was definitely their fault for going in so aggressively, and we just get the right counter attack on that one. It just seems like Jin Air had a really good early game, but didn't really finish it out in the best of manners. I think this is where the coaches come in, not really satisfied, even with the win. Yeah, Snowflower, you were smiling there in that instance. What was the communication between that? Yeah, he was just screaming Rakan, and he walked into the booth, so you probably can tell what that was all about. So he was complaining why I didn't go for the turrets and try to always go for the kills. But perhaps he was right though. But after game 1, it was a rather unclean finish, but he came up with the Jace, and it was a spectacular performance on that champion. Yeah, I think Jace is definitely one of my comfort picks for sure. And I'm sure, you know, if you're going up against a Maokai, it's relatively easy to go against that, but what do you think of that matchup? I think it's always trying to get the jungler onto your side and really get the top turret as fast as you can. And this is one of those situations where he gets a solo kill right here. As soon as you got the first few hits, did you know that solo kill was coming? Yeah, I was just constantly hitting it, and by the time it got low enough health, I knew that I could flash in and get the kill. You guys got a continuation kill right after this play. Yeah, I think we were pretty excited to get that kill as soon as Camille teleported back in.
약간 좀 그런 것 같아요. 지네어가 1세트도 그렇고 2세트도 그렇고 확실히 뭐 기본기라든가 운영적인 측면에서 훨씬 더
And it just seemed like Jin was basically on the edge, basically an edge above Everett in terms of macro in the early game. Yeah, I think during the mid game our macro plays were really indecisive and we weren't really sure on what we were supposed to do, and I think we weren't very much in agreement with our teammates on what we were trying to do to carry that game through the late game. Yeah, we were actually counting on our visions, but we didn't use that vision advantage that we had to the most of our advantages, and I think that was kind of the big problems that led to the late game. But Morgana's support was good. Do you want to explain the pick and why you came up with that? Yeah, it was definitely a gorilla specialty, and he used it against Rakan before. But back in NA, we actually saw it being used against Alistar in a couple of occasions. So I thought it might be a good counter pick to go against that. So tried my hand on it today. So with the Jin getting another win, you guys still have your hopes alive. And I'm sure you're counting on now the other teams to get you guys the point advantage that you guys should have indirectly. Yeah, well, of course, getting to the playoffs is now an impossible feat now, but I think we're needing a lot more support from you guys so we don't get down any further from where we are right now. So even if we lose, we're going to still always try our best efforts for the rest of the season. And that's the end of the interview. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Joel, for the translation as always. Rest of the season, not a whole lot left of that for the side of Jin Air. Just have that final game as they get ready to square off against the Afreeca Freecs, and it could be the deciding factor as to which team is going to be going into the playoffs in 5th place.
Yeah, it could be a dead rubber as well. We'll look at the rankings and explain the scenario to you guys, but Jin Air did the minimum. They got the 2-0 over Everett winners. They keep their chances alive, but they may be squashed by the Afreeca Freecs as soon as our next series, which will be starting a little bit later, of course, with the 2-0 win. So looking at the standings, Jin Air are now 8-9. They can reach the 9-match win score of the Afreeca Freecs and match them as long as Afreeca lose the 2 series they have in hand. The next one against MVP and also against Jin Air themselves, played on Saturday. That part is already unlikely. The game score could be a factor as well. If they have the same game score, there will be a best-of-1 tiebreaker. They had one of those in spring season, but that was just for seeding for the wildcard match. A best-of-1 to decide who goes to the playoffs and who finishes 6th would be epic.
Yes, it would. See if that's going to happen here, because MVP needs to come up with a victory against the Afreeca Freecs if Jin Air is going to stay in playoff contention. So they might be happy for the moment because they got the win over Everett, but they still could be feeling quite saddened by the end of the night should Afreeca be able to walk away with that victory.
And MVP do come in with 3-match wins. So the MVP of a month ago, not going to happen. The MVP of today.
We hope.
True. The MVP of today, anything can happen. Afreeca Freecs can just put the destiny in their own hands, which is all Jin Air would have wanted. They squandered that, and now they have to watch on and cheer on MVP.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. We're going to go to about a 45-minute break, guys, and we'll come back with the next series, always having that locked-in start time. So we'll see you then. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 45.
Coming up next, MVP, Afreeca Freecs. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Those cravers backstab me, deceive me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah. 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning, I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
as a wild bird sing. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
Today's matchup. MVP. Afreeca Freecs. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to dive into our second match of the evening. This one also carrying some high stakes for Janair. GreenWings is going to be MVP going up against the Afreeca Freecs, who, if they come up with a victory, will lock themselves into that 5th place spot, will be going into the playoffs. But if they lose, even if it is a 1-2 loss for them, Janair's hopes stay alive.
And sadly, Janair are role-playing a different group of people watching MVP needing to pick up a match victory, because that's where the LCK team was at Rift Rivals, you'll remember, needing MVP to pick up a victory over OMG. Now Janair feels akin to those fans, because if MVP cannot take down their opponents today in the Afreeca Freecs, Afreeca qualify for the top 5, and sadly Janair's slim hopes are gone.
Yep, everybody else locked in, just need to figure out what that 5th place spot is going to be. SKT locked in for the wild card match no matter what, so we have to determine who their opponent is going to be. And, you know, given Janair's performance in our first match of the day, you'd have to expect that if it was going to be them, SKT would quite handily win that matchup. But Afreeca Freecs could certainly give them a run for their money and definitely are the favorites to go ahead and lock themselves into that 5th place spot. But MVP have been on an uptick. They have 3 match wins in a row at the moment, all of them 2-1 victories over Janair, Samsung of all teams, and then BBQ as well. So they have that momentum behind them, but is it going to be enough for them to take down the Afreeca Freecs?
And fans will remember that Afreeca went on a tear of 3-game-only series. That tear actually ended with their 2-0 win over MVP in the first round robin, but MVP are a new thing to consider on patch 7.14. ADD finally has reclaimed his tank champion pool in the top side. The team in general has leveled up their shot calling and returned to the team that finished 4th in the spring season. Now it's more difficult opposition today. Now it's still unlikely that they'll pick up the victory, but putting faith in MVP a month ago would have been a fool's errand. Putting in faith in MVP today is an outside chance for Janair GreenWings.
It's something that you can certainly make an argument around, so people won't think of you as a madman for doing so, but they are going up against the Afreeca Freecs. ADD going to have to test his strength against Marin, the veteran here of the league. We'll be starting things off in the top lane, and in the jungle as well, it's going to be Spirit rather than Mowgli. So we'll be going back to the full standard roster here for the Afreeca Freecs.
And certainly Mowgli has looked pretty good recently, and Spirit has been up and down. So this could definitely change over the course of our best of 3 today. Spirit has been largely focusing on the Elise, and even the Lee Sin to some degree recently, although he is also the man happy to flex the Rumble into the jungle. They're undefeated doing that so far this season. Interesting to see how they come together. Marin's champion pool recently has found a new champion in the Malphite that he played over at the Gangnam Stadium at the end of last week. Didn't do great in lane against Jace, although it's not obviously in the early game a fantastic matchup by any means against a ranged auto attacker. But largely, he had been focused on Jarvan, Gragas, Rumble, and Renekton. Found a win on the Gnar, found a win on the Malphite, starting to get a bit bigger in terms of the champion pool for a man who has always had his select few.
The Gnar is probably still something he'd like to avoid, but we'll go ahead and take a look at the last 10 matches. You can see their MVP had that massive loss streak that is now getting pushed off of the screen. We're able to break that with the victory over BBQ. Bit of a touch and go there. The loss to the Tigers, not great for them. trying to resurge, but these last few wins, especially taking down Samsung, has sort of reinvigorated this squad.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they've taken down 2 teams that will finish top 6, so that's a pretty good feel for the side of MVP. As back in the first round robin, it was the bad feels, another extension of the 2-0 loss streak that MVP went under. Kramer's Zaya picked himself up plenty of MVPs, been a must-ban or contest pick against them. The Cassiopeia from Kuro, who on this day is very close to securing the overall regular season MVP. I mean, we're talking about mathematical scenarios because of what's happening around the top 5, and mathematically, he's in a great spot.
Yeah, if he gets a single MVP here today, the best that anybody else can do would be BDD, who's in second place, to tie him at first place for the regular season MVP. But 2 wins, and he is over the edge. He is the MVP, so Kuro is at the cusp of claiming that title for himself.
Which would be a big story for Kuro, who on Afreeca Freecs got the chance to prove himself away from the stars on Rocks Tigers. Is looking at the top lane matchup between ADD and Marin, showing that Malphite that he played recently. Interestingly, not being as much Marin Maokai as you might expect on patch 7.14. The tanks definitely could fit in to his champion pool, though they've been banning Maokai more often than I would have expected. Whereas you see MVP ADD on 7.14, he's found the Cho'Gath, he's found the Maokai, he's in heaven.
One of the few successful Cho'Gaths that we've really seen. Seen it tried out in the jungle a couple times, I believe Spirit as well. One of the ones that brought that out and just did not have much success with it. So it's still kind of like an edge meta pick. We see it a lot more in the other regions around the world, NA, EU, playing around with that one a little bit more, but maybe we'll see some Cho'Gath here today.
I agree. The best use of Cho'Gath hasn't really been revealed in Korea so far. In the jungle with winning lanes, I think it can be very powerful, but if your lanes fall behind, he's very, very useless if he's coming out of vision. So getting value out of the Cho'Gath, like you say, has been up and down. Ready to be convinced, though, if one of these teams can perfect it. I'd love to see the Marin Cho'Gath. That's something that interests me greatly. Afreeca Freecs just need a match win. Doesn't matter the score. 2-1 or 2-0. And Afreeca Freecs will play SK Telecom in the wildcard match. A match filled to the brim with storylines. Kurovas, FLICKR, Marin versus old team. And also Afreeca's traditional extended history of winning record against SKT. It's on MVP to do Jin a favor and ruin that party today.
Yeah. We'll see if they can do it here. Afreeca, they want the 2-0 victory, try to intimidate SK Telecom as much as possible. Whether it's Afreeca or Jin, they will have a week to prepare for that wild card match, that best-of-3 series, to try to come out on top and advance further into the gauntlet, into the quarterfinal where everything will get started. Because we still don't know where the teams are going to be, who's going to be in third place, what is going to be the next step beyond that wild card match. So the top 3 is still shuffling around as we close out this final week.
Yeah, it's a weird spot for 4th to be set. 4th will be SK Telecom T1, but every other place is up for grabs as late as the final series of the week. Samsung, Longzhu, and KT can all be our overall regular season champion and thus guaranteed top 2. KT Rolster in the best spot with their match against SKT tomorrow. About 45 seconds away from that pick ban starting. We start on the hour here in the LCK. Some smiles from the MVP players, and they deserve it. They have been so much better on patch 7.14 with the meta falling at their feet and being a lot more settled. They still had some innovation. We could still see some crazy picks out of MVP, but largely what they've been doing recently has been strong.
Well, Afreeca, coach is entering the booths as well, getting ready to dive straight into this one. MVP kicking things off over onto the blue side. We'll have that looser ban phase where they can try to target out the likes of Kuro, the likes of Marin, maybe even Kramer, taking away that Zaya that he has looked so very comfortable on.
And it is a 3-game series where 2 out of 3, like you say, will be on the blue side. So maybe that will be a trump card to deal with the Afreeca Freecs, who are a bit more narrow in their champion pools compared to some other teams. But let's load into it. Afreeca Freecs today could settle who our top 5 teams will be. The order still to be decided, but Afreeca Freecs can guarantee their spot with a match win.
Well, first and foremost is going to be that Rumble. Still have to show that immense amount of respect over to Marin.
And the flex pick of Spirit. So because they've been flexing it recently, it's a double trouble ban, which didn't even need to be before for Marin to receive the bans, and now you just feel a little bit cleaner if you're MVP, pulling it away.
That way against SK Telecom as well, since we've seen Peanut bringing the Rumble out in the jungle.
So largely, with my preparation, I've been focused on the last 3 matches because I don't think it really pays a lot of attention to focus on MVP pre-714, pre-champion pools being a bit more established. So looking at recent picks, Gragas for Beyond is 4-0. Ian's found a lot more value on the Orianna, and Xayah has been their AD carry of choice. That's why you see a Kalista ban as their final ban. They won't be picking up the Kalista, and Xayah is a hugely contested pick for Afreeca as well. They have to choose between banning Elise or Xayah. This could very much be in a Xayah first pick, or maybe even a Maokai for MVP.
All right, yeah, do go ahead and take that one away. Don't want that in the hands of Marin. Got the massive winning record across his career with the Maokai.
I wonder if we see a Xayah takeaway in the first round. Wouldn't be a surprise with it being Afreeca. MVP had to choose between the Maokai and Xayah, and some teams have prioritized Maokai a lot lower than perhaps fans would expect in other regions. And this will be the start of it being a first pick ready, denial pick away from Marin, and I guess Spirit also. And it's just going to be the Lovers bot lane fully locked in. OGN represented at the bottom. Kramer, who was a very early adopter of Xayah, is 10-3 on the pick. Very high win rate, and it feels like Kramer and his Xayah kind of matches Prey and his Ashe when it comes to picks that are synonymous with players in recent history.
It's going to be the Tristana coming through as an answer here from the side of Maha. And maybe we just lock down the bot lane. We will, in fact, as the Alistar will be coming through for Max.
Yeah, return to the Trist Alistar. I'm hyped to see that. Very old duo lane, but the sort that can hard engage. Try to punish the Xayah. Very early priority on the Jarvan. Another flex pick top laner that they managed to put together when Rumble was banned against them. Has largely been Marin's pick, but we know Spirit can play it from the jungle as well.
Syndra banned away, so respect over to Ian. Knows that he still very much does like that Syndra in the mid lane, even though she hasn't been as high priority or as oppressive as we've seen as of late. With the Talia taken off the board, the Galio as well as a nice little target ban against Kuro.
Going to see the jungle and potentially the mid lane be selected for Afreeca, although we're unsure where the Jarvan will be going. Earlier Jarvan today was jungle. It's been a bit more jungle recently. Ambition playing it yesterday, but when it's Marin, you always feel like it could definitely be the top lane Jarvan as well. Galio ban against Kuro is interesting given that Kuro may have started the season with a good record on the Galio, but fallen away as a viable pick for Afreeca. When you look at Kuro's champion pool, the man likely to be the regular season MVP. A lot of one-offs, a lot of small amount of game champions, but the Orianna has been a pretty big one for him too.
I think actually MVP just crippled themselves here by banning the Gnar, because usually good things come to the enemy team when Marin is playing the Gnar.
Naren, you say.
There you go. I've combined them.
They are now one.
Inadvertently, I have
Afreeca Freecs lose with this combination.
Them. Oh dear.
So the Orianna is a takeaway pick from Ian, like I mentioned, and one that makes so much sense with their hard initiate of Rakan and the Jarvan. So waiting for the flex pick, last pick, and Corki versus Orianna not going to capture the imagination, but the very standard mid lane matchup in this game.
Yeah, nothing shocking. I mean, this is exactly what we saw from our first series. Orianna for Septid, Kuzan bringing out the Corki, but maybe things will get a little bit spicy in the top lane. Nope, never mind. Just going to be the Maokai for ADD as their XI gets locked in for Beyond. I got so excited for just a second.
They would have loved Orianna on the side of MVP, what they drafted. Now they're kind of in this weird spot that echoes what we saw from Jin Air, where they have double AD, but also the Rek'Sai Maokai, not a lot to pair with the hard initiation, but from ahead can still be a powerful draft. Waiting on Afreeca to cement where the Jarvan is going. Okay, we asked for something new from Marin. Here it is.
It's going to be the Trundle locked in for the top lane. We've seen this coming out, as an answer to the Maokai. In the past, this has been one alongside the Gnar. Just chew through those tanky stats with the ultimate. So Marin is going to be picking it up here for himself.
Wants to be in a side lane, farming in the face of the Maokai, rush a Ravenous Hydra, and a split push in the face of Maokai. It's a matchup as old as time, it feels like now, ever since 2015. We've seen the solo lane Maokai, but it's a new pick for Marin in recent times. A man who has that small, effective champion pool, picking up a win against MVP on the Trundle will be the sort of thing that will make SKT wonder if we do end up getting that explosive first round gauntlet match.
All right, well, here we go. Everything locked in. Interesting drafts from both sides. Mid lane going to be a lot more of what we've already seen, but Kuro's going to try to step up to the plate perhaps get that MVP for himself. Like I said, one MVP win here for Kuro guarantees himself first place, or BDD has to get a double MVP in his final game to try to tie him. So Kuro is pretty much a shoo-in at this point.
Got some good ball carriers for the Orianna Shockwave to rip through teams. Stana from the side of Kramer is going to be interesting to see as well. Big match, playoff implications in this one. MVP looking to do Jin a favor, and Afreeca looking to keep their destiny in their own hands.
All right, well, we'll see how the Lovers bot lane does deal with that Tristana Alistar. Saw it tried by Everate in our first series, didn't work out. Let's see how it goes in the hands of the Afreeca Freecs as we load in for game number 1. All right, here we go. Fans filling up the audience here for match number 2. Considerably larger fan basis, given that Everate still a bit of a budding esports org.
You may
now needs to requalify for the LCK.
You may be surprised to hear this, Kilios, but in his career in Korea, it's actually Marin's first ever game on Trundle. Even though it strikes you as a fairly Marin champion, he's never played it in Korea. I haven't looked at his China stats, don't have them on hand this second, but first time on Trundle.
You know, you say that probably surprises me, but somehow it actually does not. It just seems like such a Marin thing to do, to not play the pick that seems to fit him.
You say that, but he's just the guy who's always had about 4 champions in the meta,
Yeah.
right? Maybe 3 even at some points, but going on to the Trundle for the first time, his 279th game in Korea, excluding his year in LGD. Looking at some of the stats and what he's running, he's got 4 ability power because he's taken the mastery on the leftmost tree.
What year in LGD? That we just that's when time just skipped forward, right?
2016 was one to forget for
Yeah,
Marin.
nothing ever happened.
But the Max fans are here at the audience.
I mean, that's you know, Max is probably one of the big reasons why this team had grown in popularity so much, just because everyone, you know, hearing about his crazy antics in the support role, going for, you know, the Zillion, the Vel'Koz brand, the Scion with the Quadra kill, etc., really helped popularize this team.
And it's good to see the fans, you know, after a couple of recent wins, they're showing up at the audience. There's a lot more MVP fans than during the losing streak, which you can't be too surprised by.
We don't have to hide anymore.
Wasn't a fun time for them, to be sure. Seeing an invade here by Spirit, started topside jungle, was spotted. This is pretty predictable from the side of Spirit.
They both have Smite as Beyond does come to join in. No wraparound from the top laners yet, as it might just be that 50-50 Smite battle that Beyond loves so very much. Top laner's still not here.
Everyone's holding on to cooldowns to burst it, and they're going to reset it.
That's going to be the reset. Flag and drag forward here from Spirit. Gets a bit of damage down onto the Rek'Sai, and Kuro has walked all the way over. Ian still in the mid lane, will now be coming in to join. This is still going to be an interesting battle if they do want to go for this one. Kuro throwing out the ball, looking for a little bit of damage in, onto Beyond, down to 600 HP. Smite comes through, it's going to be Spirit walking away with the buff.
Spirit picking up the Smite there is pretty consequential. They rolled in so many members, both mid lane and top lane, abandon the buff. For MVP, it's not a high value blue to lose. Remember, Beyond is a no mana user. Spirit trying to vertically jungle, try to control the top side. He'll be able to do that because he does deny away the wolves.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big one. He only took one of the small wolves there for Beyond, so has to go straight over to the red buff. So Spirit now going to have pretty much complete control over this top side unless he has somebody down to roam in with him. So Beyond going to be in a spot of bother.
7 games on the Trundle in China. Lets you know that Marin has played it professionally. 4-3 on it in China.
Okay.
First time in Korea, even though it was a pick in 2015.
Are those the 4 wins that LGD got at the time?
Hey, he's got some victories here. He does not have a positive win rate on LGD. They weren't fantastic in 2016, that's for sure.
Well, already we've had more action in the first 3 minutes than we had in the first 20 of our first series.
Yeah, pretty coordinated plan from the side of Afreeca, but for MVP, they had the inside scoop that it was a top side start for Afreeca and a likely invade, yet they didn't have first rotation to try to back up the laners.
Nice grand entrance there onto Maha, knocks him down to half HP, leaps to the side, not backward in the lane, and in fact just takes more damage there from Kramer with the feathers. Nice little trade coming through from the side of Afreeca.
Some pretty potent Xayah play today, so guess we shouldn't be surprised. Sort of lane where Tristana, I think, has the easier time. But if she's allowed to play aggressive, if she has jungle coverage, I really like Tristana in this lane as headbutt to turret.
And Tucson immediately has that grand entrance to take himself back out. Takes one more turret shot. Does use the ignite. Takes Max dangerously low, so forces. He does have that flash down now as wraparound comes through to the mid lane, but Kuro's just going to pop both the summoner's bells and sprint his way out of there.
Yeah, Beyond actually unburrowed without being able to flash in, so didn't look like he was really fully committing to the follows. Getting both summoners, pretty happy times for him.
Gonna allow for a very fast revisit here.
Plan from Spirit in terms of jungle pathing is really interesting to track, because getting the Trundle ahead is the first thing you think of, given that the late game is expected to take the form of 4-1 for the side of Afreeca. But Trundle is under very little threat from Maokai Rek'Sai. Not enough damage from the two. Take him down. It's probably not going to be a Tiamat rush, given that we already see a jungle enchant finished by Beyond. So honestly, you can just kind of leave the Trundle to do his own thing. Grass Trundle's going to be fine in lane, and then largely play around, specifically bot lane, to try to stop the snowballing we've seen from these Tristana lanes. We very often see the difference between a Tristana who has jungle pressure and a Tristana that doesn't. The effectiveness of the pick does fall away pretty early, given the auto-push nature of Trist.
Nice and even up at the moment, but Kramer's about to scoop up a pretty nice little bit of CF, so we'll come out on top very slightly. Things are slowing down. Just very slight little leads here in the top lane for the side of the Afreeca Freecs. As we do see the flag and drag down onto Ian, but he won't get popped up, but he takes quite a bit of damage from the dissonance.
He's like one creep away from 6. If a creep had died during that all-in, probably would have picked up the kill on Ian.
Oh, back down to the bottom lane. Grand entrance coming through yet again here onto Maha. It's knocked down to half HP yet again, but Tucson does not have the ignite for the all-in, but they might not even need it. They're still firing away. Max desperately trying to keep them staved off. The leap will come through. Flash forward, plate caller coming down. Oh, one more hit would do it, but they just can't quite get the catch.
Jarvan's here.
We'll get the pop-up yet again on the Max. Double pulverized knock-up coming through for him as Spirit is chasing in, has the flash available, flashes in, gets the knock-up, gets the kill. First blood over to Afreeca Freecs, but now firing back is Beyond, comes in, finds Tucson, kills him.
Teleport.
After the unburrow, TP is coming down. Now from the side of Ian, out of the mid lane. Does not get halted by Kuro with the shockwave, and now Spirit and Kramer roaming up towards this mid lane. Seems like they will be able to escape, so they say, all right, Ian, you want to come to the bottom lane? We'll go right back over to where you came from.
Yeah, Kramer was late on the heal. That probably would have been enough to allow Tucson to live, who dies with flash up. Gotta say, Spirit's ability to flash right at the end of the flag and drag. I was unaware that you could flash that late and still pick up the knock-up, because he needed the auto attack to finish off the kill. Smooth stuff from Spirit, who plays a lot of solo queue. This is how much we know.
Yeah.
Comes back in, has had some decision-making fails, but that time, great pathing from him. And while it is answered, Afreeca do have the tempo lead in the early game.
Very nicely done by them. About a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. Kill going over onto Beyond, so both the junglers going to be the ones picking those up.
The Tristana falls meant that she also got the less preferential back.
Tucson's waiting. Max is recalling.
They do not in any way expect Tucson to be in the brush here. They are wondering where he is, of course, but this is definitely a crafty move from Tucson.
Maha getting ready to ride the wave back in. Can they get the jump? They're not
He
level
knows there's
6
no
yet.
ward because the minion wave would have aggroed onto him.
Kramer pushing up, just trying to zone him back. We'll throw down that control ward there into the brush, and seems like Tucson might have to give up on this because Maha is not playing into his hand at all. And it will have Max rejoining him, but he's been pushed back and forth in and out of experience range. And you can see Kramer hitting level 6 first. We'll now have that Feather Storm available.
Marin's changing as a player, Kilios. He didn't go Cull.
My God.
More respect for a Maokai than we'd ever expect Marin to lever, given that basically went Cull on Renekton in every matchup.
What does he become? I don't like it, Papa Smithy. I don't like the changes.
Well, if it's effective, Afreeca fans will be happy, given what this match represents for them. They'll be happy enough that that Kramer got to jump on to Xayah. You'll forgive my mistake, he is 10-3 on the pick.
They're basically one and the same at this point.
Wherever possible, he's locking in the Xayah to great effect. You gotta say, 3-item Orianna and 3-item Xayah, and sure, the Trundle probably won't be there for the team fight, but the core of 4 will be very, very powerful and even be able to shove pretty fast.
Well, Beyond going over to contest this ward. He's heavy in here to back him up. TP coming through. Shockwave thrown down, and Ian is just going to go so very low. One more hit would do it. The auto attack from the Orianna. Not enough, but Kuro has that. Ghost will be able to finish him off, and they go ahead and get Beyond right inside the Raptor pit as well. 2 for 0 going over to Afreeca. We're going to be looking to accelerate the pace of the game. Can have a nice little push in onto this mid-tier 1 turret. They will go ahead and move forward to a 1.4 thousand gold lead.
And critically, that was while Teleport was down from ADD. No ability to react. They don't even have to call in Kramer. And they're going to get first brick in the mid lane. The best possible turret that you can pick up at 10 minutes. Afreeca out of nowhere. Massive advantage.
Yeah, but now down to the bottom side. Bit of a scuffle coming through. As Max goes in, Blade Caller rather, comes through, and Maha gets rooted up, takes quite a bit of damage. Will not go down yet. His level 6 still has that buster shot to help keep himself safe, but the quickness was used.
Yeah, when you have a lead like this is the sort of game where Trundle will thrive. We saw Trundles this season already, even though he's only been a pick for, what, 3 weeks now, struggle, because if you lose mid lane turret yourselves with a Trundle, or if you start to fall away in the late game, or even if a Baron buff is picked up, suddenly Trundle's split push doesn't really have the same sort of respect as bot lane. The trades continue.
Alvarez coming down. It's going to be the Feather Storm out here from Kramer, keeping himself alive. Blade Caller will root Max as he goes dangerously low, has to pop the ultimate, still has the flash, so knowing his limits on this Alistar, will stay alive for the moment. Kramer is very low on mana, as is Tucson, but now they have Spirit pushing in, made it into the brush before the minions push forward. Has not been spotted.
Doesn't have his flash up for the tricky flag and drag.
It's a little ways away from it, honestly. They could just try to wait this one out.
He also knows that Maha doesn't have flash, but will have jump available.
He's going to have the Cataclysm coming through very shortly as well. But Orianna does show, so they're going to have to go ahead and cut this one back.
Not often that Orianna will roam first against a Corki, but when you have that turret advantage, much more ability to make the cross-map plays.
So just going to go ahead and take that explosive charge. A little bit of damage. In the meantime, Bard, he's kind of low up top, but he pops the ultimate in onto 880. Getting some HP back and able to just keep himself alive. That's going to be the jump forward. Grand Entrance connects in onto Max. Cataclysm thrown down. Shield comes in to try to keep him alive, but one more shot would do, but it looks like he makes it out with his life. MVP won't be able to answer with a kill, but Max not going down is still going to be a nice boon for them.
Yeah, Courage of the Colossus proc at just the right time. Large enough shield intensity to not die. No fleeting auto attacks available for Afreeca Freecs. Good coverage from the Rek'Sai as well to ensure no one goes down. They could not afford further snowball in the bot lane, given what's going to happen inevitably in the top lane. So big win for MVP to not lose anyone there.
It's just going to hurt them because now he's without the flash, so the engage tools for the Alistar are going to be limited to the headbutt. But that's just going to mean that Max and Maha are going to play a bit more passively in this lane, trying to farm up here for the Tristana, who is going for the Bilgewater Cutlass. So we've been seeing quite a bit of the Infinity Edge or Static Shiv after the BF Sword.
Bit of self-peel, but like you mentioned, less damage to force through shields that Orianna inevitably be throwing down. So I know I'm not a big fan of the Blade of the Rune King. It's a nice one-item power spike, but if you're ahead, if you're get a solo kill on top lane or mid lane, and you go Blade of the Rune King bot lane to have a bit of self-peel and burst early in the game, I don't mind it. But in a scenario like this where you're basically going to need to be 3-item Tristana for MVP to win this game, slowing down your build, I'm not a big fan of.
Well, the decision has been made. Already behind by about 500 gold almost here. Underneath Kramer, 400 or so.
Really liked what Spirit has done this game. I think he's deserved criticism for his jungling in previous games, donating double buffs over to Marin's lane opponent on Gnar, and some indecision in the late game, some poor smites. Absolutely, when you make your mistakes, you have to take the lumps, but in this game, allowing Trundle to just lane happily against Maokai for the inevitability of the late game, but focusing on a bot lane that can swing so hard when it's Tristana Alistar has been the smart move for them, and it's gotten Afreeca a better laning phase than expected in the duo lane.
Slowing down here yet again. TuSin posturing forward. It's going to be the headbutt pulverized down in onto the Rakan, but as that dash away.
Bit of a burst trade while the Mountain Drake is started by MVP.
A nice little distraction. They'll have the roam up. Spirit is nearby. Does he want to go in for this one? Throws down the ward, sees how low it is, but can't possibly find a way to enter with the Alistar there. Gatekeeping. In the meantime, TuSin will go in, finds a pop-up on the Maha. Cataclysm coming down, but he's got the lead to go over the wall, but the Ignite is ticking and might just finish him off. One final tick will get it. TuSin claiming the kill, and Beyond yet again back in the pit will go down. Now Marin arriving. Jumps forward in onto ADD. Throws down the pillar to try to cut him off as the rest of the team collapses inward. We'll have the slow up. Shockwave coming through. Nice twisted advance to dodge that one out. Now the Nature's Grasp coming through. We'll find multiple members. TuSin dashing away. Will still get taken down by Ian. As the Blade Caller connects in underneath the turret, Kramer trying to fire away with a little bit of damage, but doesn't have enough to finish off the Corki. This gets him down to about half HP, but Afreeca Freecs might still be able to posture up for this tier 2 turret here in the mid lane as ADD nearly goes down. Flag and drag forward. Heal comes out. Tries to keep him alive.
TuSin dying wasn't ideal, but you see Marin is razor focused on getting the health bars low enough to allow him to get chomp auto attacks onto the inner turret, and now they have both turrets, 2 turrets to 0, but both of them being mid lane turrets is something that happens once a season. It's like a double rainbow. Yeah. It's such a rare thing, because now they have so much extra information for it only being 2 turrets down. It's such a surreal game where you can play a short laning phase in top and bot and have mid lane so exposed. We watch TuSin, nice engage onto Mahu, does die to the accumulation of the Ignite and also the red buff ticks. Beyond turned onto, he's died twice in that fashion. And then Marin gets a little over-eager in this scenario because you see the turnaround. If MVP had extra gold, an extra 3,000 gold's worth of items spent already, then this would have been a bad dub. Huge re-engage by Max and ADD. But crucially, only TuSin dies, and they are able to train down the turret because they gave Trundle the ability to Q auto on the turret, and he can do a lot of damage.
It's also really good that they all just wrapped around the rest of the Nature's Grasp brutes that were coming through. Only popped the one, and then everybody else was able to avoid it. Otherwise, things could have been significantly more painful for the side of Afreeca Freecs, but they definitely trade up in the end of that one, only losing out on TuSin. And now have that mid lane completely open, which really just allows them to go into really whatever parts of the jungle that they could possibly want to go for vision control.
I mean, the amusing fact, though, is that Orianna, as one of the least ideal roamers, actually will lose out on farm a bit here. Kind of will feel pressured to make ganks in the side lanes because Corki can just hold the wave hilariously far back, and Ori, who wants to be playing in as short a lane as possible, if she could just be next to a turret at all times and receive minions, should be absolutely gleeful with her hyper-scaling into the late game with utility as well. Now we'll try to be forced to make the side lane plays. That's not necessarily where she shines.
See if they're going to do any reallocation here for the team, such as trying to put TuSin and Kramer into the mid lane, rotate the Orya down. For now, they are just going to be maintaining standard. The Spirit pokes in. You can see the vision control on this bottom side of MVP's jungle is completely in the hands of Afreeca Freecs.
Plays onto the Rift Herald, happy to just play in the bot. This is true 4-1 play. Coming through from the side of Afreeca Freecs, and Orianna will make those first rotations before the package is picked up. TuSin and Kramer, even with all this pressure though, you can see getting no real damage onto the turret.
They haven't been in a much of a position to get that, and they've also really just heavily been focusing on killing Maha and Max as opposed to the structure itself.
Speaking of killing, getting optimistic about a turret dive onto a Maokai.
So we'll go ahead and throw down that sapling. It's a little bit of damage down to the Kuro. TP coming through, but ADD takes so much damage from the distance. Nature's Grasp will find Kuro. A lot of damage coming through here from Ian. A couple more shots would kill him as he Valks away from that shockwave, keeping himself alive.
Smartly Valks early. That's definitely an ability you have to use early against Orianna. ADD, a lot of armor, but did not have any real magic resist to deal with the shockwave. It was a 2-0-2 Ori at the time as bot lane.
Entrance thrown down, Featherstorm as well. Blade Caller will find the root as Maha gets the jump away. Ignite yet again ticking down, but this time will not find the kill. Heal used by Maha helps keep him alive. But now Tucson and Kramer, they will have the priority in this lane to start knocking down this turret.
And just looks so anemic when she's the one who's being burst onto, the one that's being initiated onto. They get actually turret aggro onto Tucson, but it is, at the end of the day, a Rakan.
He gets dashed right back out, so only takes about 2 turret shots and keeps himself nice and healthy. Maha taking away the red buff.
Honestly,
able to get some health back.
Exactly, the health regen is probably one of the big reasons. Just the ability to auto-attack down something and also to get the health regen from the buff. It's pretty big for his side.
Kill this fast enough? No. Can they?
They do a lot of damage, but they're probably going to run out of time. Here we go, it's going to be line ball.
The jumps are coming through.
Oh.
Sapling thrown in, can he get it? No, cannot do it. Riptero will be taken right at like the last few seconds here by the side of Afreeca.
That was playing with fire.
That really was.
Now, Trundle is the ideal person to pick up a Rift Herald to speed up the process of being a side lane menace.
Now he just needs, I don't know, like a Blade of the Ruin King or a red buff to just slow up ADD, just keep knocking away at him.
You know, he's not interested in picking up kills. Kilios doesn't care about those from kill turrets. It's gone for the pushing build. It's not going to be the Ravenous Hydra. When he went Spirit Visage first, you could kind of guess that it was going to be a bit of a slowdown on the Tiamat item. It's going to be Titanic Hydra for Marin, just for fast shove, and he already will have a lot of turret damage.
Good timing here as Afreeca takes control of the vision here in the river. The Scuttle Crab will clear out the control ward as well because this Infernal Drake is just now spawning. Max, however, once a fight flashes and misses the Pulverize as Tucson is able to dash away onto Kramer, who had already flashed in. Now Spirit popped over the wall with the blast code, throws down the Cataclysm. 2 members locked in, flag and drag to get the extra knock up, and Maha has to flash away on the backside. Will not be clipped by that shockwave, but the rest of his team cannot say the same, as Max will be the first one that goes down, and Tucson is still hunting. Does not have the quickness, but could have the grand entrance yet again.
Marin had already teleported in, as a Trundle not going to be able to do much, but Infernal Drake to fall back on after this turret. It's all lining up for Afreeca Freecs.
Much wave clear there from the Rockets of Ian. But now with the new wave coming through, seems like there might not be too much that he can do.
Ian's got very low mana.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Infernal Drake started up as well, but seems like MVP do want to stop this. Full HP. Coming in with ADD to try to tank up in the front lines, but it's against 4 members of the Afreeca Freecs with Kuro rejoining. I'll jump in, Maha already leaping away as ADD throws down the Nature's Grasp, goes down below half HP, and it's really just a matter of time. He'll flash away even, but double dash forward, Marin with the flash, Tucson going in. They will be able to take him down in the end. The Dragon Strike from Spirit claims his life, and then we'll go ahead and start up the Infernal Drake yet again.
ADD lived a long time, but he was baiting his team pretty hard. He had flash up, I understood what he was trying to do, but he was buying time. Hold on that point for a second.
Max going in, finds the double Pulverize. Yet again, but the Infernal Drake is taken by Spirit, but can he make it out of here with his life? Shockwave comes in, grabs 2, Beyond, and Maha both go dangerously low, but Spirit will die in the end. Max with that Ignite finds the kill, but Kuro going forward, finds one, getting rid of Beyond, can't quite find another, will get taken down as it's a double kill suddenly here for Maha, almost a triple, as they're able to turn it around very slightly, but they're still losing objectives across the map as Marin will knock down that tier 1 turret.
Needlessly greedy though from the Afreeca Freecs. They didn't need to keep reinitiating. Kuro went in, and then the Truce went in one by one, leading to the death of the bot lane, and Kuro as well. Marin only picks up a single turret, so not worth it. Afreeca did get the Infernal in all of this. The flag and drag smite just enough damage, down to 70 health. But after this, they could have just accepted the Spirit would die to the Ignite and not gotten greedy. But one command attack hits from Kuro, gets the kill with the command protect pullback. But because they had not committed as 3, Tucson wasn't there early enough, and the small shield wasn't going to be enough. It was just free damage. This should have been a lost team fight for MVP. That was after ADD had baited them to fight with Ian at about 150 mana as a Corki. Doesn't get punished for it. They actually trade up all in all. So pretty even if you consider everything.
Yeah, hard to say who is a clear victor in all of that fighting. But with the Infernal Drake coming through for the side of Afreeca, knocking down that final outer turret, and another Infernal on the way. Seems like it might be slightly in their favor at the end of it, but giving those kills over to Maha is a dangerous thing to do. Now Pulverize into the headbutt there on a Spirit. Tucson arriving, does have the lockdown. That's going to be the massive shockwave coming through for Kuro, looking for the kills, and Tucson on the backside. Looks like he might just be able to make it out with his life, but Maha has traded it, made it a 1-for-1. Spirit for Max's life, but Afreeca Freecs looking for a little bit more as Marin pushes forward, throws down the trophy. Can't find the lockdown onto anybody.
Yeah, Afreeca feeling bloodthirst. They seem to want to end this game as fast as possible with the implications. That part I can understand, but they're doing it disconnected, and it means that a lot of gold is not there. They didn't have their 2 DPS threats grouped, and while the shockwave was true, Kramer wasn't there to layer damage, and in the end, it didn't get the value Afreeca were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, they want to accelerate the game. They want to finish it faster, but if they keep making these mistakes trading evenly, they're just going to elongate it and give MVP that opportunity to find some ground to stand on.
Value of that ground, I think, is open for debate. It is a very low damage build from Tristana, so her being relevant is probably still 12 minutes at earliest away. It feels like Infinity Edge and more is needed. Maybe a last whisper from there. But apart from that, I mean, Afreeca are comfortable in the late game. They still have a Trundle that there's no innate answer on the side of MVP from, other than Corki trying to buy time next to the Trundle.
You know, one of the things that I'm noticing as this game goes on, though, is just the amount of times that both Tucson and Max have been limping away with double-digit HP, if not single-digit. I think that was about the 3rd time right there from Tucson. You
got 65% damage reduction on one side, and you have about the most slippery guy you could ever ask for on the other side. So I guess that part makes sense. Both of them took Ignite to increase their power in the laning phase. It's fun. We're almost getting back to the old days where supports had to take Ignite, because if you had Exhaust and they had Ignite, you just ended up losing out because that extra laning power of the Ignite always feels bad as a support to take Exhaust largely for team fights when Ignite is such a laning focused spell.
Remember when Ignite was the main ADC spell.
Now we're going far back.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I remember when AD carries were in the mid lane
We had Promote, some of the other ones. I forget what the other removed summoner spells were. Obviously
Surge Kale.
Yes.
Surge Cogmore was a thing for a half second.
That's true. Then once upon a time we had Revive.
Karthus and Pantheon mid missed this.
Oh yeah.
Item build from Spirit's a bit more greedy. It's a full initiation build. They don't have the standard Knight's Vow for the Jarvan. You're going to see the teleport come in very aggressively, but it is a Trundle.
We'll go ahead and peel back. Max just laying down a red carpet for Marin to arrive on. They'll actually flash out of the pit. Meanwhile, that's going to be a big catch on the backside here for ADD. The pop-up coming through. He's advance forwards, gets a massive shield trying to keep himself alive, and then Nature's Grasp comes down, and Kuro is going to be the first one that falls without using the shockwave. Kramer able to answer for 1, now 2, getting rid of Beyond, but looking for so much more. Max with a massive pulverize, tries to even the fight, but that's going to be the quadra kill, or the triple kill rather, coming through here for Kramer. Dangerously though, will get popped by the explosive charge at the end by Maha, but Marin is able to pick up the pieces, gets rid of the Tristana, and Ian is just a smack away from going down, has the Valkyrie over the trophy to keep himself alive, and that was such a close fight. But again, Afreeca Freecs should not be going this even in the exchanges with MVP.
I can't disagree with that, but the actual fight was so interesting. When Kuro died with Shockwave not used, you thought that would be Baron for MVP and a teamfight victory, but Kramer lives for a long time. Marin able to chomp as Tristana gets greedy with the last rocket jump into manage. We're going to see the replay. This was initiated by the side of MVP, but a real teamfight winning play comes through from the quickness, charming the Maokai. I mean, they get free damage and stop the Maokai from getting exact target acquisition. That could have been Orianna dying much earlier, or Kramer dying, and the team fight falling apart. But Kramer living for a long time with decent item timings means that Afreeca go competitive. If not for Tucson, it would have been much worse.
I saw it. I saw the potential penta there. I got so ready to see it from Kramer, unfortunately.
So greedy from Maha. It's 2 bruisers who can turn around with CC.
Yeah.
And sure, it's not big burst, but he didn't have a lot of health to speak of, so the turnaround means that Afreeca go very even.
We'll be maintaining their gold lead here at the moment as the Infernal Drake does get started up yet again by MVP. Just advance down in on the Marin as ADD just desperately tries to escape. Has the Nature's Grasp, but he is just way too squishy. There's too many members of the Afreeca Freecs around, and he will go down. And now they could try for a Miracle Seal here from Beyond, but without the flash, you would have no way of getting out of the pit. So that's double Infernal Drake over to the Afreeca Freecs.
I mean, ADD played as if Marin was Shen and not Trundle. He just ulted him, and like you say, you just leveled a level 14 3-tank item Maokai is squishy, but that's the reality of the Contaminate coming through on the ultimate there. Makes him squishy. They turn onto the Maokai, couldn't get his positioning, and now Baron is being forced by Afreeca.
Yeah. I mean, this might just have to be the go button for MVP, but the Baron has already fallen. Now they're looking to turn around the fight. Tucson gets popped back by the Buster Shot, so won't have the great entrance as Max is just gatekeeping, making sure that the rest of the squad can make it out of here alive.
Who's going to get the kill? Who do they want to have it?
I mean, he lasted way longer than the Maokai did because of that Trundle ultimate. So they do give the kill over to Kramer at the end. 4th for him here in the game, 4, 2, and 8 on this Xayah. Maximum comfort for him again.
Can't steal percentage damage reduction from an Alistair. Didn't have Subjugate available anyway. I called it Contaminate, but Subjugate.
It's, you know, it does kind of contaminate your armor, I guess.
It does. It does feel like you're a bit rusty. But the Subjugate not available. But Alistair always was someone who largely didn't have to worry about the same threat coming through from the Trundle. Couple of team fights in a row where MVP have gotten too optimistic. They won some fights or went even in fights they shouldn't have. Now they're over-forcing when they don't need to. And this is all with Afreeca not playing the zero-sum playstyle they should be sticking to, which is very much sticking Marin in top lane and watching as, and the Maokai honestly, watching on as Trundle takes down turrets.
Oh, double Infernal, triple on the way for Afreeca Freecs if they even need it. 30 minutes into this one, 16-10. It's been a very bloody game, which I will say I'm relieved to see after our first series. Game 1 turned a bit bloody by the end of it, but it was just silliness.
ADD, no point defending a very low health turret, so already has group with his team, no teleport available for the Maokai. You put down Vision, there's not going to be any of those nasty 3,000 range Nature's Grass to try and catch people unawares.
On to the final inner turret here for Afreeca Freecs, and it seems like MVP, yeah, they're just going to have to surrender this one. Marin is still trying to split push up in the top lane, but Ian is there to deal with him. Has quite a bit of damage on that Corki.
Kind of the issue, though, is we mentioned there's no Orianna, right? Orianna with this team comp, you have great initiators. The initiation power of MVP can't be denied, but it's such a low damage build from Justana that's only Ian is going to be ripping down the frontline target, likely to be Jarvan or Trundle. The damage is a big query here for MVP. Wave clear is decent, though.
That Corki Tristana, not too bad. Go ahead, get rid of those, but they have more waves on the way. It's going to be the big engage here from Max. Featherstorm coming down from Kramer to make sure he does not get pulverized. The Blade Caller just helps rip right through beyond his Skuro. Comes up for the first kill, cataclysm down onto ADD. Trying to soak up as much as he can in the front line, but he's already down below half HP. The Sap Magic bringing back a little bit, but it's not enough for him to posture forward to help save that turret. So that's going to be the first inhibitor of the game going down in favor of Afreeca Freecs, and they're not done yet. They're rotating straight down to that bottom lane to try to knock down another.
You don't think about grouped Trundle CC so much, but the Subjugate allows the Trundle to control so much space around a turret that he's able to just put down the Pillar of Ice, subjugate someone, and then the turret goes down. That's 2 inhibitor turrets down.
Second inhibitor getting ready to fall as well because Martin can just sit up into the front line. As Kramer just keeps poking away, get himself sustained back up, but we'll have to go ahead and recall. They have the Baron empowered, plus the Lover's recall, so it makes it extra fast here for the side of Afreeca Freecs. 2 inhibs now down. A 3rd Infernal Drake on the way. The game pretty much in their hands. This is one that if they were to lose it, would be rather embarrassing at this point.
And what a team fight looks like where they lose because of the low damage, kind of tricky to see. Sure, they could get picked a couple of times and some gold could be donated to Maha before the next fight, but Marin has the Screw You build because he's finished the Thorn Mail and will literally just stand and laugh at the damage coming through from Maha. Meanwhile, Kramer has a similarly titled build, but it's massive damage, max damage build coming through from Kramer.
Yeah.
If Spirit and Marin hold true in the front line, and how could they not, as Trundle and Jarvan, Kramer will do the rest. The Kura Shockwave will be decent. Feels like Afreeca just one group fight away from winning game 1.
I mean, you can tell he's not even concerned about Maha's lifesteal, keeping him sustained in the fights, because he went for the Lord Dominic's Regards instead of the Mortal Reminder, so he's not even remotely worried about it. Marin, though, might be a little bit worried here as he goes down to half HP, but the answer right back in as Beyond goes low. Has to use the Void Rush to try to get himself out of the fight, but the Blade Caller coming through off the back of the Featherstorm from Kramer does find yet another kill. Now Max will go down. Kuro finding one for himself, and it's just going to be cleanup time here for the Afreeca Freecs as they try to get rid of the rest of these remaining members of MVP and end the game. Might not even have to kill them, honestly. Shockwave coming through, only going to connect in onto one, but it's weakens some Alkai, sets him up to go down. That might just be the ace, and will make it back, limping into the fountain as much as you can limp when you're riding on an airplane. But the turrets will go down. Nexus about to be exposed as Ian goes in for his last hurrah. but he is just going to get shot down out of the skies. Kramer with a final kill, 22-11, doubling it. Massive gold lead in the end, 34 minutes on the clock. Afreeca Freecs win game 1.
Yeah, 34 minutes, 33 kills, super bloody game 1, but it means that the side of Afreeca are one Nexus explosion away from guaranteeing themselves a top 5 spot, ruining the night of Jin Air fans and ensuring that they will be taking on SK Telecom T1 in the first round of the gauntlet next Saturday.
One more game, all that Afreeca need. Riding in off the 2-0 would be a nice way to get ready for that wildcard match. Do have to still close out their final game against Jin Air if they are to win here. But they want to go ahead. They want to be locked into the playoffs. So Jin Air, heart's probably pounding watching back home at the moment.
I mean, the thing about Trundle is one person dies in a fight, his King's Tribute passive comes up, and then he is full health. So I don't think there was any real concern for Marin. They controlled space smart, and if there is a team fight with a 4-item Xayah at 33 minutes free hitting, that is a team fight that will be won by the Afreeca Freecs. He's able to continue to re-engage. Marin gets the Trundle pillar. He can turret dive forever with the Thorn Mail. Shockwave not used in the first fight. And Afreeca play it smart, playing around the power of the duo lane, nerfing the Tristana, not allowing her to be aggressive in lane. And Trundle does Trundle things when he's allowed to lane freely against a Maokai.
And, you know, I think you have to be concerned with the draft here from the side of MVP, going for the Maokai first pick, allowing Kramer to have that Xayah, which he's so comfortable on because ADD wasn't able to deliver with this.
In hindsight, I think the game plan of actually not playing around Tristana was probably a bigger factor. Maokai is very powerful, and Xayah doesn't have a great time in Tristana, but it's also MVP who have been up and down on being able to execute. This was a bit of down game for them, and there were larger problems than the draft, at least in my estimation.
All right, well, we'll see if they can correct them as we get ready to come back for game number 2. MVP needing to win the next 2 in a row if they want to keep Jin Air's playoffs hopes alive, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we'll see if Afreeca will just go ahead and close this one out.
This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Yeah, my son, my banner. Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah. 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah, I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Yeah! Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark
crack of thunder as a wild bird sings. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world comes to earth in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, dead even. 40,000 on the dot there. The damage coming out from the Corki.
Pretty clean from the side of Kuro. Pretty clean from the side of the Afreeca Freecs as well. 40,000 damage put out by a mid lane Corki, but really wasn't that consequential. It was a very high damage build coming through from Ian, but in the end of the day, felt like Kuro was on point. Specifically, the Xayah pick was working really well for Kramer. MVP of this game will be an interesting one. Kramer would definitely be the scoreboard choice, given his heroics in the late game, but I thought Tucson had a really good game as well.
See which way it's going to swing. Tucson having a lot of control and some pretty good engages there throughout, but oddly enough, it's actually going to be Spirit.
He had the precious 100 at Gilios. We overlooked the man with 100% kill participation. Very interesting to see that a jungler picking up 100% kill participation lets you know he's in the right place at the right time. No solo kills to speak of in this game. A very bloody one. We don't often have these high kill games in Korea, but look at how late he can flash. That was impressive.
Yeah, really good stuff. Getting that first kill rolling through. Tucson dies. But we'll ignore that fact. Should just watch it right off the back of that. I mean, Spirit did have some fantastic engages. Cataclysm rounding up multiple members and overall being a pretty good ball carrier here for Kuro. But for now, that guaranteed first place spot for Kuro will elude him. Needs that MVP win. Maybe could get it here in game number 2 or 3 if MVP comes up with a victory. But for now, we'll not be going over to him. But Spirit finds his second of the entire summer split.
And it was a much better performance from Spirit and Afreeca in general when it comes to using Spirit as a weapon. Cannot question this man's commitment to improving. He has played so many games over the course of 2017, even given his veteran status. Some of the recent games were poor from Spirit. This was a lot better. Played around the Tristana lane, holding down that Tristana, getting the Xayah big. So even though the KDA looked great for the side of the Xayah, Spirit was largely the man doing the heavy lifting.
Well, now MVP, how can they recover from that loss? All their series recently that they have come up with victories in were 2-1s. And Afreeca are no strangers to 3-game series, so this still could very much go the distance. But MVP, can they bounce back? They lost on the blue side, now have to try to recover and get a win on red, where they're not going to have nearly as much freedom for their bans.
Afreeca fans have learned not to put too much into the result of Game 1. Their Game 1s have been periodically outstanding. Afreeca have had those multiple perfect games over the course of the summer season, but like you say, they've often been 3 games. They often cannot keep up that pace for the first 2 games of a set.
All right.
They're on blue side, so they get the flexibility of some bans, and MVP did take down Jinair on the red side with a Kog'Maw-focused peeling comp. Maybe they don't have to ban Galio if they just take out the hyper carry du jour in the Kog'Maw at first ban.
I mean, we still could even see the Galio being banned away by MVP. Banned it away. Second round of bans versus Afreeca. So Sonic going to be the follow-up.
They're saying we would love a Kalista, please, as first pick, and Kramer is a great Kalista player. Does mean that Tucson will also prioritize Alistair, and we could see some hard engage from the bot lane for sure.
I mean, the ADC pool is being pinched so heavily here, and MVP have to decide, what do they want to take away? Do they want to get rid of the Caitlyn, the Kalista, the Xayah that Kramer did so very well on there in Game 1? They'll still prioritize the Rumble on red side, but this could also leave something like the Elisa up.
Could also mean
most played for Spirit.
Xayah's last ban here from Afreeca Freecs. If they're willing to go crazy in the bans. They could just leave up Kalista and Xayah and take one off if the Elise left open, like you mentioned. So interesting to see what the final ban is from Afreeca. Yeah.
All right, they will ban the Caitlyn. So they want one of the the Xayah, or the Kalista.
Or Elise is the other pick to speak of, given that Spirit has been on a tear with Elise this season. So a bit of a false choice here for MVP. There's no way for them to get 2 power of the 3 that we spoke about, so I'll be smart to move the bans away, and they're just going to trade AD carry priority. Interesting decision. So respecting the Spirit at least that much, they're just going to give away the preferential AD carry, and no surprise that Kalista is higher priority than the Xayah with Tristana ban.
Now we just have to expect to see the Xayah come through from MVP. Can hold on to it till the next round if they want to. The Thresh will be taken away here from Tucson. We've seen him play this very well throughout the season.
Could just be Maokai taken as well, given how priority MVP took Maokai in Game 1. The options are to take the Maokai or to just hide information, take away something else. And the Gragas is another one to speak of. Okay. We mentioned that Beyond had a great value on Gragas recently, 4-0 in their run in the past 3 games, matches they've won. They will just take the Gragas to try to disengage the Kalista, because if you disengage her at the start of a fight, no longer do you have to respect the threat of all the Ren stacks in you, and it does disengage a lot of the team fight damage of the Kalista.
Well, might just be back over to the J4 here. Yeah, we'll lock this one in. So, I mean, still an outside chance that we see this go to the top lane for Marin, but Spirit, having picked up MVP with this, could just want to go ahead and run it a second time in a row.
Rakan is open to be paired with the Kalista. Braum is open as well.
Alistar.
Alistar is the one we mentioned earlier. The Braum would have been a bit cleaner in terms of the Gragas impact in fights, but they just go for the Alistar. They're saying, I don't know what you guys are doing, but we're just going to hard engage. Urgot hasn't been reworked yet for this patch, so probably not going to be seeing that from ADD. Rai Smirk comes through on your screen from Maha.
I mean, it's MVP, so any other team I would be like, no, there's no way. But there's always that outside chance with Max in the bot lane.
As we got sub 10 seconds, I just saw Jinair aghast watching this on their phones on the way back to their gaming house, being like, really?
Please.
Now?
Not like this. But no, it's going to be the Xayah in the end. So Xayah Thresh the bottom lane here for the side of MVP. Plenty of escape. Another Storm and the Dark Passage available, trying to get away from the Pulverize of this Alistar.
Both teams would love an Orianna, so Orianna may be banned by either side here in the second round of bans.
Well, certainly a lot of mid lane priority with the Galio being banned away yet again. Don't want that in here for the side of Kuro, but will it be the Orianna looking to be taken by MVP on the first time? Do they ban the Taliyah here?
Taliyah was a ban for them on the blue side, so this will be the time.
There we go.
The call here, given that it lanes very well. So Afreeca know 100% MVP will lock in Orianna at first pick, and then probably pair it with a Maokai if they can at last pick, just for reliable engage. So how do they interact with those two being the premier picks that are available as we go into the second round?
Running down the clock will be the Maokai banned away right at the end.
And now we're getting suspicious, because now you're saying, well, here you go, Orianna. It's delivered to you on a silver platter. No reason for Ian to go past it again. 3-1 recently, and there's 3-match winning streak on the Ori. Where Kuro answers it will be interesting.
I mean, we could just see Kuro pick up the Corki as well.
True. Could be the Corki, like you say. Could also be something like the Cassiopeia, even though it's not a happy matchup into Ori. It is strong in the comp. But the Corki is the standard laning pressure choice, and Afreeca seem to be wanting to focus on that, so it makes sense. All we're waiting on is to get that final confirmation of where the Jarvan's going. This time, MVP are providing coverage for their top laner.
No. Is it time? Yes, it is.
It is time.
Marin is returning.
Well, Marin couldn't go Trundle because of the coverage that was provided. They haven't selected a top laner yet. Didn't just want to go Trundle blind, so goes Nara blind, which, if this was Jinair, we'd be talking about Yasuo. Since it's MVP, the Cho'Gath is more likely.
All right, the long hover, a couple seconds remaining before the lock-in, but it seems like they have their heart set on it, and they will go ahead and take this one.
ADD seems stoked on our screens.
Yeah, he was, he's got a nice little smile coming through. So, Cho'Gath top versus Naren.
You've named it, you've dubbed it the Naren, and although it's losing, I can understand going for a bit of a silly name for the Nar, but it is 1-2 on the season. Has had to deal with Spirit having a bit of too much of a fun time around his lane and struggling to create pressure. The duo lane lost once, the double buster donated at different time. Nar on the simple level does have a good matchup into Cho'Gath given the value of Hyper. Mini Nar form does ruin a Cho'Gath pretty extensively, but recently it feels like teams have played around Nars a lot better than when Juve brought back the pick right at the beginning of the summer seasons. There's no guarantees, even if on paper you like the matchup for the Nar.
Well, it needs to have much better teleports this time around. When we saw him before, you know, TPing in, didn't have a rage bar built up or was on cooldown, couldn't get the transformation and basically offered absolutely nothing to the fight. So maybe Martin going to be a bit more on point this time around, but he's feeling confident to try to bring this pick out again.
Good trades here, but this might be the game. Afreeca Freecs, if they win here, do go through. But MVP's draft has a bit about it too. So this could be a much closer game.
We'll have to keep our eyes on that bottom lane. Maha trying the Zaya out for himself this time around. See if they can get ahead, see if they can survive this onslaught of a match that they have with the Kalista Alistar. Plenty of CC, plenty of knockups. Let's go ahead and load in for game number 2 of Afreeca Freecs versus MVP. And here we are. Could be the last time tonight, one of the last times of the split here, Bob Smithy, as summer is getting ready to close out for us.
It's been a hot summer on and off the Rift, and we might actually start off with some fire. ADD face checks the Nar, but Marin rightfully is not interested in going for an aggressive ward that would have led to his doom.
Can do so now. Not that he knows that it's any safer. But Tucson will also be able to place one down. We have a banner out for Ian there.
A much better time of it recently. MVP fans and also Ian in the mid lane. This has been his lucky charm, the Orianna. Orianna Gragas, great initiation synergy, and Thresh and Cho'Gath situationally. And a lot of value comboing with the Ori. My big question is, how does Spirit play this game? Because when it was the Trundle and Maokai, you could leave Trundle to have priority in top lane and just focus on shutting down the Tristana. Worked beautifully. Excellent game 1 from Spirit, won the MVP. In game 2, if Nar gets snowballed on, things really do fall apart for the Nar. So you are tempted to want to just leave the Nar and replete the playstyle that got you so many advantages in game 1. But if Marin makes some mistakes, goes for the classic overextension in the early game that he's been guilty of his whole career, that plan could go away. And then if you're just walking in wards as a Jarvan, you can be baited and just accentuate the fall off for the Jarvan. So Spirit once again under the microscope and less straightforward of a draft this time for Afreeca.
Gets that nice leash coming through as Kramer and Tucson will arrive to catch the wave. So we'll be in a pretty decent start here for the side of the Afreeca Freecs. Spirit able to get the first blood in the last game. Now going to be invaded on momentarily as ADD pushes in, just throwing down a ward, however.
Passing information for the side of his jungler. Also released a lot of pressure from ADD himself. Marin's level 2, so he's going to win this auto attack trade real hard.
Yeah, just going to bully him out. Thought maybe we would see him push in a little bit further for this.
Would have felt silly if he got level 2 games, though.
That would have been pretty bad. But, you know, it would have been the classic Marin overextension. So it would be fitting.
Fitting if this game went to a game 3 as well. That's just how the Afreeca Freecs roll.
Just to give Jenner the maximum amount of a heart attack.
On life support. The season is right now, given that Afreeca won game 1. Bottom lane here is a little bit less explored than in previous times. Seems like Spirit will be making the percentage play of jungling around the bot side, though. And certainly if you're hard engaging level 2 Alistar with Ignite, things can happen when a Jarvan ganks. Speaking of
vicinity, not pushing into the brush, not warded at the moment. That seems like he's just going to poke his head out, make sure there's no forward control wards or anything of the like. And go back over towards the Krugs. That's going to be Beyond rotating in. The pings come through, so they know that he's nearby, and the spot out that he's throwing a ward down into the Tribe Rush. As Tucson takes quite a bit of damage, flashing for the play, jumps to the side, avoids that death sentence, but he's still going to go down. Beyond coming in, flash body slam, takes him down.
Nice attempts to get away though. Love the flash angle he went for, but speaking of angles, Beyond in the right position. His top lane. Uh-oh.
Lauren going dangerously low. ADD doesn't pursue in for the rest of it. Sees the transformation getting ready to come through.
Remember that you want to go Black Cleaver as now, and sure there's some health there, but you're not going to be particularly high health when you're in mini Gnar form, especially. So the form where you're happy enough to bully in is also, like you say, where the Feast can find a lot of value. So while you want to just think about it as a tank versus ranged auto attacker with percentage HP and matchup, there is that swing factor with the Cho'Gath in particular.
I mean, you hit that point where the Rupture comes through and suddenly you might just go down, especially if you're in that mini Gnar form. So it can be very risky. But for now, MVP, nice little start here. And Beyond looking for a repeat gank. Flashes down on the side of Tucson. He'll eat the body slam as the play comes in. Trying to shoot his way back around the minions, but the Blade Caller will find the root. Shield comes through. Can he stay alive?
Teleport.
Gets that slam into the wall there onto Max. Just trying to keep it locked in as the red will hit. Kuro going forward, looking for that final shot. But in the meantime, Maha comes up with the kill yet again in onto Tucson. And now Kuro, one shot from dead, will get taken down. Double kill going over to the Zaya, but they're able to answer one as Spirit does come through.
Now Nar's coming as well.
But that's going to be the TP coming through. Marin trying to build up for that Rage Bar. Rupture connecting in onto Kramer. Now Ian joining in. It's just a party in the bot lane. Dissonance comes down. Beyond finds the kill. ADD claiming yet another life, and MVP come out on top, and this is just sloppy.
Yeah, it's an extended bot lane fight, a bit of a fiesta, but MVP make the smarter decisions, Achilleos. They're re-ganking a lane, taking advantage of a melee support with no Fate's Call and no summoners. That was the smart call, and from there, sure, Afreeca makes some nice plays, but they're always going to be trading down when they have less resources. They teleport in from the mid lane. Cho'Gath comes a lot later. On the teleport completes, you think, okay, this could be something, but consider that Zaya still has summoners up. But still, there is the potential to turn around. Alistar dies just to a Blade Caller, so a bit of a misunderstanding there from specifically the side of the Alistar. And every time they come to initiate, they have to respect that there's still power coming in from the side of MVP.
They're always just fighting basically, one member down, and they just get punished to the maximum buy-in. Marin maybe not even escaping unless he had that double hop. Could have gone down, but 5-1. The 2,000 gold lead here for MVP, significantly different this time around here in game number 2. And, this is when that possibility of game 3 just looks more like a reality, because Afreeca Freecs are starting things off very sloppily, so unless they can tighten up their play, we might just see this very swiftly spill over into the hands of MVP with a victory.
I mean, it's a snowball draft from Afreeca, and then you see the last fight, and you're like, and then you look at Marin's itemization, and you also consider that in a matchup where he wants to go lane dominant, he's been forced to go into the Spectre's Cowl first. Both those things together do not bode well for the side of Afreeca Freecs, and I guess we shouldn't be surprised that 7 minutes in, you're already thinking, could be a game 3.
Yep. And I mean, ADD in a pretty nice spot, going to have that sustain off the Doran's ring. He's got a second one for some backup HP. Have his passive. Stacks are going to be rolling through that. He's level 7. Tucson Kramer looking for a play. A Spear just wrap around, but doesn't have anybody to flash onto for that pop-up. No Fate's Call used, as Kramer's level 5.
He's the level 6 and summoners up to have any semblance of lane pressure. The Alistar. They have, like I mentioned, decided to go with keeping the Gnar on an island, so maybe that's why you have to go Spectre's Cowl, just to not die to an all-in gank from Beyond an ADD. Spirit and Kuro looking to potentially turn onto Ian.
We'll get the pop-up with the flag and drag body slam in, but Cataclysm comes down. Ian throws out the shockwave, but he will still fall. Good answering kill. Good identifying there by Afreeca Freecs to see that they had that opening to pick up the Orianna.
Yeah, really like the roam timing from Tucson as well. When sacrificing too much in the bot lane, still hasn't been fully pushed. They turn straight onto an Infernal Drake, which is a very nice secondary objective as well.
Yes, yet another one. They have the red stacks there, so even if Beyond had arrived in time, not be able to have it. Kramer's still not level 6, doesn't have the Fate's Call to try to throw Tucson in, so just get a couple shots in onto Beyond. Keeping him spotted out. He's got the drunken rage. Does he really want to play this far forward is going to be the question. Seems like there's just enough respect being shown that he can go ahead and push forward into that drive rush, but won't be finding much for it. ADD in the meantime snobs away the blue buff as the blast cone to try to take himself out of here, but Marin is sticking to him. The feast is going to be down, so Marin can actually just win this out.
And for a big flash here from ADD, gets it.
Yep. Transfers over the wall, has to do it, otherwise Marin certainly would have had that kill, and if he had gotten the transformation, maybe even the stun, really keep him locked up.
Probably wasn't worth attempting the fat wall flash there, and if he failed it, feel pretty sheepish. Also, with no AD items, don't know about the damage potential. They might turn on to Beyond.
Yeah, they're looking for this one. He uses the body slam. He's flashed away. Will keep himself safe from the pulverize. Houston doesn't have to use his own, and twice in a row, we're going to have at least 2 Infernal Drakes to kick things off.
Twice in a row, we have slight positive movements for Afreeca Freecs after what could have been a game-losing skirmish in the bot side. A couple of things going their way. Cho'Gath going to be a bit more well-held, and there is Nara picking up decent CS advantage, and then the bot side also getting the summoner away from Beyond. In an awkward phase in the bot laning phase for Afreeca Freecs.
He's got the Phage completed here, so still building up for the Black Cleaver. So swinging his way back in. I mean, honestly, if ADD hadn't just used the Feast, then the all-in potential from the Cho'Gath on that chase would have been that much deadlier. But just good by Marin, knowing his limits, knowing when he can and cannot fight this Cho'Gath. So trying to make it work out.
Just get bad memories of Trace's Spirit Visage Rush Gnar from spring season last year that did not do a lot of winning. When I see Spectre's Cow Rush,
There's pretty much bad memories for everything involving Trace unless it was Gangplank.
I mean, they made it to playoffs that season. And Trace had an amazing... You remember his first round robin where he was stacking the MVPs. It's a big resurgence. He was... Trace now the pick ban coach of Samsung Galaxy. Longtime top laner of Jin Air. 2015, he was actually left off the roster at the end of the year, then had a huge resurgence in spring. That was the season where Jin Air made postseason. Gangplank, like you say, was his big pick. I think he went something like 6 hours of gameplay without dying on Gangplank.
He had a very good Gangplank. It was one of the better ones that we actually had in the league, which was surprising.
We've got to think about this. Jin Air have always had a great Gangplank. GBM in 2015, then Trace in 2016. This year, though, no Gangplank player.
We haven't, well, maybe there is one, we just don't know who it would be.
A secret
just
Gangplank?
hasn't been yeah, you know, the pocket GP.
There's a lot of nurse and buffs happening on the next couple of patches, and Gangplank receives a little love tap, and it was the tank meta where Gangplank was seen as a soft counter to Shen and other top laners, so who knows, maybe Gangplank's around the corner. Spirit looking to compound the Infernal Drake with also soloing out the Rift Herald. That'll take a while.
Slow and steady, though. Has a lot more time compared to game 1. There was a bit of a rush for he and Marin.
1954, I think it went down, so...
Marin, I guess. Whatever. Yeah, 54, I believe.
He spawns at 55, so that was risky.
Well, they got it this time. We'll see how they want to use it to open up the map. No turrets going down on either side at the moment.
Such a great time to pick it up as well, because if you consider what MVP could do with the, information they had, they would have known something was up around the last minute or so. The Drake was already down. Even getting wards on the Drake this early, it was only about 2 minutes 10 till the Drake spawn. Wasn't massive, and it's Corki mid lane with flash available, so couldn't even look for a roam gank on mid, so was a great timing for Afreeca to pick up the Rift Herald.
Max threatening them back, throws out the Dark Passage just to threaten the thought that Beyond could be nearby.
And it keeps the very aggressive control ward down, so that was a nice little mind game.
Things have slowed up a bit. Still just 5-2 here. The Orianna pick. Last thing that we really saw come through.
Way for Afreeca Freecs to turn around what was a horror early game skirmish. Find themselves 2,000 gold behind, but could have been so much worse. Cho'Gath wants to feast the blue buff again.
And he can do that with relative ease, especially since Marin is currently preoccupied with the minions. Gotta wait for it to respawn, though.
I can't help but smile because I see plays like this, and the last time you remember that being a playstyle was Diamond Prox. Sorry, it was Darian playing the Shyvana in the top lane and counter jungling.
Oof.
Long time ago, but hasn't been a time for top laners to take away jungle camps in a long time.
Some of these names I've not heard for a very long time.
Diamond Prox still playing on that undefeated Gambit lineup, but Darian is in and out of streaming, from what I understand.
Yeah, he's briefly on, what was that team?
Diamond Prox?
Yeah.
It was on Renegade's B team, I believe.
Was he on Apex or whatever it was called?
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe I was mistaken. Yes,
I think that yeah, because he was here in Korea.
Coached by Crumbs.
Was it?
Yep.
I remember seeing Vicious. He was also here in Korea.
No, he was definitely coached by Crumbs. Well, Rift Herald summoned as MVP picks up the Infernal Drake.
All right, so going to even that up here. The 1-for-1. Rift Herald does go down.
They're scared
through
of ADD.
Yeah, he's just sprinting his way in. Doesn't find the slow, however. They make their way away from the Cho'Gath. But the turret not going to be going down yet.
I don't know if MVP is a nice pickup. That was amusing. Marin doesn't really do any damage to ADD, who already has 2 armor items complete. Marin went for the low damage build.
I got excited for a moment. I saw the Cho'Gath sprinting in. I was like, oh. And then nothing happened.
I mean, Cho'Gath, this is the thing, is that, especially in Korea, it's kind of been exposed. Sure, it feels like he's a win more champion, because when you already have map control, he's really damn good at turning around a Baron pick or something like that.
Yeah.
But if you're behind, or if you're trying to make plays as the Cho'Gath, it's almost impossible because he's so transparent in what he's trying to do.
I mean, we saw the, the feast steals very recently coming through onto the Barons. So, definitely some nonsense to be had with that Cho'Gath every now and then. But Afreeca Freecs looking to get this first brick and should be able to do so. Beyond does have the explosive cast if he wants to throw it out. But actually, with the rest of the team coming in, Tucson and Kramer will just go ahead and peel back, but Marin's rotated down towards that mid lane.
Yeah, Marin left lane because he knew he'd get the threat of a teleport in and also take the first brick, or I guess the answering turret in the mid lane. So got 2 things there.
Takes that one down. And Maha going to stay safe thanks to the Dark Passage, but this is Afreeca clawing their way back in. First brick helping out quite a bit.
2 games in a row of first brick in the mid lane.
Yeah, they cut down. Well, they get the tier 2 next is the question, but they cut the gold lead for MVP in half, bringing it back down to around 1,000.
Kuro's hit the part that every caster will talk about. Super powerful 1-item spike for Kuro.
Yep, you can see Beyond just suffering quite a bit there. He gets worked rather low. And this could just be the final push here for this turret.
They're walking up here, MVP.
Yeah, they're walked up. Word will get cleared out behind him, but still pretty fearless, you'd have to say. It's shocking to see as Marin uses the Gnar ultimate to stun ADD into the wall. Will go ahead, get popped up, but ADD just really wants nothing to do with the rodent. Kites his way back.
Out of Afreeca not to fully engage. Gnar was already in Mega Gnar form for the last couple of seconds, so his teleport wouldn't be able to be matched.
But Pulverize coming through, standing directly in on top of that Dark Passage is Tucson trying to deny it, but Maha has the Feather Storm.
Orianna coming from base, showing on minions now. Should be the turret.
Beyond coming in, has the body slams. The Cataclysm goes into the backside, but Spirit's going to get pinned into the wall, and he's just going to fall as Maha finds the kill. Cutting back, pops the heal, pops the flash, but he's still going to go down. Kuro arriving with the Corki, takes him out, but a double flight coming through from Max. Just lines up a double kill for Ian, and maybe looking to get a triple as Kuro desperately tries to trade one back in onto Max. One more shot would have done it, but he cannot get it. An MVP. They lose the turret, but they trade up and kills.
Yeah, Orianna was able to get there. The fight lasted so long in the bottom side. Ain't going to be able to push up. Not going to turret his top lane. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Marin maybe in a bad spot. Has quite a bit of damage with the slow. Connects in from the Righteous Glory. Flash forward to ADD. does have the feast, and he takes him out. The solo kill coming through for him. And suddenly, MVP bringing out a lead yet again.
And the MVP fans hooting and hollering. They know that it was such a massive win to win in bot side and top side. Are playing with fire too much. If you watch the replay, Kramer was actually tanking turret and very low as this begun.
Yeah.
Spirit thought he was hard engaging with his team, but Kalista had to finish off the turret. And sure, they eventually take down enemy AD carry. Very nice hook from Max as Ian is ghosting in, able to clean it up. And MVP, delayed ace for them and very little cost in there.
That whole fight was just all about Max. Absolutely gorgeous Thresh play. Target selection, the double play at the end, and then he lives for the maximum amount of style points. But MVP, 3,000 gold lead, so still nothing massive for 20 minutes into this one. They're even up as far as the Infernal Drakes are concerned. So really might come down to something like a skirmish around the Baron that could help really start deciding who is going to be the victor in this game too.
Gath is pretty much at critical mass already. Very, very early. Gotta stone plate. They're trying to turn on Kramer.
Yeah, 3 members up here. Kramer does still have the flash. We have a little bit of action in the mid lane, but at the same time, Max, he finds the hook. And that is just going to be Kramer getting destroyed.
It's trading down in every scenario. They thought they could gank in mid lane. Here's Baron.
Flash in, gets the sun into the wall. Flag and Drag not going to find the knock-up, but that certainly will. As the rupture comes through from ADD, he's very tanky with the Cho'Gath, but Kuro will have the shred off the Gatling gun as ADD tries to threaten, but with the rupture not connecting, he won't have the damage to finish him off. Still does quite a bit, but they find 2 kills down towards the mid lane, but they still lose out on that top tier 1.
Bit of a messy phase, but Afreeca trading with where they are in the game is pretty decent from their side. Not ideal to give up the top lane turret. In the inside track into bot lane, Phage and also the Trinity Force complete among these two.
They will rip this thing apart.
Jarvan's there to provide coverage as well.
Yeah, he's kind of gatekeeping from the sideline, so they'll just go ahead and knock down an inner turret for free. Very nicely done there by Afreeca, as Beyond chases in a little bit, but would have to commit the explosive cask, and Max and Maha are a bit too far behind for him to try to get the pick.
Afreeca's draft is strong in side lanes, not so much in the team fighting phase where they are at right now. So picking up turrets like this is growing some gold and keeping it at 2,600 gold lead, which it was really after the 5 kills that MVP picked up earlier.
They're looking for a little bit more here, starting up the Mountain Drake.
Okay, there is vision around Baron.
They're pinging this one. They're doing the question marks, but this is going to be Afreeca just piling in.
Cho'Gath's around here, remember.
Tucson is very squishy. They will have the Rend. There is a Cho'Gath, as you say, throws a ward in, but the control ward will be denying the vision. The rest of MVP trying to get in here. Ignite started being used! The Spider's already been used, and that's going to be the Devour coming through from ADD. He comes up with the Baron steal. Without vision, goes in. Just a control ward right at the last second to try to pick that one up. Now Shockwave in, onto Spirit, onto Kramer. Pops him back with the explosive casket. MVP are winning the fight. A double kill over to Maha at the end. Just have to give up ADD's life, and now all 4 remaining members have the Baron.
After the death, you see the blue ping on the blast plant. Afreeca could have warded over and killed the blast plant. They didn't. They knew that Cho'Gath's flash was down. He didn't need flash, and now MVP. They're running forward, and they may not break the base, but they've broken the hearts of Afreeca in game 2.
They certainly have. The turret going down in mid. Second one following up, and now they can just go scoop up the Mountain Drake to make these pushes that much easier with the Baron buff. MVP. It was a bit back and forth, the gold lead not really stretching, but with that steal from ADD, his heroics have pretty much solidified them with a lead here in game number 2.
Oh, Afreeca Freecs. This is why they have so many heart palpitations fans. They could just ward and kill the blast plant. They don't. Rend comes in at 947.
77 remaining.
It isn't about the Rend, it's about the decision to not actually take all factors into account. You know the blast plant is there. You kill it. So does the hope of Cho'Gath stealing. He did not have flash. Get over the wall. No ability to clean up the fight afterwards, of course. Spirit looks off, looks frustrated. Afreeca Freecs, finally, in this game, are in a deep hole.
I mean, that's one of those things where you just, subtitle at the bottom just screams internally over Spirit. Has to not be too happy about everything that just transpired. MVP and Jinner, however, are probably pretty ecstatic. You mentioned heart palpitations. I'm sure they have quite a many few. Maybe they have an ambulance on standby as they're watching this set.
There's something about MVP as a team. You know, we talked about them so much in spring, making that unlikely run, and even without any household names, turned a lot of heads, doing so well in a league dominated by stars. Summer hasn't been that season.
Taking a decent bit of damage here underneath the turret. Ian throws out that shockwave, zoning him back, so tier 2 going down as MVP continues pushing in the top lane.
They got a lot of credit from fans for standing up largely against RNG in the match that eventually they lost, and the LCK lost to the LPL and Rift rivals, and now finally with the meta changing, they are showing they have just so much scrappiness about them. They will not back down. They will go for moves that are they the correct move 100%? No. But they seem to know how to play around their own limits, and in this game, they look very likely to be sending the series to 3 games.
It would be a major turnaround at this point here by the Afreeca Freecs if they could come up with the 2-0.
Team comp-wise, they're not really set up to do so. Again, 1-3-1, powerful. Some team fighting scenarios can work for them, but so much more reliable on the side of MVP with Gragas, Orianna, and Xayah. Their roles are pretty clear, and if it is a game like this where you have the Baron buff where you can start pushing up vision, the Cho'Gath also can play a part.
I mean, they need some absolutely stupid wombos with the Gnar and the Fate's Call, perhaps, to try to lock people down long enough to just to come up with multiple kills in a fight. But coming over from Max, throws out the Dark Passage. They want this one. The box is down. Flag and Drag coming through from Spirit, but Beyond just chucks the cask. And he will go down, pops him over the wall. Another pick coming through. Hook not going to connect on Marin. MVP will just go ahead, wrap back around the side where ADD has the wave being brought up in the look to take down this final inner turret.
Anything that's a pick comp works for them. Tucson just goes in for the headbutt Pulverize.
Rupture not going to connect the Fate's Call. Almost finding the kill there on Tucson. Instead they'll throw him back in. Looking for Max, but he flashes away. Goes at the death sentence, and the Shockwave will not connect. A big whiff there on both of the spells from MVP. They only got the turn down to about half. They're looking for a little bit more as Maha is still rather healthy. But the wave clear is decently strong for the Afreeca Freecs.
It's go down. Tucson's health bar far too low. They will not be able to claim the inner turret. Spirit can go answer. Massive minion wave in top. Or delay any growing of the lead for the side of MVP. But largely job done by them there.
Holding on by a thread. Are the Afreeca Freecs here. 4-0-10, by the way, for Beyond. Almost 100% kill contribution on this Gragas. Just that solo kill by ADD up top.
The thread you speak of is not a convincing one when you've got Voidsoft already complete for a 3-item build. For Ian, Maha has 3 items as well on the way to his 4th, and Gragas and Cho'Gath are looking pretty unkillable in the front line.
That's why I said thread, not rope. It's not looking good.
No. We did trade evenly for a while after falling behind, but that time passage is gone. Champions are good at pushing, good at harassing, but not good at actually coming back in a scenario like this where they're doing everything they can to get some sort of vision. This is not a mass kill.
Oh, yeah, ADD. Just walking in. Takes quite a bit of damage, though, from the Corki. Down to below half. Cataclysm to get over the wall, but they'll just kind of exchange spots as ADD looks to turn things around with the arrival of Maha. TP channeled out here by Marin, but no Rage Bar, and honestly was only closing about 20 yards distance. Just cancel that one as MVP will get prepped for what could be their second Baron of the game. 40 seconds remaining until it spawns.
AD can just teleport back in, but Baron hasn't spawned yet, so no real need to enter the fight just yet. Afreeca stealing Baron, or finding a way to claim it themselves, one of the few ways they can actually keep this game within their grasp.
I mean, think of how different it would be if they had just done it right the first time. If they had gone down the checklist and said, okay, Blast Cone, get rid of that. Smite and Rend at the same time, do that.
Neither of these two teams have been big on checklists.
That's true.
MVP famously giving an interview that every analyst in the world shook their head at, where they said they loved the thrill of the Baron smite off. Usually people just put down 2 control wards and don't need that sort of thrill.
Yeah.
I don't know what sort of sick games they like playing. Baron has spawned. A lot of coverage in the area.
Martin gonna get jumped on. Hops to the side, has the flash over the wall. And with that flash down, the threat of the Meganar finding a massive stun. Just sort of goes away for the most part. MVP have yet to start up this Baron. They have control over the vision, however. Maybe looking for a pick on Nakuro, who's rather far forward, but he has the package.
We don't have a control ward on the pit, so will be a bit of questions about how safe a Baron force here is. Spirit feels strong enough to walk up to a level 16 Cho'Gath. He's 4 levels behind.
Bold move. Is all right. But needs to come up with a massive smite away. As MVP, they have started up this Baron. It's already down to about half HP. Remember, they have the Infernal and the Mountain Drake available for them.
And keep it leashed for a long time if Gragas and Cho'Gath are tanking it.
He's just taking so much damage here from Baha. Gragas going back in, down to 2,600. Flag and drag forward. His Spirit just tries to get himself into the pit. Kramer firing away a little bit as the Fate's Call comes through from Kramer. Will leash it as the healing starts to roll back in. Massive rocket connects in onto Baha, taking him below half HP. And MVP seems like they will just go ahead, consider this a stalemate, and peel back.
Yeah, good. Afreeca played a dangerous game there. They played it pretty smartly. The moment that Stoneplate is down from Cho'Gath, his threat when it comes to Feast goes down. It's a cooldown that's pretty significant. Meganar was going to run out for Marin, didn't have flash to reposition either. Afreeca, with basically no control over the past 5 minutes, will take a Mountain Drake against the run of play and at least not allow MVP to open up a bigger lead than they already had.
This evens them up as far as the Dragons are concerned. Elder going to be the next one that spawns.
Got more control wards this time, so they are a bit more set up to take the Baron. Massive minion wave and bot side that Cho'Gath has to deal with.
Go ahead and take that one away. Haven't seen how many stacks he's at, but I think he's only feasted on one person. So, not going to be anything too significant at the moment.
Marin has been able to farm up a Storm. Very low damage build. Only just finished the Black Cleaver in recent times. MVP, they put down the control wards in the right brush. If they peel off the Baron, really are set up to win a fight and or take the Baron. With them especially, you wonder, Achilles.
Trying to bait them in. Sitting here inside the pit, Marin has the Meganar coming through.
Hasn't been started yet. That's confirmed by the blue trinket.
They're just trying to wait. They want Marin to go ahead, transform back into Mini.
Notice the MVP have not played their side lanes at all, so nothing's working with them. That's why Kalista walked up to the mid lane inner turret, but look at Baron, it's been ripped apart.
They have a ward in the pit. True Vision here with the control ward. Going in, they can't quite get it. It's going to be the Feast coming down from ADD, and now the fight has broken out. Also cast into that flag and drag there from Spirit. Throws in the Cataclysm, looking for Ian as the Shockwave will connect it onto Marin, who just cannot transform. He'll get taken out, and now Kramer is in no man's land. He'll be isolated. He'll get taken out. A double kill over to Maha, plus the Baron yet again for MVP.
Yeah, MVP made it tricky for themselves by not playing the side lanes, but because they had the brute force and the ability to tank it pretty endlessly with the Gragas and the Cho'Gath, they pick up the Baron anyway. They can barrel through the mid lane if they so choose, and the grouped up minion wave and bot is finally starting to slow push their way. With the Cho'Gath, they love to break the base with the second Baron buff. The first one was a steal, the second one was a lot more straightforward for MVP.
Here to try to clear out the waves. Can do a decent job. And Kramer spawning in 15 seconds, so not the full 5. This could still prove difficult for MVP. First, they're going to focus on that bot inner turret. Last one standing. Weren't able to knock it down the first time around, but they got it to half. So a couple more shots from Maha will take this out.
Roth had backed, but has the ability to teleport in. The Baron buff minions enough to dissuade anything from Afreeca. No Gnar ultimates to speak about from Mar in this game.
Spirit looking for the flank, but this is out on the vision control here. Doesn't have an avenue of approach. Will get absolutely annihilated unless the follow-up from Afreeca is perfectly timed with him.
And even then, is the follow-up enough damage? Corki and Kalista can do damage, but On an Orianna shock, it's not really AoE follow-up for what is an AoE CC ability.
I'm feeling right now it's really on Kuro to come up with a burst. Kramer trying to complete his 4th item. An extended fight can do quite a lot, but given all the bursts that's available to the side of MVP, especially with that shockwave, it's going to be rather difficult to stop that.
Timing window starts just about now as Gnar is exhausted.
Takes a lot of damage here from Kuro, as you can see, but he is very low on mana, so he's going to have to go back over to the base. Couple wards available behind that Baha could spot out if he went in there. But without any energy built up from the Gnar, the TP is just going to be very difficult to try to pull off, so has to just play in the front line. Pop-up coming through, silence down onto Kuro, and he is just going to get knocked to death. Shockwave not connecting at all for MVP. It seems like it might not even matter. Big knock-up coming through as Tucson finds a pulverize onto absolutely everybody, but he gets dragged back into the fight. He's going to be the second one that goes down. MVP, now with 2 members dead on the side of Afreeca. Baron buff still on their side, should be able to push in and knock down this inhib turret.
Yeah, first time we've seen an initiation rupture actually work. Kuro disrespecting the range, died with his flash up, instant CC'd, into silence, into death. This is the Baron buff cracking at the base we talked about on the second spawn, and they might try to brute force the game.
It seems like they're going to. They're still pushing in here. Turret almost going down, flashing for the flay. Kramer going low, trying to jump away as best as he can, but ADD yet again has the kill. Double going over to the Cho'Gath. First Nexus turret will go down, and that should be the game here. Just above 35 minutes in, MVP keeping their hopes alive of advancing higher up the standings, keeping Jin Air's hopes alive of making it into the playoffs. It's all gonna come down now to game number 3.
And the max hype value is game 3, but also Achilleos. If MVP win this series, we do get the matchup between Jin Air and Afreeca for that final spot on Saturday. So that would be ultra hype for what is a week of playoff implications here in the LCK. MVP made their draft work. Afreeca had a lot more variables this time, with the Gnar not recently working for many teams and not working for them in this game either. One fell swoop of mistakes in the bot lane and also a solo kill in the top lane decided the game. Afreeca tried to make some aggressive plays that didn't work. They were in touching distance for a time, and then the game fell away from them. And predictably, when it's Afreeca Freecs and MVP, of course it's going to go to game 3.
All comes down to that one moment at the Baron. Afreeca could have got themselves back into the game, could have gotten themselves a lead. But they allow for the blast cone to be there. They allow for ADD to just inject himself directly into that Baron pit and come up with a feast steal.
I saw the blue pings, and you knew they were Marin after all the deaths, being like, why didn't anyone kill the blast plant? That was the big factor, like you say. Baron goes down there, and anything could have happened. Baron goes to MVP, though. And the lifeline was real for MVP.
Well, heavy implications here for Afreeca Freecs if they can't close out this series. Then would have to best Jin Air to retain their spot, to claim their spot rather, in the top 5 in the wildcard match versus SK Telecom. Still a rough spot to be in for sure, but it's better than not being in the playoffs at all. So they want to close it out here with a 2-1 victory, but MVP have the potential to upset. They have the momentum on their side. Let's see what they do as they swap back over to the blue side. Let's see if they can still get that Xayah out of the hands of Kramer and come up with a victory.
You better tie those shoes. We're jumping fences. We're gonna shake these boots. We're taking chances. Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sings, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world comes tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
All right, welcome back. We're near the end of the night, 10 p.m. here now in Korea, but the audience is still packed. MVP able to win game 2, very much off the back of ADD coming up with the steal onto the Baron to really start swinging things into their favor. As you can see, damage chart still going to be the Corki coming out on top, but very quickly behind was Maha with that Xayah. And now we have to go all the way into game number 3.
It's pretty much empty damage from the Corki and the Gnar, the two solo lanes for the Afreeca Freecs in game 2. MVP here. Couple of different choices they could consider, and ADD's Cho'Gath, the solo kill onto the Gnar, will pick up the nod. I believe both those MVPs may have been Cho'Gath, but I'll hold my tongue for now. MVP on a 3-match win streak, Achilles. 4 matches in a row, 2-1 is a possibility. And Afreeca, suddenly it's a best of 1 to stop the Saturday match from being oh so important, because that could actually be their fates being decided, and Jin Air getting their destiny in their own hands again.
Yeah, I mean, it all started off with that really weird sloppy fight down on the bottom side of the map where they came out on top, but ADD will answer, get the solo kill, throw down the control ward at the last second with the blast cone. 77 HP, ticks up with 1 heal, gets the steal. We're starting this one off with him dying, but the ensuing fight.
And that was probably the match-winning play, honestly, the Baron steal, where Afreeca had finally managed to get back into the game. They were losing earlier. This shows the frustration at trying to kill a Cho'Gath.
Bit of cat and mouse here.
Didn't die this one. We don't even need to cut it early, because he managed to turn around and blew the flash of the Corki.
Takes it away, gets the secure for MVP.
I mean, it really was Darien-esque, because we talked about it. He did the Shyvana play of pushing up lane and stealing away Blue Bar, stealing away Gromps. And then the Baron steal was the most important of them all. Faced there early, but still a valuable one. And then the Rupture. Initiation Cho'Gath has been impossible so far in the LCK, but that one worked. You could hear the sound of the chomp. The MVP fans are so hungry for some victories today. They got one in game 2, and who's to say what will happen in game 3?
Like how he had a little bit of flair there with his wave. But got to be feeling pretty good about that one, ADD, but can they do it a second time? Can they get the victory? Jin Air at home. Got to be rooting for these guys. On the side of Afreeca, it's going to be a change. They're back over to the blue side, but this time they will be, or they're back over onto the red side rather, and this time they will be playing with Mowgli as Spirit gets swapped out.
Yeah, they've needed to give Mowgli game time with Spirit's up and down performances in the last couple of weeks of the season. He was great in game 1. In game 2, I wouldn't necessarily put all the blame at his feet. I think there was more of a team situation, and also Marin letting us down on the Gnar. But they're going to bring in Mowgli, and remember, he's had 2 games to watch the pathing of Beyond with his coach. So information-wise, he should be uniquely in a great position to be an important voice in the shot calling, even though he is by far the youngest member of the team.
To have very standout performance here for the squad. Because, I mean, you finalize this victory here. You're probably starting in the game against Jin Air to give yourself more stage time. You win that. Perhaps you find yourself starting against SK Telecom as well in the playoffs. Would be a very nice story for Mowgli. Starting there in the playoffs. First time around for him. Be very nice.
Let's talk about another story. The pick and ban in game 3. MVP back on blue side. Rumble, Talia, Kalista, the bans in game 1. The Rumble will be recycled again, predictably, given that it is a 2-person focused ban. Even with Mowgli in the team, I guess some more Marin focus when Mowgli's there, given that Spirit was the one who was flexing the Rumble.
Yeah.
The Callista may be left open, though. That's the one they can play around with, given that Kramer couldn't pop off on it in Game 2. So I'm interested to see how the Callista is affected. And then for Afreeca, what about the Cho'Gath that they may want to ban but have less flexibility on the red side?
So far, Rumble Talia, very much what we saw in Game 1. Zach Caitlyn going to be the standard for red. It was Callista in Game 1 from MVP, but do they feel threatened enough to ban it again? Yes, they do. Even though Kramer did not have a good time in Game number 2, they still will just go forward with all of the original bans.
Ban away the Elise. It was a Maokai first pick in Game 1 that didn't really provide all that much to MVP, so I much prefer the Xayah first pick that we're seeing. Would have been taken by Kramer if available. So it's a big prize for them. And we know that Afreeca play the Maokai, but we haven't seen it from Maren yet. Mowgli played it in the jungle last time out for the side of the Afreeca Freecs. They've been curiously banning it a lot, which makes me wonder. Perhaps they're trying to hide their specific Maokai strategies for later. This could be the re-debut of the most famous pick for Maren, even more so than his Rumble that perhaps he's the best at. The Maokai was the one where he had the immense winning record. I believe it was 37-1 at one point. Definitely was 27-1. They're going to take the Tristana into the Xayah as well, so expect a lot more attention from Mowgli to the bot side to help the Tristana through the early levels.
I mean, this means we could see something like the Rakan coming through for Max, or perhaps the playmaking ability of the Thresh like we saw just in Game number 2, where he was, absolutely commanding team fights by himself in the bottom lane.
Khan also always a possibility when we're talking about things with a Xayah.
Oh, they might just...
Cho'Gath would have been banned in the second rounds. If they want it, they have to take it now. They do gleefully accept the Cho'Gath, and they can play around with the Gragas and Chora, even though we're almost 100% sure it will be a top lane Cho'Gath.
Very likely. So Afreeca, what do they want to round out with? Do we see a top laner from them before the next round of bans comes out? Seems like they still just want to go back over to this Callista Alistar, which just keeps growing in popularity throughout this series. So this is going to be 3 games in a row that we have this combo. Almost. Rather, never mind, sorry. Callista, not Tristana, not Callista.
Had a lot of Tristana Alistar today.
I'm losing my mind.
That's okay. It's an MVP versus Afreeca series that went to Game 3. It's par for the course that your mind...
You're my anchor right now, Papa Smith.
I'm trying. I'm doing my best. Speaking of anchors, will we see a team fight anchor? Because Orianna is incentivized for both these teams with very strong engage. So which one of them visits the Ori well will be interesting. I know that MVP would love it if it was left open.
I thought you were going to ask if we were going to see a Nautilus, and I was like, what?
Beware the depths.
They said anchor, so I put, okay.
Same as a quarterback.
Yeah,
what I'm trying to go for here.
I get it. I see what you're saying, but I was worried for a second. I was like, please, no, not Nautilus meta again.
No Nautilus in the near future. I think there's been some buffs for him on the PBE, so maybe later on. No mid lane focus in the bans just yet. I guess Galio is a mid lane ban, but we saw some Linderong top lane Galio yesterday, so you can never be 100% sure. Speaking of which, Afreeca do have the flex pick Maokai to explore. You mentioned the Thresh, and Thresh will be banned, and that's the price. Felt like they were going to get one of Cho'Gath or Thresh, and they settled on the Cho.
The Brom's still available, however. So could maybe see that one come through for Max in the bottom lane if he doesn't want to go for something a little bit cheekier. But for now, final ban's going to be the Kennen.
Interesting. I mean, top lane Kennen is the ban because they already have the Alistar locked in. Play the Ruin King Kennen would obviously do a lot of damage to Cho, and has been a favorite pick of Maren, but he hasn't found really any success on it. So, not really a huge fan of the ban.
I think the first time that he brought it out was really good, and then it just kind of dropped off a cliff from there.
There's that confirmation Achilles will be Maren for the first time this season on his famous Maokai.
All right, so, yep, Rek'Sai locked in here for Mowgli. So Maokai back over for Maren. And it's just weird that it's taken this long for us to see him pick this up.
Maren in his career, in Korea, well, losses in China, but in Korea, 37-5. Most of those losses, I believe, 4 of the losses coming in spring season on Afreeca. And SKT only ever lost once on the Maokai, and that included in international events. I spoke about the Orianna, predictably will go the way of MVP, but Talia this time is still banned, so I'm wondering what we'll see from Kuro.
Oh, okay. So a bit of a transition back. It's going to be the Tom Kench here for Max to try to keep the Xayah alive.
Does answer Maokai's single target initiation very cleanly. Rek'Sai is also single target now. The two of those will be frustrated by the Tom Kench. Talia gone. Corki hasn't really shined that much for Kuro this series. Would make sense into the Ahri. It's going to go standard with no real other picks being left open.
Okay, well this is actually 3 games in a row. Just Corki, Orianna in the mid lane, back and forth. Will get locked in yet again for Kuro. So second time. He's going to be bringing this one out. Didn't work out so well in game number 2, but we'll see it again in game 3 and see how it fares.
Let it be known the Orianna has won every game so far. So this time it will not be red side Orianna, but a blue side Orianna. They decided to go for the Rek'Sai first and then get a pick into what was always going to be an Orianna. It seemed like such a clean Orianna draft from both sides. Feel like MVP will open up their hands with glee on one with Orianna recently. The Comfort Cho'Gath as well. If you want storylines, if you want high drama, MVP winning does deliver that, because then we get Jin-Air versus Afreeca with the spot in playoffs very much on the line.
Tense situation here, Afreeca. They don't want to have to rely on that final series. They're just 1 game away from being locked into that 5th place spot. You see Kuro there, clapping on your screen, trying to get his team motivated, jazzed up to get him into this game. They have Mowgli starting off in the jungle. We'll see how this is going to change. Like you said, has had time to sit backstage, watch the pathing and the habits of Beyond in this series. So will Beyond adapt? Will he change it up and try to be unpredictable going up against Mowgli?
I mean, you'd imagine so, given that burden of knowledge. We're never 100% clear. I feel like empowering the Tristana is the way Afreeca win. Otherwise, their single target initiation is very well answered by Max.
All right, well, here we go. Let's see what happens. Can MVP continue the win streak and gate Afreeca away from the playoffs for a little bit longer? Let's find out as we jump onto the Rift for game number 3. I kind of give the edge over to MVP, I think.
Thought the
In the
finals,
cheer battle.
we knew the finals field would start this week. We
Oh,
could
yeah.
kill us because we have the Longzhu series that do define the top 3, but I didn't know that this would be a match that would join it. But the MVP fans are so buoyed by their recent success. They came back with good feels from Rift rivals after putting in a heroic showing, even if they lost. Now they're starting to win. Now they're smelling blood in the water. And MVP are in a great spot draft-wise to answer the Afreeca Freecs, and like you say, force us to a titanic best of 3 on Saturday. And to give us cowbells.
Yep, Tucson just giving it a little smack every now and then.
He's not as good as Wolf at canceling his animation. Something to work on.
Yeah. That's the most important mechanic when it comes down to Alistar.
One of the mechanics not talked about often is that Cho'Gath answers Alistar really well in team fights because he just silences him and eats him. The true damage deals with the unbreakable will very well, and Alistar not being around to be annoying is never a bad thing.
ADD gonna get the jump onto Marin.
He missed his auto. He's missed his auto attack reset there. ADD could have done more damage.
Still gets quite a bit down. Set magic, of course, going to be a thing, but he's just going to try to cut Marin off from the wave. So you have to come through me. This is great. I love it.
This is fantastic. You can even go back and with 1 E, just clear the entire minion wave. Marin gets all of them as well. Oh, he missed 1. My apologies. So he's denied a minion.
Oh,
and also,
buddy, winning the fight.
How do you like this laning phase, Marin?
Sometimes it's just how it is, young.
ADD had the lowest KDA in the league before 714 rolled around, and that's been a revelation on the tank patch. Marin's KDA, nothing to write home about either. He has struggled pretty surprisingly. First game on the Maokai since spring season.
Well, already, maybe Mowgli on the roam for a bit of a relief here. It's up towards the top side, throws down a ward.
Well, he definitely has a ganking path.
He's going to come in straight in from behind. ADD going to get jumped on. Twisted Advance coming down. Has the flash, but gets popped up. Can he make it out of here? Flashes to the side, but gets caught by the Q, and he will fall first blood going over to Mowgli.
Really nice pathing from him. Got a very fast level 3 compared to specifically the side of Beyond. It was a lot slower. Skipped over his blue buff as well. Put down a ward. Knew there wasn't going to be a follow. Came over smartly. Great stuff from the side of Afreeca Freecs, and it really helps out Marin, who was already struggling in the trades.
Oh, immensely. Just alleviates so much pressure, and I mean, ADD, he doesn't have anything really to come back with, just a refill of a potion for himself. Has to use the teleport. Marin does as well, but now has the Null Magic Mantle to help mitigate a bit of that damage. Beyond's coming in, though, and Marin does not have the flash. Body slam connecting, he's going to be slowed up by the red buff. Yeah, he's dead. It's just a matter of who gets the kill. Shield comes down, trying to stay alive. As he tries to retreat, but there we go. One final hit. We'll give that kill right over to ADD.
Well, it was a really Marin way to die.
Yep.
And give up an advantage in lane, and crucially, his lane opponent is the one who picks up the kill, so we'll have more gold than his opponent. Gotta say, his level 1 stylings did translate into the eventual kill. Marin overextending and dying is one of the oldest standbys of the LCK, so can't help but smirk, but Mowgli was brought in for pathing. His pathing did undo Beyond's. Consider that he was actually successful in the gambit of throwing down the much younger jungler in the face of Spirit's experience, but then his experienced teammate kind of throws the advantage he was granted.
Oh, thank you, Marin. All that work done. Deucin taking a nice little trade here as Maha lands that Blade Caller. Things will go ahead and slow down. A bit of a calm before an inevitable storm as the gold is completely tied up with the 1-1 scoreline.
So what was intended for the side of Afreeca? Snowball gank top lane, get a kill for Marin, allow that lane to be a farm lane, and play the rest of the game down bot lane with the Tristana. That's what Afreeca wanted. Suddenly what they want is kind of at a bit of a wit's end when it comes to having to deal with the fact that Marin will just be a little bit disadvantaged in lane. Mowgli finds Beyond, but he's actually a level behind.
Doesn't want to fight that one. Just gets a little bit of damage in. They lose out on the ward, but there's that vision coming through from the scrying plant. Get popped up, so Mowgli does want to fight this one a little bit. Body slam comes in, however, and Beyond has quite a lot of damage to throw down as Ian joins in, but he's very low on mana.
We have the control of bot lane, and Marin's not there to provide coverage just yet. Let's go aggressively onto Mowgli.
Drunken Rage coming through, smacks him down, takes him very low, but the collapse is coming in, so Afreeca looking for the fight, but Deucin not in flash range for the Pulverize. We'll just go ahead and retreat back down to bottom lane.
It's always a game of cat and mouse. Maha didn't react, whereas Kramer did, and that means that Maha got a bit more experience and also got the preferential back time, so the cost of roaming there was not 0 for the side of Afreeca. Missed the cannon too, feels bad.
Gotta be careful though when the wave gets thinned out like that. Very well see Deucin just go in, flash Pulverize, headbutt underneath the turret. Level 6 achieved by ADD in the top lane, so the Feast stack's gonna start coming through for the Cho'Gath, just get him beefier and beefier.
That is what Cho'Gath does. He builds a Righteous Glory, a Gargo's Stone Plate, and gets incredibly beefy.
Go back to the classic Rod of Ages build.
You don't need to now, you get enough true damage with health.
Pulverize in on the max. Spends out the minion, but only gets a little bit of damage down onto Deucin as Kramer tries to trade up here. Leave one shot down onto the explosive charge, so not going to be a whole lot.
I talked a lot about ganking for Tristana lanes and things like that. You might ask why, because Tristana is seen pseudo-counter to the meta AD carries, which at this point are Kalista and Xayah, who are very often taken in the first round. The thing you have to consider is that Tristana auto-pushes, so already wave control is going to be one factor, but the other thing is it's Tristana Alistar. And Alistar's laning phase is actually very, very poor in terms of 2v2 laning. He can only all-in kind of Leona in that regard, or Leona-esque. When he gets gank assistance, he can do a lot. He can definitely hard engage, but just standard 2v2s, he'll actually lose out even in poke to Max on the Tahm Kench, who can just poke around with the Q and in general be fine. So very much having gank assistance is so central to Tristana being able to play her play style of chipping down turrets, being the executioner on those turrets. And right now, with no help, the Tristana is just basically losing lane to a scaling AD carry in the Xayah.
Not a great spot to be in. Trying to push in, trying to get a little bit of those, a few of those Raptors taken away, but still going to be beyond picking up the majority of them. Meantime, rotates over, hands over the blue buff here to Kuro. We had just enough left for one boss bomb.
It's beautiful, really.
Perfectly timed. All of it calculated. Now ADD, it's got a little bit of a lead. At the end of this, they'll only be ahead by 1 or 2. But it's pretty evenly matched against the Maokai. Don't think we're going to be seeing that many solo kills this time around.
Given that both sides are opting into the beef you spoke about, definitely agree on that. Very, very long laning phase played in bot lane before the first shot. First shot was Maha at around 8.5 minutes. Still waiting on Tristana's back. Could go Blade the Ruin King here, but I know I'm a much bigger fan of BF Sword into a Zeal item. BF Sword is the way, and it's not going to be a Blade the Ruin King Tristana this time out.
I mean, it'd be nice to sustain going up against the Xayah, but not able to trade out with her in little skirmishes.
So if you're not going to play around the duo lane, a lane swap is another option to take value out of Tristana with attack speed and also the BF Sword, and it seems like Afreeca going to take that side. Cho'Gath has good wave clear, so it's not necessarily going to be the cleanest, but they want to get out of the 2v2 lane, and they're sending in a lot of reinforcements.
Oh yeah, they really want to just go ahead and guarantee this one. Headbutt in, as Marin does have the turret at the moment. ADD kiting his way back. Big body slam, however, off the back of the flash there from Beyond. He gets popped up, but the turret will find Tucson. Final shot, taking him out now. Marin having to get out of here. Turn back in, get a bit of damage down onto ADD as he kites back, but Ian comes over. Shockwave landing on the 2 members. Body slam yet again as Kramer throws out the buster shot. Will not get clipped by the ball at the end. And miraculously, it's only Tucson going down after all of that, but MVP still open up and get the first brick on the bottom side of the map.
It's the second time Afreeca have overforced something. They're so greedy with these engages. Man. They don't wait, they just try to brute force it. Send in 4 instantly, but everything up for ADD. It's not trivial to turret dive a Cho'Gath, just like people have found recently with turret diving Maokai's. And Afreeca trade down in pretty epic fashion, kills and also objectives to the side of MVP.
I mean, so many flashes having to be used from both teams, but the massive investment, it's still very much MVP who come out on top in this regard. And we'll just go ahead and see the replay.
And they didn't even allow the remaining creeps to deal with this. They just go for a super hard engage. But it's so low value, it's very strange to see Afreeca over purchasing in this regard. A really nice cast there to ensure the extra turret shot actually takes down the Gragas. It's just not clean at all, and this is with everyone sent in, and only 3 members at the end from the side of MVP.
I mean, it was just so crazy. I mean, 3-man body slam into the 3-man cask, into the 2-man shockwave, just one after the other connecting in. And somehow Tucson's the only one that dies, but MVP very much get the lead off that. Now, Drake still has not been targeted yet. We're only just 11.5 minutes in, so could see this started up rather soon. Hopefully at the moment. Vision coming down. Tongue Lash does connect. He doesn't have flash, but he's got tunnel already preset. Gets himself over the wall towards the blue buffs. Keeps himself alive for the moment.
You lose a 2v4 that eventually evolved into a 3v5, though. Things around the map start to work against you. Turret going down in bot lane was the easiest example, but any hope of control around the Mountain Drake is now completely gone for the side of Afreeca Freecs. Will be a freebie to the side of MVP.
Take that one away, and yet again we're going to be treated to an Infernal Drake spawning.
I'm just in love with ADD's Shyvana-esque plays on the Cho'Gath.
Just take away the big creep and go back to lane when the wave crashes. He's got to be careful, though, because he doesn't have flash, and it's going to be Mowgli coming through. Rupture already used. Silence coming down. Nature's Grasp will lock him in, and it seems like he's not long for this world. Trying to deny a little bit of vision. Gets the double pop-up, but there you go. Void Rush into a final smack. We'll go ahead and take him out. In the meantime, Maha and Max, knowing that the jungler is not nearby, are trying to gain some pressure onto that inner turret in the bottom side of the map.
4 members are rotating up. They know that no one's here to help Kramer.
Blaster shot comes through as Max tanks up the turret, has the shield available for himself, and they'll knock this turret down to about half HP, but now Tucson is arriving. Beyond over the wall is spotted out by the control ward. Devour coming through, and they're really just trying to buy time for that turret to go down on the top side of the map. Seems like they've done a good enough job.
Strange to see Alistair walking up there, and also Corky, given that they should have been able to take him down without any other help, but they don't lose the turret in bot lane. They do get the turret in top lane, so there was a good news story there for Afreeca, who are admittedly only 500 gold behind, even if you're still cringing a little bit as an Afreeca fan at their attempt at a turret dive a few moments ago.
Honestly, just feels bad that Ian was unable to get a single assist after landing that nice shockwave. But nobody dying off the backside of that.
Sounded like you called it a sharkwave.
Sharkwave?
Yeah.
We need that skin.
Well, I think Fizz kind of has the trademark on the sharks.
Sure, you know, you just pool party Orianna and a bunch of sharks come out. I don't know. Make it work.
Giving those free skin ideas to Riot Games, huh, Achilles?
It's not a very good one, admittedly.
Max starting to get his roam on now.
I was going to say, still waiting for the Korean exclusive Cass Cassiopeia. Cass is a brand of alcohol beer here in Korea.
Riot has
have that nice product placement.
Riot has shown a lot of pause with the product placement. I know when I started following League of Legends, I was kind of waiting for Hamburglar skins and things like that, but they've never happened. There's something cool about getting a... Well, I'll hold that thought.
Ian getting jumped on. Nothing cool about this one for him. Double shockwave does connect as he tries to outrun the kitties, but he can't do so. Will get popped up, will get taken down as the Void Rush almost claims his life. Marin is able to get it in the end. And Beyond arrives just a little bit too late.
Okay, so the vision game of MVP starting to fall up a little bit. Ian just caught with his pants down in top lane for no reason. There's very little to gain in that scenario and just taken down by the targeted CC available to the side of Afreeca Freecs. The looming cats are always one of the most terrifying ways to die. And now the gold lead's gone, Achilles, so they've spared their own blushes.
That's going to be the Abyssal Voyage coming through as they look for Kramer. Immediate exhaust thrown down with a Feather Storm. Massive root, massive damage. And the Tristana will just die. Tucson going on a merry old stroll. Just wasn't there to pick up the pieces.
Imagine the rocket jump was used off screen, so we didn't see it during the passage of play. Single target disengaged. We talked about how single target a lot of Afreeca is, but the ultimate there not going to be enough to get the Tristana out, and no need to use the heal, would not have survived. That'll Drake the next spawn, but MVP trying to play around the Rift Herald that Afreeca started earlier.
They've already weakened the mid lane turret a little bit there, so they could very well open up the map even further with this if they finish it off. A couple members of Afreeca pushing into the vicinity, but whether or not they can do anything to stop this is going to be the question. Mowgli is nearby, but will not be able to go in for the smite buff. Needs to get picked up. ADD's going to go ahead and snag that one.
Chana's not here, so don't really know what Afreeca's setting up for. Some free damage from Kuro's nice, though.
Yeah, just going to go ahead and fire away with a couple shots with the rockets. Tucson was looking for the nice wrap around for the pulverize, but nobody else was really in the vicinity with him, so couldn't really go in for the engage.
It's a package thrown down, special delivery thrown down for a bit of turret damage coming through from Kramer, but at his current damage threshold, nothing to be scared of.
Couple waves going to have to be answered here on either side. Bottom lane pushing up towards that tier 2. You can see Kramer roaming down the river to pick that up, and top lane as well as being brought in by Marin. In the meantime, Maha just going to be trying to hold down the fort in mid, but Tucson's wrapping around, gets the headbutt to knock him back away from the turret, but Maha's got his own flash. Another storm almost available as well, and doing a very good job of just stepping around these big rockets from Kuro.
Traded flashes with the enemy, Alistair, but otherwise nothing to be spoken of there.
And Ignite.
Yeah, that's true. Double summon is used by Tucson and his ultimate, so.
That was really, it was pretty poor by Tucson.
Alistair was probably the best performing of his champions, so. Is a different beast, not running the Alistair with Kalista. But Tristana, it's a very different thing, and the laning phase didn't go as planned. Marin is free farm. And Marin will be able to force the positioning of Orianna, you'd imagine, in the late game. They can force a Tahm Kench Devour, and then Orianna or Xayah walks up, then Marin can return to SKT Marin, bossing around team fights on Maokai. gold-wise. Actually up 600 gold on the side of ADD. So crazy play. The Cho'Gath versus Maokai matched up quite a lot just after the release of 714. He was winning lane by 20 to 30 CS in those particular games. So Marin's mastery of Maokai seems to know no bounds.
Hasn't quite been as dominant here from him, but still at a lead is going to be rather nice, as they both have the Spirit of Visage completed and MVP. As a team, will go ahead and start up the Infernal Drake, second Dragon for them.
No real wards around here, even though they want to use Maokai's teleport. Against Smite and Feast, perhaps not worth it.
Yep, and that is going to be another Mountain Drake getting ready to spawn as Maha stops Kramer's back, gets a lot of damage down onto that Tristana.
Might mean the Rift Herald, although Cho'Gath's in base. The Rift Herald, which could have just been placed as the Tristana was DPS'd out, is not going to come until much later.
Haven't gotten the timer on it either, but have only a little bit longer to get that spawn going. See how he wants to use it. Starting to move up towards the top side, so maybe he's going to spawn it and just try to ride the wave forward up to the turret.
Like what Afreeca did. Marin predictably left lane with a pushing lane they have to react to, so that will force the positioning of MVP, at least for a moment. Static Shiv finished on Kramer. Orky delayed his build path, but will soon have Trinity Force. When it comes to wave control, a lot of good options for Afreeca right now.
Waiting to see what they do with the Rift Herald, because he's just kind of aimlessly walking around the jungle at the moment.
He doesn't want to go top lane because the plan is to break the mid lane turret with the Rift Herald, and may have been necessitated. Like you say, we didn't have the timer.
They also wanted to surrender that massive wave over to the side of Maha to fast track the build.
I want to delay an inevitable turret here. We do see free damage from Kramer in bot lane.
Pop-up already comes down onto Tucson. He pops the Unbreakable will keep himself alive as the charge comes in. It's not enough to finish it off, but it will get it dangerously low, and with Ian nearby, we'll go ahead and finish that. Explosive cast comes through from beyond, from above, just kind of knocking them to the side, but not setting up for any kills to follow up here for MVP.
They get Kuro's Flash, which is not necessarily a problem for that. It's a really good pickup for just an ultimate being thrown by Beyond, and they move over to Baron already.
Break this one out. Nope, never mind. They will just go ahead and start this one up. They say, you know, ADD, do you have the feast? He says yes. They say, okay, screw it, let's go for it. Mowgli winning over the wall. Control ward will be killed. They
Timing
don't
is
have
key.
vision right now. He's going to go in, but the feast has already come through. Nature's Grasp comes in, does get the root down in onto Maha. Even with the Feather Storm, can't quite juke that one out. Now the Devour in onto Mowgli, spits him out, makes it over the wall with the tunnel, and it seems like that might just be both teams going their separate ways, but MVP, yet again, with this Cho'Gath, come up with a Baron.
But the thing is, Achilles, maybe they've finally found their spirit animal, because this team that loves to fight tooth and nail in vision with Baron, when you've got Feast this early in the game doing 1100 true damage, doesn't matter if the enemy jungler is there. If you are on form, if you can control some of the variables that, okay, are not trivial to control, like damage coming in from over the pit from the enemy team, if you trust in your smite, it is going to be on point. So in the face of Afreeca Freecs, they try to keep them away from deciding their spot in playoffs today, and the Feast does all the work, and it's pretty easy for MVP.
It's just so crazy to see how, well, A, this pick for the Cho'Gath, and then B, just 714 in general has changed MVP. They look so good in their last couple games, and taking down Afreeca, yet again, would set them up pretty much for next year. They do have the potential of the Worlds qualifier, given their performance in spring.
They can still go to Worlds. You know, that's the thing, is that when they're not in relegations, their points do come through, and like you say, they will be going through the Worlds qualifier.
The headbutt pulverized finds 3 members here as Tucson keeps charging in. Pops the ultimate, trying to stay alive, has to flash over the wall. And now ADD arrives, gets popped back into the turret by the package, with Marin cutting him off from the other side. So a bit at a loss right now for the Cho'Gath as far as where to go, but he is still alive, and now it's just Marin trying to knock him down. We're now pushing forward, looking forward, but on the other side of the fight, back into the lane, it's going to be Mowgli falling.
Still alive.
And he's still alive. Max is there, has the Devour. Devouring a Cho'Gath. How bizarre, as Maha comes up with a double kill, now looking for a triple, looking for Kramer. One more hit would do it, but he gets jumped on Marin with the twisted advance, locking it down the Xayah. He might pay for that one with his own life. Has the flash to wall, but he's chased on by Max, who will have that Devour ready to go. They will take him down. ADD comes up with a kill, and MVP have complete control of the game, but they're not done yet. A pistol void, shockwave thrown down will claim Kramer's life, and Kuro has nowhere to go. He'll get taken down as Max finds an 8-3 MVP looking to break the base.
A perfect ace for MVP. No one dies. They decide to put everything into ADD, cut away from the rest of the members. Just take down the Cho'Gath. Can't do that. The Devour on the massive dinosaur is successful. They're going to break the base with this Baron buff they took in the face of Afreeca. This is insane to see from the side of MVP, and they're one good team fight away from just winning the series.
I mean, this was the Afreeca, the MVP that we're missing throughout the entirety of the summer split. They have finally come back in. I mean, Tucson, he sees an engage, but there's just no follow-up available.
I mean, the teleport was available for the Cho'Gath through short, invites damage for a while. But the critical decision to me is that, remember, they're fighting when Kramer's in a power drop. I don't believe he has Infinity Edge when we start this. He was still far away from it before. And then Kramer decides to fight with his Maokai, target down the very tanky Cho'Gath, and then the rest of the team is in no man's land. There's nothing they can do to stop the Ramboing members of MVP just chasing down closest target after closest target. They still have Shockwave up after all of this madness.
And the Abyssal Voyage to finish this off.
4 consecutive 2-1 victories from a team that was looking as relegation bound as could be not a month ago.
Yeah, they have clawed back their score, still in a massive hole. Mind you, -15 coming into this series, but looking to take another point off of that, but they're so far away from the -20 that was staring them in the face just a couple weeks ago. 7-14 has been absolutely perfect for MVP, as we can see, and they'll go ahead, knock down that final, or almost final inner turret mid lane. Still barely alive, as we do see that nature scratch coming in, but the Super Creeps are also into the base, as we see the side view. Houston getting popped back by the explosive cast will fall as Maha finds the kill yet again here with this Xayah, which is becoming, you know, maybe higher priority, at least for these two teams, than the likes of the Caitlyn or the Kalista.
Can't really argue with you, Achilles, and Afreeca have no good options to make. They just have their Tristana clearing minions in the base, slowly wailing away on super minions. The moment they got the gank in top lane, things look good for Afreeca. They could finally play around bot, but Marin died. From there, Mowgli was pretty indecisive about what to make happen. The Tristana lane kept losing. They rotated at top lane to make a play, but the turret dive was botched. And from there, no more tempo for Afreeca. So far away from the game one that was so clean from them. Third Drake of the game is going to be the Mountain. ADD will happily secure MVP. They're in full control.
I mean, and again, not only does this mean that Afreeca Freecs are not going to be locked into that 5th place spot for the wildcard match until they play against Janair, but this also means that there's a decent enough chance that BDD could surpass or tie Kuro for MVP of the summer split.
Just 3 matches ago, MVP had 5 game wins. Not matches, game wins, map wins. And at the same time, they had 22 losses. They were 5-22, a -17 game score. Sorry, 5-23, a -18 game score. In that time since then, they are shaping up to go 8-4. Which is such a big improvement to get from 5 game wins to 13 game wins. Pick up all these match wins as well. They're probably not going to get past 7th spot, but they've unsettled Rocks Tigers there. They're getting more and more points towards the World's Qualifier as well. If they had been in relegations, they would not have been able to compete in the World's Qualifier. And sure, they're a long shot for that. But when it comes to actually being an LCK team, they've already cemented that at this point.
12-27 coming into this game, looking to make it 13-27 if they could come up with a victory. Right now having a 9,000 gold lead over the Afreeca Freecs. Double Mountain plus Infernal. Another Infernal on the way if we even hit that point, because there's still those Super Creeps pushing up that bottom lane. Kuro has to use the package, just doesn't have any way to use it for Engage, to use it aggressively. Just throws it across the lane. You can see timer there on the screen. Baron spawning right now, MVP. They're rotating over. They want to be prepped for this. And somebody is probably going to have to stay inside the base of Afreeca Freecs to try to delay this minion wave in the bottom side.
They seem to be abandoning that theory. I agree it's risky. They probably will lose at minimum 1 Nexus turret here, but they're walking up for a fight.
Baron has been leashed, but has not really been hard committed to yet.
Why would they? They can wait and buy time, wait for the minions to start hitting onto that next turret.
It seems like Kuro's going to have to be the one that goes. He's got the TP, but Tucson goes back with him, and that's a major portion of the crowd control here for the Afreeca Freecs. So MVP, they can just go ahead and start this as soon as they see the cow.
Very strange to see Alistair go back. Unnecessary completely, but I think they just given up on their hopes of picking up Baron. It's going to be a freebie, you'd have to think.
Trying to go ahead and gate Mowgli out of here. Will be able to do so as the feast comes through yet again. Beyond still over the wall. Makes it out safely. And he'll just get tickled by that explosive charge. Now Abyssal Voyage coming through yet again. Didn't quite see where they are. There we go. Above the red pit at the moment. And yeah, oh dear, Tucson. Goodbye. Turns out you can milk those.
Fail Flash maybe the accent on top of what is looking like MVP's 4th consecutive match win. They had this form even a little bit earlier. If Riot gave them 7-14 just a couple of weeks earlier, who knows what might have been for MVP turning around their season in the face of stiff opposition. They would have taken down in 4 matches Samsung, Jin Air, and Afreeca Freecs.
Really strong stuff from MVP. I mean, frustrating. You'd have to think for the fans watching this, saying, like, why couldn't we have gotten this patch sooner? Why couldn't we have hit this stride faster? Maybe we would be in the playoffs yet again, but you still have to just feel good that your team is able to perform yet again, has gotten back to this this level in the current meta. So mid inhibitor being broken, MVP looking to retake the bot lane. As they still do have this Baron buff and super creeps that'll be getting ready to come down. Will just help them finish this that much faster. Weren't able to get the Nexus turret, but did get quite a bit of damage in onto it. Headbutt pulverized down in onto 880. Has the Nature's Grasp, but the Devour is there from Max to go ahead and keep him safe as they kite back.
Single target CC, not giving anything to the side of Afreeca Freecs. MVP will just back away. They got the objective they wanted. They'll back away and be able to shop one final time, you'd imagine, or being able to close the game. Don't really know what a teamfight win by Afreeca Freecs looks like, as the item speed for Kramer in particular has been so well outstripped by Maha, who has Last Whisper and also the Zeo, compared to Kramer, who has, of course, had to go Lord Dominic's regard to even have a hope's chance in hell of being able to kill the Cho'Gath and Gragas in the front line.
It's just moments where, like these, where you're just like, I really wish I could play Vayne. Kramer gonna get jumped on. Already has used the flash. The heal's not gonna do a damn thing. So goodbye. Beyond just scooping up that kill. Nice little KS there from his teammate. And MVP are gonna be looking to drive the final nail into the coffin.
Not sure why Kramer was that far out with 2 inhibitors down.
I'm not sure why Afreeca has done a lot of things they've done in this game.
Fair point. That is a big Cho'Gath, by the way. He's not even
stacks.
level 16 yet.
You know, he's got 11 stacks. He's got the Elixir of Iron tossed on. 3rd inhibitor now going down. 31 minutes about to be on the clock as MVP seeks to finish this one off. Maha going forward will get unburrowed on, but still is quite safe. And Mowgli is pinned into the wall, has to pop the Void Rush in desperation to get himself out. Makes it back over to the fountain, but the Nexus turret's now under siege as the first one falls. And Tucson just comically dies so quickly before he can even use the Unbreakable Will. Even then, likely would not have saved his life. The Nexus is exposed, and MVP will go ahead and do it. That is going to be 4 consecutive 2-1 victories, and Afreeca Freecs will not be locked into the playoffs yet.
The high drama of the final week of the LCK keeps giving. Tomorrow will be the telecom war to decide if KT Rolster will go straight to Worlds. Bit of a monopoly situation. Asco go to Worlds, fail, and then suddenly have to fight against Longzhou on the last day. And now actually Saturday will have its own intrigue, Achilleos, as it will be Jin Air GreenWings versus Afreeca Freecs for the title of 5th spot and final spot in the playoffs. And it's even sweeter than that, because Jin Air need to win, but their manner of victory is going to be relevant as well. If they win 2-1, there will be a best-of-1 tiebreaker, about as important a best-of-1 as we have ever had in the regular season. Best-of-1 to decide who goes to the playoffs and who is frustrated watching on. If Afreeca win by any margin, they qualify, and if Jin Air win 2-0, they're through straight up.
Yeah. Both of these teams now having quite a lot to improve on if they want to advance at all past the wild card match through SK Telecom. Already an arduous task, but have shown immense weakness here in Afreeca Freecs and Jin Air both today. Jin, however, the ones that came up with the victory when it mattered the most.
Game 1 for Jin, poor. Game 2 a lot better. And this series, Game 1 for Afreeca, good. Game 2 and 3, they just made these unconscionable, team-wide bad decisions where they would dive a turret and just seem to have really no idea or conception on who should be tanking it, when they should be going. They seem nervous, honestly, not even waiting for minions to crash before brute forcing. And were punished in just the same embarrassing fashion that Jin was last time out. They've beaten both these teams' MVP. They're probably saying, hey, where's our spot? Where's our best of one tiebreaker to go through to the playoffs? Not gonna happen for MVP in summer season. And for Afreeca Freecs and Jin, both of them have one date to circle. That is Saturday, where they will play each other and finally settle the beef.
Yeah. Well, MVP, lots to feel good about here for the team, for the fans watching. Massive cheer from them as that Nexus did explode. They want to see this win streak continue. And now 4 straight with the 2-1 record. It's looking pretty damn good for them.
Their fans, long suffering. We can't even, there's no hyperbole here. They had an awful first 7-8 weeks of the season, a decent Rift Rivals. And then this rise of 4 match wins in a row. Finally, a good Cho'Gath series coming through from ADD after we've been so underwhelmed by previous Cho'Gaths.
I mean, his big one before was going to be the Scion. That was always the pick that he'd bring out, would find victory. People scared of it would ban it against him, and now maybe Cho'Gath has to be that similar thing. They have to get rid of that Cho'Gath or take it for themselves because he seems so very comfortable on it. It might even be our double MVP, but no, actually, it's going to be Max, in fact.
Max doing his best evacuation work on the Tahm Kench. It's so great. It doesn't matter the model size. His mouth is large enough to devour anyone. Cho'Gath devoured a couple of times in this game in comical fashion, but I agree in that nobody has really wielded Cho'Gath well enough to draw a ban except for ADD. And now other teams will have to scrutinize it. They'll have to scrim it more. Because with Scion, it was clearly an ADD special. No one else even tried to play it. Now, well, his own team. It's a different point. But now we have the Cho'Gath that is working in other regions, has not worked in Korea. And people will look at this and wonder, because even if you talked about role, people would think jungle Cho'Gath over top lane Cho'Gath anyway. And now the what ifs are real, because AD has shown that's probably ban-worthy, because AD has gone from being the worst top laner in our league to suddenly being a competitor.
Yep. But you do have to sing praises over to Max, constantly gatekeeping with the Devour. The Abyssal Voyage is very on point,
Super
always coming up with kills. Just delivering Kramer onto Ian with that shockwave. They take him down.
Just no.
This was the one where we had a kind of a crappy camera angle.
I saw the fail flash.
Yeah.
I didn't miss it, Tucson. Sorry, mate. That was the fastest Alistair death I've ever seen, is the next one, by the way. Oh, yeah.
He just gets absolutely destroyed here.
I would say decimated. I would have said obliterated normally. Where's the decimation?
Oh, well. Somebody will clip it, probably.
That's true.
All right. Well, it's time to go ahead and hear from our MVPs, ADD and Max. So we're going to throw it over to Joel one last time for today. Joel, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your last interview translation of today. We're here with MVP, getting a 2-1 victory this time around against Afreeca Freecs, and we're here with today's MVPs, ADD and Max, for the interview. I'm sure there was a lot of important in this today's win. Yeah, I was in the maker room and our head coach came right to this and told us to really win out today's game. So I think for a lot of people today, today's win was very important. Max, how do you feel about the win today? I don't know, I just felt good throughout the series, and even if we lost the game 1, I didn't feel very bad. I felt like we were still going to win out the series. So I think we were having a lot of confidence coming into today's series. And with today's win was very significant in the fact that you guys really avoided relegation, also clinched yourself in a very good spot going to the world qualifiers as well. I'm sure it was very much a struggle for you guys in the recent month that you guys have been struggling on. And how does it feel really just extending that good momentum near the end of the season now? I think literally going through the pit bottom of what we were able to be as a team, I think really just coming back strong was such a meaningful thing for us.
그래서 마지막에 이렇게 연승을 몰아치면서 많은 것을 얻어갔습니다. 그런데 또 이 에드 선수는 새 친구를 찾은 것 같아요.
And at ADD, I think you really did find a new friend of yours in this champion pool.
이게 새 친구라기보단 제가 예전에 친구였는데 이게
It's not typically a new friend, but it's a friend that I used to have for a while back, but didn't meet back and forth. But Cho'Gath is one of those guys that just like it wasn't a fitting champion in the previous meta, so being able to play him now is such a wonderful thing now. And it just seems like Cho'Gath is still a very low percentage win rate in the LCK, but you have 3 wins out of the 3 games that you played.
저만 쓰는데 제가 좀 그런 챔프처럼
Yeah, I have a niche for some of these rare champions that not a lot of people like to play, but I like to take advantage of those champions. So that's kind of where I get my advantages over the other players. We have a video highlight that we want to look at. And this was where he got the steal. You should have been pretty surprised thinking that the Baron was right there as soon as you jump forward. Yeah, I think it was a very fortunate situation that I was right there at the position to eat it right away. Max, were you feeling pretty positive about that whole situation? Yeah, I think we're really good at getting our Barons stolen, but we're also good at stealing the Barons too, so that's kind of one thing we always had in our minds.
There's the 50-50.
And a lot of people really criticize you guys on the over-affection that you guys have for Drakes as well, along with Barons, but yeah, I think every time we pass around the Dragon Pit, we feel that the Drake is staring at us, so we always have to keep in mind that they're always there. Yeah, it was definitely certain situations where we had to go for a team fight, but we were heavily gearing towards the Baron, so whether it was a good call or not, I'm not sure still. And going on to game 3, you went with Tahm Kench. What was that meaning behind that pick? Yeah, I think my staple picks were definitely the Rakan and the Alistar, and those are my staple picks in the current meta. But I felt like the ban pick really demanded something that could really support the Cho'Gath pick, and it was definitely a second-tier pick for me with the Tahm Kench, but it was definitely a composition fitting pick, if you will. And what is a trade between the Xayah and the Tristana? I think it's a very player-specific thing where Xayah is very much a confidence pick for him, but if it does die out in a couple occasions, it really can do very little for the team fights and also in the late game as well. And what are the scariest parts of this current meta with a lot of top laners getting caught out? Yeah, I think Vayne would be a very scary opposition to face against. But I think if Kalista, going up against Kalista, if you're getting, obviously hit 1v1, that would be a scary opposition, but you can always have a backup to go with that.
그리고 3세트에서 되게 재밌었던 게
what we thought was entertaining was that one occasion Beyond was in one of those plays, but he had full trust in you, ADD. Yeah, but the situation where Cho'Gath's ultimate is a lot stronger than the actual smite damage, so he had to rely on me and saying that I was supposed to be the clincher for the Baron takes. We also have a video highlight from game 3 as well.
싸움이 워낙 많았어요. 이때 약간 움찔움찔하지 않았어요. 상대가
Weren't you pretty scared at how even this could have been?
선수가 그냥 왼쪽으로 걸어 나왔으면 좀 더 좋은 그림인데 움찔움찔하더라고요.
Yeah, I think if Maha was not standing by himself, it would have been a little bit better. But regardless, we made our way around, so it was a good result in the end. And I'm sure this might be in the situation that you guys clinched the win here. Yeah, I think as soon as we got that big fight in the bottom lane and we got that big team fight win, that was already a situation good enough that we can clinch our win.
너무 띄워주면 안 되겠어.
그러면 뭐 옆에 에드 선수가 있지만 맥스 선수가 볼 때 뭐 본인은 항상 잘했고 사실.
And Max, you always say that you always did well, but and how does ADD do right now?
엄청 잘하는데 연습 그러니까 대회장에 오면 살짝 전투를.
Yeah, I think ADD is a very talented player, but once he comes to these, comes to the stadium to go for these tournament plays, he just kind of gets let down and loses a bit of confidence. That might be his biggest problem. But I think if you see him during practice, you'll be very surprised at how good he is. ADD, I mean, you heard comments from Max. How do you feel about that?
제가 저희 팀에서 종빈 형, 맥스 형 다음으로 잘한다는 생각은 아직은 없다고 봐요.
I don't think I'm definitely I'm not a player next to Max in the terms of skill. I'm sure there are other players who are better than me in the team. And of course, you guys earned quite a bit through just this win in this series. But would you like to say anything to your fans cheering for you guys? Max, would you like to say it, or ADD?
저희가 요즘 따라 이제 2대1로 많이 패승승으로 이기는 경우가
And it just seems like we've been getting these 2-1 victories. And I think the entire team morale has been on the uprise, and we've been feeling very much better about ourselves and about the entire organization. So I hope you guys can feel the same way about us, and we'll just continue to do well for the rest of the season. And that's the end of the interview. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. Well, luckily he doesn't have to uphold that promise for very long because the end of the season is nigh. Papa Smithy getting ready to close things out. But yet again, another win for MVP. 4 in a row at 2-1. And they stop Afreeca Freecs in more way than one with this win.
The end of the regular season is nigh, but remember, MVP will be playing postseason.
This is true.
Not in the way they may have hoped. They probably hoped they would be in the gauntlet, making their way towards the Summer Championship. That won't be happening. But towards Worlds, that dream is no longer dead. MVP cannot be relegated. Afreeca Freecs don't confirm their spot. And that means that the storylines, the drama, it does not stop this week. You cannot ask for a bigger week of League of Legends than the LCK is giving you last week here.
It's looking really damn good. And now Afreeca Freecs going to be feeling a bit stressed out. Have to win that game against GreenWings if they want that 5th place spot, if they want that wild card match.
Jinair 2-1 is the extra drama. It means a best of 1 probably after the whole regular season is done. On Sunday, I would imagine. We don't have confirmation on that yet, but that's what happened last season. So games upon games, and oh boy, there's a series for you guys tomorrow. SK Telecom versus KT Rolster. And it doesn't stop there. There's more to it. KT could be the first team in the world to guarantee themselves a spot at the World Championships. If they win this series in any fashion, they go to Worlds.
That they do. Following up is not going to be nearly as exciting of a match. Rocks Tigers versus BBQ Olivers, as Papa Smithy and Atlas will be bringing you here the games tomorrow.
If Rocks wins, they relegate BBQ, so it is still relevant.
That's true.
BBQ need to win both their matches and have game score on their side, but if Rocks win, BBQ are relegated.
Yeah, they are going into that promotion tournament. If they can't pick up a win, BBQ, they need that victory, and then their next opponent is not that great either, but we'll get to that in a moment because on Saturday, we'll be coming back, closing out the final week of the regular split here at OGN. Myself and Papa Smithy is going to be MVP going up against Ever 8, and then Afreeca Freecs versus GreenWings to decide that final spot in the top 5.
Must win for both sides. 6th spot by far the most frustrating when it comes to missing out so close on that playoff gauntlet. Sunday's matches at the Gangnam Stadium are sick as well. They do bear their result and their level of hype based on what happens in the Telecom War. If SKT do not beat K2, if KT win, they are guaranteed first. Longzhu and Samsung are playing for second and third, which is relevant when it comes to skipping best of fives. If SKT win, then it will be a best of three to close the season for first spot.
Yep. SK Telecom T1 going up against BBQ Olivers again. Really hard matchup for BBQ to try to stay in here and not go to that promotion tournament. But yeah, Longzhu versus Samsung, one of the best ways that we could possibly hope to close out the regular split.
And the hype doesn't go away because remember, in Korea, we say it a lot, but of course it's different to other regions. It's a gauntlet. So in another region, you're just like, I just want to start hiding strategies. Second versus third has how most semifinals go.
Can't afford to do it.
You can't afford to do it because you need to skip those best of fives. The level of teams in the gauntlet is so high. Second place doesn't have to play one as many best of fives, and that's so big.
Yeah. So want to just start at the top of the food chain rather than have to work your way up the ladder. All of these teams, Samsung, Longzhu, KT, going to be vying for that spot, but KT might be able to do it here tomorrow.
If you scripted this week, you couldn't script it this good. It's even better than scripts. It's reality here. It's come down to the bottom. 3 teams at the top, all at the same game score. 2 matches to decide the first spots. It's just sick. I live for these days. I think all the players do as well. Usually the gauntlet is where the hype starts. We started a week early.
Well, that's why we just let you do all the days, Papa Smithy. That's why you're the one 100% on all the broadcasts.
We'll be back tomorrow. Telecom War needs no hype, but it's got extra hype this time.
Well,
oh boy.
I won't be on the cast. Atlas will be taking care of that, but I'll be here in the audience watching because it's a match that I definitely don't want to miss. But we'll see you guys then for that Telecom War. Have a good night.